Alrighty, hello every folks and good morning. Here, let's adjust the audio just a little bit here. Okie dokie. So, it is about dang time that we did one of them speedrun kind of dealies, right? it's only been a decently long time, like a bit over 2 years since release. You know, we should probably do this thing. So, I wanted to explain a few things before we actually get started, since once we get started, obviously it's like speedrun stuff for like friggin' 12 plus hours. So let's go over a couple of things. So as far as the sort of expected norms or whatever else of this whole thing, there's barely anybody that's ever really speedrun this thing, and for the most part, most of them were starting with New Game Plus type save files. So we're not exactly going for any particular time, but I'm just going to compare some kind of original stuff that I was doing a little bit ago, just to kind of throw it out there. So when I was doing the kind of first speedrun attempt at this from a New Game Plus thing back in 2023, the time wasn't exactly anything terribly impressive. 14 hours, 36 minutes there, or 37 or 38, depending on, I don't honestly know technically where this technically ends, since normally the end point is when you lose control, which technically should be this save right here, but then you also regain control. So I guess you just kind of keep going until it crashes. But we're going to say 1436. And in this particular instance, the method that I was using was pretty much just kind of winging it from the very start. Basic idea just being to use Recruit, to use a zombie from Chapter 1, and to just kind of get as far as I could using that, and just sort of improvise on the fly. Whatever happens, happens. We didn't really need to stop to do any grinding or anything. It seems like there were a few methods out there that, for whatever reason, decided to stop and grind. I'm not entirely sure why, but anyways, again, too long of a speedrun to really dig into it. But on my most recent one, that I was kind of going and practicing around with, let's see, I think it was save number 67 over here. Just one sec. On this most recent one, it ended up going a decent bit better. Also, apparently, let's just say sort these based off of date, or actually off of number. At least I know the number on this one. It'll be easier to find. So on this particular one, by the end of Chapter 3, it was only 5 hours 41 minutes. Now, granted, this was still kind of, practice run or whatever else, but this is with about an extra 30 minutes that could have been shaved off of Chapter 1 by a couple of changes and stuff like that. So I figure end time, theoretically, like, based on where this is now, comparing with a similar save earlier in this whole thing, it seemed to shave off about 2 hours to basically just go for chaos over neutral. But on top of that, it also seemed to be it actually ended up being pretty beneficial to completely skip out on my preferred strategy the first time, which was to go for the Nibeth zombie, because his fight alone ended up adding a lot more time than a lot of the other ones, since the primary strategy that I was doing this whole time is just kind of recruiting whatever the hell we got along the way and just making it work. So in this particular instance, that's what we're going to do. We're essentially replacing that particular zombie with literally any beast unit we get along the way. This most recent one happened to be a chicken. That's why the kind of picture for this thing is a chicken. But anyways, yeah, let me just go ahead and take a chug of coffee, and let's go ahead and start the shindig, shall we? Also, thank you there, True Light, and hi there, Warren. How's it going? All right, so here, oops. Okay, we got a couple of extra seconds already. Good to go. Good to know. I'm sure somebody will totally optimize this as hard as, like, Mario 64 or whatever else. Okay, so birthday won't really particularly matter. All it's really going to change is the name of the order. So we're going to try to go for a strength build kind of thing here. Now, this is... I'm honestly just kind of taking shots in the dark here. Usually the sort of kind of asshole answers at the start of all of these things end up giving you a strength bonus. That would be ideal. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So hopefully that gives us a strength bonus, and then we'll just sort of see what we get. We're going to be starting with ice, and we're going to be sticking with ice, and then adapting as we need to, depending on the elements that we find along the way. Now, unlike before, I'm not going for early ice longbow. Instead, we're going to be going for just kind of just sticking with warrior and fencer for most of it. Might go knight. We'll just kind of see how it goes. See, trapped in the abyss again. Can you save me? It'll be a bit of a while. In ideal circumstances, we might be able to get there. We might be able to start on that journey about somewhere between 10 to 15 hours from now. We'll see how it goes. And then from there, it'll probably be another 3 years. But we'll see. We'll see. Whenever we happen to get there. Also, I'll remember to start off bars at this point, though I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Yeah, there we go. That's a great start. We'll just go ahead and go terribly slow inputs right from the get-go. There is one thing I probably should have remapped before we even started with this whole thing, and that was actually the fact that I have my R3 on my trackpad, which is more convenient in a day-to-day sense, but it's not really going to help us out much here. We're going to go top dialogue options for the purpose of just kind of getting rid of some dialogue there. And we're going ice here to try and make this initial fight a little bit faster. Also, hi there, Paul. Nice to see you. Thank you, Insights and Sounds. I appreciate the nice wishes and such. So, just so you know, again, there's a rough plan here. There's a sketch of a plan here, but you know, the joke is obvious. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, basically we're winging it. Largely, this is going to come down to who decides to join us and when. Because we might run a lot of flyers, we might run a lot of humanoids, we might even get the occasional lizard. Frankly, a lizard almost never happens, but of the many times that I've tried running this, I've maybe seen a lizard happen once, so I wouldn't exactly expect it to happen here, but we'll just kind of adapt to what we see. Mostly what it kind of comes down to is the fact that we'll be using recruit pretty dang constantly. So, like, pretty much any time that we have an opportunity to go finish somebody with a recruit, we attempt to do so. And the reason that we do this is to essentially skip leveling up their weapon skill. We're constantly going to be skating across the level cap no matter what we do anyway. Frankly, it's always appalling to me that people even complain about the level cap, considering that you can't avoid smashing your face straight into it. It's like, just constantly keep playing normally. As long as you take any advantages whatsoever, you're going to do just fine. You never have to grind. It's great. The core plan is there, kind of. Also, by the way, part of the text is randomly cut off for some bizarre reason. Yeah, not sure what that's about. Also, if I randomly go silent, the wife and kiddos are off on a little bit of a Thanksgiving trip at the moment. And if they decide to throw in an extra call for the evening, I will be obviously prioritizing that. So we'll just kind of make it work as stuff goes along. Let's see, recently watched the Resident Arc Tactics Ogre. Was surprised to see you on there. Well, thank you. I'm surprised they invited me too. What can I say? I'm a little bit of an excited spaz about this game. Also, hi there, Coconut Router. And if at any point I become less chatty, obviously there's a lot of things to keep in mind with this one, so there will be quieter times than usual. So yeah, there's that. Also, technically, I did also remap a couple of buttons here, so you might hear some different clicks. So occasionally for dialogue, it doesn't necessarily register the start and X command as fast as if you put them both on one button. I was just kind of playing around with that the other day. Not that tiny little saves like that are really going to make a difference for something like this, but I did notice that you can potentially make the dialogue go a little bit faster using that. So anyway, now we're again primarily sticking with ice because it's convenient for this particular route. The units that we end up getting, in most circumstances, are probably going to be more along the air side of things. A lot of the finishers that we get are going to end up being ice, and we're going to be running a sword on Denim for the purpose of keeping a false strike weapon with him pretty much the entire game. This more or less gives him dodge without having to use dodge, and also it gives him a sort of way to kill Vice later relatively quick. I also missed the timing on that, my bad. Play this with controller? Same do I. Same do I. Who the hell says same do I? Whatever, like I said, brain is mush. Ignore the senility. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's see. Alright, where did this guy go? Over here? So, obviously, due to the sheer amount of chaos on every single map, there's really only so much that we can reasonably control. That's why this method is a little bit chaotic. There will be slightly more controlled stuff later, but we're literally just kind of winging it based on what we get. Because hell, even the random soldiers we get at the start are going to have at least somewhat randomly rolled stats, so we're not going to hyper-optimize this whole thing. Let's see, Let's see, use mostly mouse. I think that's MK. Like I said, it kind of partially cuts off for most of the PC run. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be more convenient for many. For me, I've played on controller for so many years and across so many different versions that like mouse and keyboard just does not feel natural to me. I tried. I prefer to have the button inputs. Actually, that right there is probably a good thing to point out right here. From now on, if I remember to keep doing this, because it's a little bit different in the intro. If you ever notice characters are going to be randomly turning right over the course of this playthrough, basically in most situations where I'm not chatting like an idiot, I'm going to be holding right during a lot of menu inputs to go all the way through the menu. Now, the reason for this is because usually you would go left in a casual sense. Unfortunately, you sometimes end up missing the button while doing that repeatedly over a long period of time, so that's not exactly terribly helpful. But anyway. Alright. See, for PC, mouse was incredibly intuitive. Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe it. And it's weird because there were years that I was going and playing stuff like Xenonauts and whatever else, and even nowadays, I ended up going and remapping stuff to the button inputs on the Steam Deck, and I just prefer doing that. It's the weirdest thing, but I just prefer it. I need my buttons. I love my buttons. I like being able to hold my finger on the command that I want. Like even for stuff like shooters, I just don't like mouse and keyboard. It's just, I don't know. Something about the way my hands work just says no to that particular thing. And I think partially, at least part of it was because of, despite playing PC stuff since basically forever, back in the DOS days, usually those commands would be over on your kind of arrow and WASD buttons, or usually Control and Shift, or ASD or whatever the hell else the game wanted to prefer. But either way, at the time you were still using buttons. Then after that, I was traveling around with like a PSP and a laptop for the longest time, so there still wasn't that kind of natural mouse and keyboard type of thing. So I think the time that I ended up using mouse and keyboard the most was just years of playing New Vegas, but even then, was playing it on PS3 before that. Ended up switching over to controller after that. I just prefer my controller. I need my buttons, Blast me? Nah. Also, I love how I just talked about rebinding that one control to be a little bit faster and just completely not using it ever. Whatever. The intro is probably going to be the roughest part of it because the commands are a little bit different from all the rest of it, and it's a little bit frustrating because I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's because your team's not exactly ready to go, so you're not planning as many turns in advance. You're not necessarily looking kind of for when your units are coming up when, so it kind of feels a little bit more of a surprise when Denim takes his turn. I don't know what it is. The intro always bothers me more than the whole rest of the game. Okay, skip through that. So hang on, let me see if I stretch this out a little bit. Will I be able... Yeah, why does it do that? Sorry, for some reason... So if I miss part of any chats that are sent in, just know that it's... Oh, that actually kind of works out well. Just know that it's because, for some frickin' reason, OBS is deciding to kind of take the right side off of the chat box. What the hell?
My life.
Okay, whatever. Let's just slap that sucker back in there. Forget to do a cutscene skip. Lose a few seconds. It's fine. So you love your channel. Gaming commentary is my comfort zone. Well, I'm glad I entertain. I do my best. I know it can be a little bit rambly at times, and, it happens. Sorry. Also, need a name for this order. Well, whatever. You know what? Losing time, but we gotta do it. There we go. Warren's always giving his reports. Now he's giving the orders. He is the Order of Warren. Okay. We'll get our recruiters, or get our fresh recruits here. So first things first, we're taking that dagger. We're giving it to Canopus. He's going to be running dagger and shortbow. He's keeping that shortbow until Chapter 3. All right. So first things first. You there. You get rid of your dagger. You go ahead and pop that tremendous shot in here. We're going to go ahead and go over to the shop at this point. We're going to go ahead and buy a few of those warrior rings. Let's see, 8 of those will do just fine. We're going to go ahead and buy 10 blessing stones. We're going to go ahead and buy 10 plumes. and we're currently out of money. That'll do. We're going to go ahead and go to Tynemouth Hill, and we're going to go ahead and get our party set up. There will be more menuing later, but for the moment, all we really need is to have this on you, and we're good. All right. All right. So, why Dagger Bow on Canopus? Slightly faster, and also that Heart Crusher is pretty much going to remain devastating throughout the entire game. So, yeah, as good of a reference to OB64 as his axe build is, it's not really going to serve our purposes particularly well here. And we're going to go ahead and directly run everyone face first into this wizard and basically ignore everyone else as you do. Please remember to hit your buttons. There we go. Specifically have the panic button for this reason. I probably should have put it on a different button because it's kind of awkward to reach on my desk, but oh well. Anyway, we're going to have everyone switching out to different classes pretty shortly here. We're going to be retiring that cleric relatively soon. Before the moment, we're just going to be running like this. We need our archer and Canopus to do their jobs. But yeah, nothing really too scary for the moment. This is just the intro. Now, as I mentioned before, we ended up cutting out the Nibeth fight. I say we as if there's like a team that was going and routing this whole thing. It's really just me sitting like a spaz in the kids' pickup lane at the end of the day. It's like, I wonder if I can maybe make this go a little bit faster. But no, before the route was actually to go to Nibeth, pick up the zombie, and essentially use the free zombie there in order to tank hits. But we can do this a lot more consistently, going and not hitting the wrong buttons, for one thing. But end up doing that a lot more consistently by going and using a beast unit. It does mean that we potentially have to sacrifice an extra unit early on. They might have to die. We might lose an extra unit or two. So yeah. Anyway. Speedrun is still about 2 months. By the way, if I miss any chats along the way, I deeply apologize. It's just kind of speeding by, so I'm going to try to catch them as best I can, try to expand this window as best I can, but it's not a very big window, so obviously stuff's happening, so there's that. Alright. Ah, shoot. Dang it. Like I said, probably shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, we're going to be going to the store, swapping over to Rune Fencer pretty darn quickly here, because I want Denim running as a, well, Rune Fencer. We're going to stick with Warrior for part of it, just to give him a little bit of extra health. One of the few times we're ever going to care about growths whatsoever. But primarily the reason that we're doing that is to give him access to Recruit, which means that we might go Knight as well, just to save us a little bit of time. But right now we just need to batter everything onto this wizard. Yeah, it shouldn't take much longer from there. Let's see. Strongest character according to lore? I mean, allegedly. I mean, he was definitely up to something before the start of March of the Black Queen. There we go. Hit this guy with our allegedly weak archer. And then kind of sit still. Let the other wizard do their thing. Alright. Yeah, in many ways, this run is going to play out a little bit like if you've ever played a SNES game by the name of Gain Ground. But we're just going to lose people, replace them with the next one, and just sort of keep on marching forward until eventually everyone becomes lasers or something. Honestly, I don't know what the plot of that frickin' game is. Just somehow you go from raiding barbarian camps, like it's just Conan the Barbarian or something, till eventually you get to the point that you're just raiding futuristic cities with your laser cyborgs, and like you're still running around with archers. It's the strangest dang thing. I mean, I love it, frankly. There's so many weird games on the Genesis. Man, it's so sad to see the Genesis collection getting delisted. Right there, by the way, is the reason that we're actually going to go pick up instills on our fencers. Yeah, they will lose us some time on that animation. I forget if I turned off the animation speed or not, but we're just going to kind of deal as we'll deal. Everyone is replaceable, kind of. Like, Folkert in this particular route is entirely a backup unit, whereas Hobrim becomes near worthless depending on how badly it goes. Like, he might become a slot filler, but in many cases his stuff is so transferable that we'll just end up leaving him in the dust. Okay. So first things first, get your dang dagger, start off with that. We'll be upgrading him to a dirk later. We'll leave him with his axe skill because he will learn stuff, and we'll leave that last slot empty for the time being. Give you one of these, give you one of these, give you one of these. From there, we go over to you. We go ahead and give you nothing yet, but you're at 5, you're going to get recruit. Give you one of these, and then we're good to go to Chrysaro. There we go. And get Canopus in here, and we're off. Incapacitation count 1. Yeah, I know, the incap run is dead, but so somebody pointed out something when I put out that that poll. That technically speaking, as far as incap count goes, yes, come on, finish your thing. We're just going to do that for the solo run. Honestly, as far as no incap runs go, solo run is generally the one that I want to go for. Also, I think I have the longer animations activated at the moment. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick before it becomes a problem. No, it is on simple animations. Okay, just making sure. Alright, still don't know how to build strong archer. Basically just pick right targets. That's about it. Yeah, it basically just comes down to breaching and fearing stuff, and attempting to get their weapon skill up, giving them as many dex bonuses as possible. This typically means giving them dex bonus armor. So a lot of the kind of leather armor, brigandine, stuff like that will give you dex bonuses early on. So go ahead and stack up all of those, and then attempt to use them on either squishier targets or stuff that they have an elemental advantage against, and or stuff that is breached or feared, and then that makes their damage spike up like crazy. So we will be using archers extensively over the course of this playthrough, but again, just kind of depends on what we run into along the way, because some of them will be very useful, some of them will not be very useful. Like, especially a lot of the crossbow archers have a tendency to seemingly favor strength or something. I'm not really sure why the AI crossbow archers tend to suck so hard, but typically a lot of longbow ones spawn better for whatever reason. But yeah, fear, breach, elemental advantage, they'll basically be one-shotting stuff. But their main thing is the fact that they can sort of adapt to any situation. I'll go ahead and target you real quick. That would be the main one I wanted to go for there. So a few requirements, one of which we're already well underway for. We need to have Denim getting his first finisher by the time he gets up to Vice. We'll need to pay attention to Vice's element once we get up to that point. Until Belmamusa, our main thing is to try and recruit a Hawkman if we can. That would definitely help out. If we can recruit a Hawkman, that'll give us a decent advantage. Also, with the next store visit, we got to pick up Spirit Surge for Kashua. She does help out here if you have Spirit Surge, but she won't exercise as much if you do, meaning that you can lead. It can lead to some undead stuff in the way. After this point, she is way more useful just running around Spirit Surging stuff. So you constantly want to let her get as much experience as possible, otherwise just give her some charms. She is a pretty darn solid caster. We will be retiring our wizard very shortly after this, and or we may just let him die. But we're just going to be running our main team for this for the time being. What was the name of that SNES game? It wasn't a SNES game. It was a Genesis game by the name of Gain Ground. And frankly, I only knew about it because it showed up on the Sega Genesis collection. And yeah, it's just a weird game in which you're basically just kind of doing a roguelike shmup kind of thing, where every time you lose a character, they're just permanently gone, and you just move on to the next one. And depending on how you have the rules set up, you can either start off with every single character in the game, or you just start off with a couple and just got to rescue your team along the way. And I personally think the one where you actually set it to, for some reason, hard mode is all of the characters, because you have to run everybody through in a certain time limit. But it starts off with basically every character, and you're just like this army that's getting dwindled down. Very, very, very strange game, but would definitely recommend it. If you've got a Sega Genesis collection of any kind, you probably already have it on there. Damn it, caught me on a coffee break. Alright. Heal the ghost. Not finding. Again, gain ground. Gain like you're gaining something. Like, you know, 1 + 1, they've gained a 1. And then ground, like ground coffee, ground under your feet. every single ad that won't shut up about ground news, which is, frankly, seemingly a very interesting thing, seemingly useful, but I don't know for sure and have not verified it, but I would assume it's pretty decently good. Also, another thing we'll be inexplicably sticking with is the buckler here, only because it's just available for every class that I want to use for Denim here. I might switch him up to the Ass Beast at some point because it does make him technically hit a little bit harder. It's just not usually worth the effort. Let's see, grew up with PS1. Same here. I grew up with a very weird selection of stuff. Like, technically speaking, what I grew up with originally was a NES, and then my brother was super into just tinkering with stuff, and somehow that NES, like, he ended up tinkering with it too hard, so it ended up getting broken. After a little while, that NES ended up instead becoming a home PC that we were all using. And then he was going and tinkering with that. Eventually, somehow, all of this got either sold or traded or whatever else. We wound up with a SNES somehow. I remember only seeing Zelda for that thing. Like, we played the original Zelda on that first NES. I remember seeing Link to the Past on this other SNES, but frankly, I never saw it past that point. Most of it was just kind of PC at that point. And then somehow we wound up with a PS1, which, funnily enough, the first time I ever saw a game returned was when he ended up picking up that Wu-Tang game for it. Anyway, very long history ago, played a hell of a lot of Twisted Metal. You know the deal if you've had a PS1 before. Lots of Tekken and all that. Or was it Virtua Fighter? I forget which one it had. But one of those ones with all the chunky, kicky dudes. Alright. Pop. Only should be a few more shots. Probably shouldn't be necessarily fighting these guys as much, because right now they don't have enough of a level gap to really gain that much in terms of their skills. This guy, what's-her-face here, won't be healing very much. I'm trying to remember if it's Cassandra or not, but I think the next one's Cassandra that we'll run into in Chaos. So technically we should just be skipping turns instead of attacking here. Alright, let's see, had a re-something PSP, saved for a year, bought it with my own money. Yeah, man. I miss my first PSP. It's funny because I ended up getting my son a PSP that looked very similar to the first one I ever had. Because, like, I had a Game Boy for the longest time, right? And that thing went through heaven and hell. I ended up getting, GBA, got a DS down the line as a sort of apology for... very literally an apology for, like, my parents are just dumping me off at my friend's house for months at a time. So they're just like, okay, fine, we'll somehow find you this thing while traveling around and doing stuff. Anyway, so as time goes on, I end up getting a DS, and eventually, after that DS is so worn that I can barely see the dang screen, I end up saving my money to go get a refurbished PSP off eBay. So basically, I was traveling around as a sort of like business assistant kind of deal at the time, and it was like one of the silver Daxter ones. I came with Daxter and all that. Had a few bucks left over, so I ended up picking up War of the Lions, and ended up picking. Let's see, it was War of the Lions, Worms Open Warfare 2, and GTA Vice City Stories, and still love those games to this day to an extent. War of the Lions, less so, because, like, compared with the PS1 version, it's like, just, please, for the love of God, just fix your damn sound. But, like, honestly, even the lag didn't bug me as much as the fact that the sound constantly was just bugging out. But anyways, yeah, no, that thing ended up getting stolen on a plane, so that was a bit of a bummer. Yeah, Wu-Tang Shaolin, that thing was surprisingly gory. So I also started an emulator when I was 5, a tactics game, and later FFT when I got there. Yeah, early days of emulation were very interesting. When just being able to rebind a controller to the thing was basically magic. Like I remember going into putting my Legend of Dragoon disc into my laptop and just watching the thing dang near roast itself trying to run it. Oh man. Early emulation was great. I had some real trash laptops. If anybody ever had one of those, like, blocky old compacts from, like, friggin', like, 2002 or whatever, dude, those things were notoriously bad for just frickin' catching fire. It's amazing that thing ever made it to market. Like, it was legit just a frickin' hazard. I mean, I destroyed that thing playing RuneScape, for God's sake. Anyway. Just a complete piece of shit. Seriously, I loved it because it was so blocky. It reminded me of the kind of crest designs from Armored Core. But man, it was so bad. There was one time, like to give you an idea of how ghetto the living conditions were for a bit of a minute there. Like we had gone to they basically came off a moving truck, right? Just living in a place where just nobody even is speaking English. Tried talking to the neighbors, like couldn't even talk to the store across the street. It was like this like Chinese market somewhere in like San Jose, and just like this old compact. I couldn't. Actually, hold on. Wait one quick second. Let's get everybody on the team. Hello, Sarah, our long-term archer that's going to stick around forever. Hello, Voltaire, our forever knight. Okay. So first things first, before I forget, we'll continue on with the San Jose story in a moment. You, recruit. You, Phalanx. We actually do not want to run Rampant Aura at any point. You get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. Okay, from here, you get one of our attack rings, and you go ahead and switch out this, for that'll actually do just fine. You've already got your Warbow, give you one of these, give you one of these to up your damage a little bit. Give you a tremendous shot, give you a little bit of petrification resistance, give you a little bit of crossbow resistance. What the hell am I doing? Do that, do this, here you go, and we'll go ahead and give you one of these, one of these. There you go. You are pretty much just going to immediately not be relevant, and you are going to go ahead and become a knight for the time being. We're going to go ahead and switch him out for something later after this, but for the time I want to have a little bit more bulk on him. I want him sticking with swords, I want phalanx on him, and I want recruit. So for the time being, it saves us a little bit of a trip to the store. Alright, but yeah, no, as far as going back to, no I'm not, we're going to go ahead and go to the store, get a bit of an influx of cash, and we're going to go ahead and go down here. We're going to go ahead and pick up some Dynasty King's Meads with most of our money, and we're going to go ahead and pick up one Sybil Mark for the time being. That's going to be relevant about 10 hours from now, and we're going to go ahead and go to Goldborza Plain. Alright, so let's go ahead and throw our new this guy on here. Let's replace our wizard with this knight, and we're good to go. Yeah, those years are wild. Oh yeah, no, so this old compact, right? So sitting in this like dingy apartment, you know, it's like literally no one to talk to, so I'm spending all my time like homeschooling on this laptop and whatnot. And yeah, so at the time, the whole kind of plan for sustenance there was if anybody's ever done mystery shopping. So to give you an idea, like my mom was a complete freaking lunatic. Like they were one of these people that just could not stop hustling people no matter what they did, to the most nonsensical degree possible. And yeah, that was a terrible shot, by the way, ignore that. But anyways, I didn't know that at the time because, you know, dumb kid and stuff. So I'm just sitting there on this laptop, just like filing reports all day, taking notes that we're supposed to take, because if you've ever done mystery shopping, the idea is basically you go in, you just kind of report in on whatever you saw there, like did they remember to do XYZ part of corporate's mandated random bullshit. And yeah, so you're just kind of noting who everybody looks like, did they remember to do the thing, and, you know, report on how bad the bathrooms were, which in the case of Dairy Queen over there, good lord, that place was a nightmare zone. Anyway, so as stuff goes on, this poor laptop ends up seeing pretty much constant use for, you know, friggin' you know, school and games and whatever else. And it gets to the point that I've sent it in for repairs so many times that they just kind of gave up on the warranty at that point. They're just like, this thing's a complete write-off. They sent me a new laptop already by that point, and it still was having problems. So eventually it just got to the point that they just wouldn't even respond anymore. So what I did was I started just using this thing on an ice tray full-time. And so literally the entire use of the ice tray in the household there was just to go and just friggin' stack this laptop on top of it, which is like lean off the futon, put these ice trays down, sit the laptop on top, and at the time, you know, it didn't really occur to me how much of a complete fire hazard this was. But yeah, the idea was just kind of hoping for the best that it would maybe not overheat a little bit. So yeah, would not recommend it, but certainly was an experience, that's for sure. Alright, so let's talk weapon upgrades on this run real quick, because they are going to be few and far between. Most of our weapon upgrades are going to come from those kind of random moments that we end up finding in a unit that happened to pick up in a better weapon. For the most part, we're going to be sticking with a couple of debuff weapons and just kind of winging it for everything else, mostly using finishers to try to finish stuff off, as you'd kind of expect in a situation like this. So don't be surprised when Denham's still using a sword at the end of, or a short sword at the end of Chapter 1. We're basically sticking to that until I pick up a, we're going to get a few rapier drops along the way, and then those rapiers will eventually get turned into False Strike rapiers, and then that's just going to be his weapon up until the point that he gets a cutlass. Then we stick with that, and yeah, eventually he gets Brynhilder to go and solo Dorgi. Unsurprisingly, Cash was not surviving this run. It's just way easier. The only part that you can't really wing it through is going to be Dorgi, just because of a guy being a freaking powerhouse. So it's just a lot easier to go and solo him with Denham, and that's why we've also gone down that route of picking up a cleric mark at this point, just so we have Mother's Mercy for that point. Because one of the runs I ended up getting that far and completely forgot Mother's Mercy, so there we go. We don't have that problem this time. All right, pick up that shot right there. We're probably replacing. You know, we might stick with this archer. Unless we end up conveniently getting another archer along the way, we're probably sticking with starting archer. Alright. Let's see. Let's continue on here. It's not likely unattended, more likely. Well, anyways, apparently stuff's happening in the background. So, for the time being, we're just going to go and attempt to rush down Mr. Dude over there. We will attempt to get recruits as we go along, but right now there's not really a whole lot of reason to do so, aside from just we might get a recruit along the way, like in this case. We might be able to finish off a unit, and these are those situations that we'll be using recruit for. Occasionally we'll get one, and that's really all we need. So we just kind of keep throwing it out there constantly. It's why we're going to be using a lot of knights and fencers and things like that. We don't necessarily need particular ones along the way, but we're going to attempt to get some Hawkmen. Again, it'll go as it'll go. Anyway, have a good nap there, Warren. Hopefully we'll get to the Abyss eventually to get you out of there. Again, with taking a damn sip of coffee. Alright. Anyway, I don't even know what I'm trying to heal. She is getting replaced very soon. We will be using clerics at some point, but not now. Right now, we should not be even getting to the point of needing anyone to heal, so we just kind of ignore that for the time being. Alright. We'll go ahead and take a quick shot over here on her, so we can get her kind of good and distracted. So one constant strategy that you're going to see over the course of this is that we're going to go and do the usual bullying of the healers, just to make sure that they're not doing any healing. There will be some exceptions to this along the way, but for the most part, that's kind of what we're just going to be going for. For anyone unfamiliar with runs like this, or familiar with this game in general, as long as you distract the healing, you really don't need to worry about much else. See, with a speedrun world record, well, according to speedrun.com, no one's even submitted one for this game, which is weird because I could have sworn there was that one guy who I thought came by earlier. Maybe I'm completely missing things. I don't know. But the one with all the bunny stuff. All right. Anyway, axe you. Of course you're gonna parry it. Why don't you do that? All right. Get a few tremendous shots going. No real elemental advantage here. But 46 is 50. Whatever. Sorry for chicken. OB64 Nightmares. Yeah, I'm going to blame that all on you, apparently. Wish Reborn had more of a modding scene. Ed's getting one. What are you talking about? See, and there we ended up getting one. So why exactly does Recruit, with its long animation, and the fact that it takes MP, and the fact that it takes slowing down to use, why would that save time? Well, for one thing, we don't have to wait for the AI to go do any of its roundabout moves, so it basically removes a threat from attacking us right now. It has a roughly 20% chance of going and insta-killing something. It causes AI attacks to be redirected at a completely different unit, so all of our aces are nice and safe, which gives us more time to set up, so just a couple of recruits can easily shift the momentum of a fight very, very quickly. So yeah, very useful tool. And we're going to be using it extensively. The only time that we actually can't use the thing is once we get up to fighting the Lodicians, and by that point we should have more than enough of a squad set up. So we're going to be kind of rolling around, doing a little bit of unit roulette for the time being, but it'll be just fine. Let's see, saw your video. Well, thank you for watching the thing. Where the hell did Brazen go? Just kind of knocking more that way so that we have a little bit better of a chance of Denim running up and slapifying the dude. There we go, and he's loving his parries today. Wonderful. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Anyway, also, in other cases, we'll actually be recruiting units just for the purpose of immediately firing them, because it's actually a lot easier to go and recruit a wizard and steal their spells than it is to go to the store and buy them. It's just generally quicker. Will Canopus something in this kind of run? Canopus will remain relevant the entire run for the most part, as long as he stays alive. If he gets killed, that's a little bit of a problem. But again, there will be several backup plans that we're just sort of developing on the fly. So eventually there will be a need for additional types of units or whatever else. But again, we're just kind of winging it. That's why it's the winging it strategy. We're going to need a lot of different types of units for a lot of different things, but we're just going to make it work with whatever we've got on hand at any given time, which can be a whole number of different things. So like in this particular case, I just see an opportunity to go for a recruit right here, which could save us on buying a few healing spells down the road. If that works, it doesn't. Oh well. Then we go ahead and just kind of go for this guy right here, because right now we're just kind of waiting for Denim to get a turn to go finish him off. We really only needed one extra turn to go get that set up. She doesn't need to do anything at the time being. But again, instead of taking a turn, she can now sit still and hopefully bait out an attack from somebody. This will become more relevant as time goes on, but there we go. He unfortunately got a little bit of a heal. It is fine. It is fine. Things will happen. All right. But, surprisingly, weapon skills are going to be very important over the course of this thing. They're the main reason we're going to still be recruiting stuff up to Chapter 3. Okie dokie. Let me go ahead and take a little bit of one of them breath kind of things, and continue on, and shank this dude. But yeah, one of our core strategies, and one that we'll actually constantly have to adapt new things for, is actually going to be... when it comes to what's-his-face, to Canopus and his finishers. So there's going to be a lot of different things that can potentially happen. To the guy that's asking about RNG, now, when I say that there's a lot of RNG here, know that what I mean is there's just like constant stuff that can go completely different. So here, we're actually going to go ahead and replace her with a warrior for the moment. Give this warrior a bit of a ring. But units will spawn differently. Every fight can potentially have near completely different spawns and such. And yeah, the units that you recruit even will have different stats that they come in with. The main thing that you got to plan for is just backup plans. Just got to keep on keeping on, you know? Just kind of adapt to everything that comes along the way. There's going to be some exceptions to stuff that we won't necessarily kind of take a mulligan on. Like, for example, killing the Beast Tamer on this particular map is not something that we're going to take a gamble on. I went ahead and just said that we're not going to save Sistina, even though we will, primarily because well, it just saves a little bit of dialogue. You don't have to do the extra dialogue choice at the end of this fight. If she survives later, you could still recruit her, but we're not going to recruit her anyway because it's an extra fight and well out of the way. So unfortunately, she's doomed no matter what. So that's kind of about that. A bit of a shame. Yeah, one of the Elemental Sisters is not making it. Yeah. But let's see. So as far as other RNG goes, it depends also on our recruits. So we're going to have constant attempts to recruit units along the way. They'll very, very regularly run into those issues that, you know, a unit that we may particularly want, so that may have just spawned with great stats or great equipment or whatever else, and it just won't end up rolling. You know, even if we get full 40% odds on that recruit, it just may not happen. In which case, you know, we roll for the recruit, we do our best, and if they don't join, they don't join. They die, and we move on to the next one. But the reason that we're actually killing off this guy right here is to get a Beast Tamer, because as soon as we get a Hawkman, we're going to want to have a Hawkman Beast Tamer. which will then give us the ability to breach stuff at long range. Now, that'll be a useful tool throughout the entirety of the run. It will never stop being useful. The reason that we do this is that a breach inflicts a 50% damage bonus on a target, and if, for example, you have an elemental advantage, let's say with Canopus's finisher over there. So instead of just going and hitting normally for like 100, it would end up looking along the lines of you get an extra 30% for that elemental bonus, 10% for matching that element, plus 50% from breach. If they're hit with fear, then potentially another negative 15% to their total defense, so wherever that friggin' thing ends up landing up. It can play out a lot of different ways. So it can be a really massive bonus. But yeah. Also, yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of y'all that are doing that sort of thing as well. Happy Turkey Day. That's actually basically the only reason I'm even able to attempt this. This was literally the only day. I do have kind of more time to do stuff on my hands, but I have a lot of things planned for this whole week. So I gotta go get all of that stuff done. There we go. Dump credit, very low health. Sir, how would you like to be our first berserker? Yes? Well, that's a shame. Another thing, I won't typically be using berserkers as much as you might think. If we get them, great, I'll use them at the moment. But berserkers, I feel, are a little bit too random for this particular thing. Yes, I am using recruit over berserk for what seems like a completely opposite reason. But yeah. That's good coffee. Okay. Well, I guess more so mediocre coffee, but it'll do the job. Alright, so we're probably going to be replacing this Rune Fencer with another one in relatively short order, but we'll want this wizard out of the way, and/or recruited, because I want his spells. I don't necessarily have a plan for them at the moment, but any additional resources that we gather along the way will be useful. Like, for example, if it's possible, I will attempt to kill off any dragons or kind of ground-based beast units that we run into. If we get them, great. If not, that potentially gives us a chance to get parts to make a Poison Claw down the road, and if we can get a Poison Claw, that is a massive advantage. If not, oh well. Alright, thank you, Steven. Thank you for stopping by. And again, I'll try to stop by, or try to answer, whatever comments come up as best I can. But obviously, there's a lot of things to consider. These things to consider will definitely chill out around Chapter 2. But for the time being, we're going to be a little bit crazier. Something about a hallowed potato. See, the FT video the other day was cool. Underrated again. Well, I appreciate you for watching that one. I just kind of had to say my piece as far as that game goes. Like, I love that thing. It does get a little bit kind of underappreciated, as it were. Thankfully, it has seen a little bit of a comeback, which is great to see. All right, let's go ahead and heal her up a little bit. Also, after this point, I'm going to want to go ahead and take Vice's armor off at a certain point. Just to make sure... Actually, no, I don't need to do that this time around. That's also one of the time saves. Because the main reason that we stripped off Vice's equipment was for the purpose of him not killing off our personal best friend Zombie from the Nibeth fight. But since we're attempting to just skip that this time, we're going to go ahead and leave him as is. Alright, so, that dude ended up moving there. We're not going to start wasting any of our breaches just yet. At this point, everyone just can sort of more or less pile on this guy and call it good enough. His recovery kind of sucks, so not really too big of a concern at this point. So, again, just keep whacking him down, as it were. But once we get to bosses past around this point, that's when we really, really need to start bringing in some of those other tools. And yeah, we'll keep training up these archers as we carry along. Ideally, the longer we can keep an archer around, the better. One or two of them may die over the course of the run, maybe several more, but typically, at least one of them ends up surviving in the long haul, and that is really, really surprisingly more necessary than you'd think. Alright, let's continue on with you. Unfortunate parry luck today. Well, let's go ahead and heal you up a little bit. Main air unit is going to be Canopus at this point. Yeah, you just go ahead and go for one of those. See if we can recruit her out of the way. That's actually another one of the benefits of this. So if you can recruit a unit that's in your way, you can very very obviously open up a path for yourself. Now we find out if I remembered to put recruit on him. Apparently not. Way to go, Brain. Definitely working in overtime today. Just love to see it. And in case I forget, somebody needs to remind me to put recruit fairies, so Fey Pact, over on Canopus. That is, again, surprisingly necessary. What's the class? Hang on. Control, that was probably solvable. By the way, also, just to repeat this, for some reason OBS is just cutting off the chat in a weird way, so if I'm missing anything, I apologize. Denim's a knight? Yeah, Denim is a knight at the moment. He's going to switch to Fencer in a bit, but for the moment he's running knight to get a little bit of extra health. Hopefully it won't be necessary, but it's just kind of what he's rocking for the moment. But we do got to kill off this Beast Tamer before we can do much of anything else and or recruit the guy. I would prefer to get his class marks, but if that 4% rolls, that 4% rolls. Alright, you continue on. You need to go ahead and get Canopus healed up. And then we need to get the archers and everybody else going after that guy. Also, conveniently, this guy is almost dead. It's actually worth going after him for his parts, so that we can get some of the components in order to get that claw later. So, Poison Claw takes some dragon stuff, some griffin stuff, and some other stuff. So basically we need to kill some of everything. So for the moment, it is definitely worth potentially going out of our way to kill him. Maybe, because that Poison Claw does really save us a lot of time later. It depends on whether we end up using it. It would be for our Beast Tamer. Typically I end up going Axe and Bow on our Beast Tamer, but again, things can change. This is a very playing it by ear, kind of flying by the seat of our pants kind of run. So, there we go. Laenor ended up taking care of that. Then we just get the archer to take care of this Beast Tamer. Pick up those marks real quick. Finish off Mr. Tanky Nightman. And we should be good. Hopefully she doesn't pick up the "you suck." Well, now she has to die. Alright, you continue wasting turns, you go this way. She's going to have counter because of the spear, so we're going to go for a pincer here. Okay, she didn't have. Well, she's definitely not getting recruited, because we do need those parts there. Oh, it's because he used Mighty Strike, that's why. Okay, well, anyway, finish her off, there we go. Actually take that bag this time so that we have our Beast Tamer marks. And again, the reason that those are relevant is because we need that lobber skill. So we'll go ahead and make that happen. And this game wishlisted and need to buy. Yes, it is currently on sale for half off, so do it. Do it! You want to. It is very, very good. A little bit frustrating to see the occasional person stop by like, no, the PSP version was better, and you know they haven't played it in over a decade. Just don't remember what it plays like. I will never stop harping on that. Alright. Pop. Like, One Vision, I understand. There's an argument to be made because of how good One Vision is, but, like, the original PSP version? Fuck no. Alright, I'll just go ahead and whack this dude for a bunch of damage because of reasons. You will attempt to now recruit him because of those reasons. Would you like to be our first Beast Tamer, sir? Come on. You know you want to. Join us. No! Okay, we might... depends on where the knight's turn is. Okay. Mr. Knight, do your job. Then hopefully crit that guy off a cliff, and then we're good. Damn. Alright, well... Do we have another recruiter coming up? No, we're gonna have to... Alright, this might seem weirdly counterintuitive, but we're gonna attempt to kill off Vice. Because I want to recruit this Hawkman right now. Normally wouldn't take the time to do this, and I should have skipped his cutscene, but this guy's in a very convenient position and surrounded by recruiters right now, so we're basically got this one good to go. All right, you go here and just you do nothing. Actually, you just sit there and do nothing. Well, that sucks. Probably not worth wasting the time on that then. Alright, well, we'll get the next one. Moving on. Like I said, sometimes you have a plan, sometimes that plan doesn't work. We just move on to the next plan. Let's see, wait, what's good on Ninja? And I just noticed I forgot to pick up Spirit Surge. That also would have helped quite a bit right there. And get bopped, and nothing on you, nothing on you. Right here, regretting not going Rune Fencer yet. Okay, and we're done here. So, first things first. Oh yeah, right, we ran out of money, that's why I didn't pick up Spirit Surge. Alright, so now it's time to go into the shop, pick up Spirit Surge. Get a few levels and such, all well and good, and... Yes, we're gonna skip that cutscene. Alright, go to the shop, and... pick up some of ye Spirit Surge. As well as Instill Ice. Alright. So, you, at this point, are going to switch over to Rune Fencer. Get that Instill Ice. He got a little bit of extra vitality and health. There's no particular level I was shooting for here. It's just going to help him out in the long term. So we're going to go for this. We're going to go for just hammers for the time being. Instill Ice. We'll get he doesn't have a missile, so we'll just stick just something on him for the time being. Spirit Surge is for Kashua. So we'll go ahead and stick that on her. Give her Holy Water, give her Meditate. Shouldn't have any reason to use Holy Water as of yet. Go to Phydock, go do other stuff. Assumed we're going Lower Denim? Yeah. It's just one of the few kind of consistent ways of handling the last boss for sure. Alright. Alright, now we go into the shop. We go ahead and buy 4 longbows. We're going to need those later, and additionally we're going to buy the dirk. Additionally we're going to buy the rapier. So, go now to Mr. Dude Man, give him the rapier. Normally you would hopefully get a drop for that, but we did not end up getting said drop. You are currently not one of our better archers. You are fine as you are, except for not having a war ring. Give you one of those, give you Fey Pact, replace this with... nope, replace this with this. Give you a little bit more health. You get a longbow. Now, those longbows are going to remain relevant until the end of Chapter 3, so any archers that we end up using are going to continue using them. So there we go. Stick with water and ice for the time being. Later on, we will need both of those units. Stick a crossbow on you over here. Now, you already got your stuff. That'll be decent enough for the time being. I know I'm forgetting something, but we'll go ahead and move on. Alright, so we have room for one more at this point, so we get our other archer in, and now we go. It's even following well, never got into streams. Well, appreciate you for stopping by. Thank you for everybody that stopped by to take a look at this thing. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a long one, and literally, this was... like, this, throughout the night, was pretty much the only time that I could possibly ever attempt this, because normally the schedule is just not going to let that happen. So, you know, it ended up working out for once, so that's nice. And I really wish that that chat box was not so jacked up and cutting stuff off. Hi there, Stones. How's it going? But yeah, it's like one of these things where if somehow it ended up being financially feasible, like, could definitely be one of these cricket people that does this 24/7, but unfortunately, that's never going to happen for the niche stuff that I like, so it is what it is. Also, that guy is going to end up changing his weapon out later. I just noticed I forgot to upgrade, or not necessarily... okay, upgrade for a long time, Canopus's weapon, because really a dirk is what he needed here, but, oh well, whatever, we'll deal. It will be fine. Alright, you go back there, you go back there. Now, ideally we want that Hawkman from the left. He will approach close, because unfortunately they've had the shitty luck of being assigned a stone bow in every possible situation, which means that they just kind of hate their life and want to switch sides. Understandable, that thing sucks. Alright. See, would love doing this stuff for a career. Yeah, I know, right? How awesome would that be? All good over there? Well, I'm glad it's going well. Hope the new house is going great. See, Unicorn Overlord, one of the best new tactical games? Yes. And it is still properly depressing that it didn't end up getting even considered for much of anything for the whole kind of game war dealy, though that really was to be expected. It'll be like that. Unfortunately, SRPGs basically get ignored 99% of the time. It is what it is. So easy top 3, yeah, would definitely agree. The triangle strategy of the challenge is great. Yeah, it's all right. I like that triangle strategy tried. I feel like there were a lot more holes than there needed to be, but they tried. You know, they did what they could with what they had. It's kind of interesting that it seemed like it started off as a pretty genuine passion project, and I don't really know what happened along the way. It kind of seemed like stuff sort of petered out, and then they kind of brought it back for the golden ending, and like a lot of the stuff in the middle though was kind of like, did you fall asleep or what? But either way, it's a fun game though. Like if you find it on sale, definitely. All right, let's go ahead and continue on. Go ahead and heal you, because currently you are going to be our sponge. Cleric will be sponge. And that small chance of block going and assisting quite a decent bit over there is exactly why we're going to be running that Fall Strike Rapier on a lot of people. And if we happen to recruit any units that happen to have rapiers in their hand, similarly they will be recruited and used constantly. All right. See, how much of a look have you taken at the Metal Slug game? I haven't yet. I want to. It's on the list. Like lately, between kids getting sick, between holiday prep, and frankly a lot of sort of additional steps that we had to take just to make sure that that stuff was sort of okay in the long term with certain kind of politics-related stuff that happened a few weeks ago. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be kind of sketchy on this side of the globe, so you know, had to take a few additional steps to make sure that hopefully stuff doesn't hit us as hard there. But we're not getting into that depressing nonsense today. Alright. Let's go ahead and breach this dude. There we go. Hopefully get our first Birdman, get our first Beast Tamer. But if we don't, we don't. Alright. Alright, right now I need you focusing on this bird. Make sure that he's damaged. See, PoE 12.6, checking out what? Path of Exile. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, PoE 2. Right. I forgot that that was getting a sequel. I mean, I have every reason to try and check it out at some point. Like so many chunks of One Vision were inspired by that game. Let's see. Looking up Metaphor on Black Friday. Anyone recommend it? I've heard it was good. Don't know jack about it, but I heard it was good, whatever it is. If anybody happens to know, please chime in. Let's see. The Long Palace of the Dead. Maybe. I don't know. It is possible. Alright. So this is the point that a lot of stuff can potentially be forgotten. I'm just trying to kind of go over the list in my head of little changes that we need to make after this fight. Metaphor Referee was a good game. Again, so I heard. Don't know jack about even what it is in even the most remotest sense. But, I mean, sounds like what they were going for. See, now one of the best, but a top 5. I mean, that's something. Alright. See if we get one of these recruits by a chance. Really, I'd prefer to get that wizard over there, but we weren't necessarily terribly close. So you have a lot of mechanics that are just not from the series. What series is that? Because I haven't ever heard of a Metaphor series. I remember it was related to some... was it Saga or something that it was related to? Let's see, PoE... That time pre 1.1 keeps me away. I don't know. Heard it was good. It seemed like exactly the kind of thing I'd play if wasn't obsessing over Tactics Ogre all the time. And I keep forgetting to update that guy's skills. Should probably get on that at some point. Just waiting for Grim Dawn expansion. Is that why he added a Grim Dawn skill? Every time I hear something new about PoE, it's like, hey, One Vision has that. Alright, let's see. It's probably worth going for that. good. That's fine. If she gets taken out, whatever, she's just kind of here to be a meat shield, more or less. Alright. Because really, our main goals on this particular map are hopefully recruit this Hawkman, and yeah, you can damage him reasonably without doing too much more. The problem is the AI will oftentimes step in and just murder your friggin' Hawkman, especially this dude, because Ravenous might just go for it right now. I forget if I gave Kashra some offensive options. She definitely might do that too. This is really why you want the Dirk by this point, although hopefully that skill up should have made up for the difference. Yeah, there she goes. Thank you, Kashra. Your bloodlust never ceases to annoy. Granted, I gave her that option, but it would have been useful if you got recruited. I guess we're going to remain grounded a little bit longer. Perfectly fine. Mr. Wizard, would you like to join us to replace our cleric that's probably about to bleed out? Shame. Death. Alright, moving on. Maybe the next guy will want to join. We like to call this the cake or death strategy. Right. Play Pee-wee at a time. Pee-wee's kind of a beast. Again, definitely heard that too. Let's see, SM... Can you even scratch him? Yeah, actually you can scratch him decently well. So we get Sarah in here. Probably should have gone for a air bow at this point. I feel like if anybody's looking to optimize this, going for a second air longbow at this point would definitely be worthwhile. See, writing in Metaphor is way better than Persona games. Oh, it's a Persona game? I guess that sort of figures. They can't really seem to decide on series name or even what their series profile is or format is. That checks out. Alright. You just go ahead and Mighty Impact somebody over here. There we go. Hopefully get more units to recruit. Slightly off topic, a recent FFT video was very nostalgic. Was looking to replay that. Well, definitely do. Because yeah, I don't know, I've been having a weird nostalgia kick for like GBA and Genesis stuff lately. Like Genesis in particular, but GBA too. I just found myself going on a long drive one day and was just like, man, I freaking miss FFTA. Alright. Looks like a luck card. We don't need one of those at the moment. We're going to go ahead and go after some of these random soldiers just to see if we can get a decent recruit. But for the most part, we're just looking to finish it up at this point, and Canopus is the main one available to do that. So we'll make that happen. Let's see, a lot of Persona stuff has some game mechanics, has different themes, and lacks the something things from Persona. I mean, if it's got less of the fluff, the funny thing about Persona is I kind of enjoyed the whole kind of everybody talking to everybody dynamic part of it, but man, oh man, why do they have to talk like morons all the time? Like, that was the one part that kind of put me off of that series, because I've played 2, 3, and 4, most of, if not all the way through, depending on which ones they were. But every time I just found myself unwilling to go back and play them through, especially 4, because they're like, gee, who is this person? It's like their profile picture's right next to it. I wonder who it could be. Time to spend half an hour going and looking for this person that you know is this one person over here. Like, or just like repeating the same stuff over and over and over. It's like, I liked how we had the whole upgrading thing. I like when there's a bit more kind of, I guess, stress in your daily schedule, so to speak. But man, oh man, why do we have to have those random fluff bits for padding? There's way too much padding. Okay. You, sir. Just anything else. Actually, I guess we could just go ahead and give you one of these, and that probably will help you out decently enough. The skills are starting to get up. We'll give you a meditate, give you a recruit. There you go, you're decent. Maybe give you a sword constitution. There we go. Give you your dirk, and then we're pretty much good. There's a stone bow over there. It truly wishes that somebody would bother using it. Let's go ahead and replace you with the wizard at this point. Seeing as we have some additional spells the wizard can use, he's got his concentration, and hopefully everything should be dead long before we actually have to heal anything. So, anyway. If you're wondering why we're not recruiting these 2 griffins, you cannot recruit these 2 griffins. Yes, that is something that should have been designed better. You've got that new beast recruiting class. Too bad you can't recruit these in particular. They're the first ones you can possibly run into. Always been strange. Let's see, that's why I like Metaphor. Way less padding. Prefer less fluff. More dungeons and demons grind. Cylinder at Persona 5. Have yet to try Persona. I had a Had an ex that was super into it like a decade ago. Anyway. Let's see. Gear and still. So this is one of the reasons that we want to have slightly tougher Mr. Dude Guy here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to rush down the first griffin that ends up coming up. We're going to go ahead and plume up, and then we're just going to attempt to batter down the first griffin that gets close. Technically, yes, one of them is weaker than the other, but we're not really going to focus on that as a primary approach. Simply put, because they will just eventually end up getting out of position regardless of whatever the hell you were planning, so it's not worth trying to plan around that. This game has great something. I cut off the last bit there. This is also the one time that you can safely recruit a lizard if you happen to get there just in time. So in that particular route, I ended up trying to go for a hoplite later because you can get 1 foot soldier mark down the road. It helps, but again, the main reason you'd probably do something like that is to bring them into the final boss, because they have the evade skill that would be really useful for that, but honestly, just Lord is a safer approach, so yeah, Cash was not surviving this route. Let's see, you got a recommendation for P5 Royal, yep, so I hear, seems pretty good. Alright, so we're going to waste like 4,500 bucks on taking out 1 bird, don't question it. Somehow this is a good plan. Alright, so his spells are not particularly good here. Honestly, I'm wasting more time just menuing here. But just trying to give him a little bit of kind of weapon experience with his spell. See, definitely SMT over, I assume, Persona for that person. Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, if they had the day management without the cringy stuff, that'd be great. I mean, for me, that's also kind of what threw me off of Fire Emblem after a while. Just for the similar thing of, like, this is cool in concept, but just stick to where it was in the GBA thing. Like, some people have relationships, some don't. It's cool if not everyone bangs, you know? Like, it's cool when it's something actually structured properly and you can see that happening, but not everybody has to have chemistry. It's fine. Like, to the point where it's kind of meme-worthy how you could go and set some people up, and, like, yeah, it's funny, but it also kind of takes you out of it. Like, I love the way that the Unicorn Overlord handled it. It was perfect. Like, frankly, Unicorn Overlord is the kind of gold standard as far as just throwing in unnecessary relationships, but still making it work, because it's understanding what it's going for. It's like, specifically, okay? There was that one... They even had one scene calling out a lot of the weirder stuff that you see from that particular mechanic, because you had what's her face, Spear Girl, Chloe there, with the witch, right? Like you get them talking, and after a while they start talking about different outfit choices or whatever else, and they're like, oh, they're too shy, they don't know what outfits to pick out, and so they pick out one of their skimpy bikinis that they're always showing up in, and the rest of the cast basically runs out of the tent like, no, you're too good for this, you're too pure, you can't do this. Like, man, that is hilarious. I appreciate that joke. Like, that's solid. Yeah, Unicorn Overlord was absolutely great at that. Like, just you have those units that were, for example, X's, like what's his face Night Guy and what's his face blonde or what's her face blonde Night Girl, and like, yeah, in their particular case, they absolutely awkwardly talk like X's that hate each other but are trying to be civil, and eventually they get over it, and it seems very genuine. Like, that's the thing. Unicorn was extremely heartfelt and genuine about everything that it tried to do. That was the kind of secret spice there. That it knew how to do genuine writing. It wasn't trying to do to apply to anime tropes and stuff. And yeah, screw tropes. They might work on average, but also fuck them. All right. Yeah, the fan art scene was hilarious. Yeah, I saw somebody made fan art of that on like day 1. Like, it is so freaking wholesome. Also, by the way, this is another reason that we run Rune Fencer Denim, because at this point he gets his best missile spell for quite a decently long time. That's why we didn't pick one up earlier, so he has a Plank move, but he also has a long-range missile move, and we are immediately off to Balmauza, who's ready for some war crimes. Alright, let's go. Alright. Alright. Sorry, checking a few messages real quick. Wish it came to PC. Me too, dude. Me too. I have been eyeballing that sale on... anytime that it even slightly came up on sale on PS4. Like, I can technically do the whole streaming thing to the Steam Deck. I can technically do it. And then I'm just going and thinking, like, I don't know if this is going to swing later. Like, I don't know if this is going to cause untold... Like, somehow that $30 is going to cause untold financial harm down the road. Which is a very annoying thing. But it is what it is. War crimes, this is RimWorld. Okay, we're not harvesting anyone for their organs, fair enough. But still. Also, we're kind of a little bit of a sketchy position at the moment because we've only gotten one unit as far as recruits go, but hopefully we shouldn't be seeing too many deaths coming out of Belmusa 2. See, this is the point where I was playing something, it cut off the rest. I apologize. I don't know why it's doing that. It's... I guess just OBS being weird. And as soon as there's a quieter moment with more AI turns, then I will go ahead and maybe swap out that box for something else, but we'll see. So you went to Chaos Ain't Evil? Not really. Alright. Skill level up, good to know. Okay, we're just going to get Denim right into the thick of it, get him starting recruiting things as best as we hopefully can. And then that's Chapter 1 that should be done in under an hour 30. I'll go ahead and give him a small heal here because that little bit can make a difference potentially. Last time that I was doing this, by the time we got to the end of the last Zabos fight in Chapter 3, it just was basically down to just only Fulkert. Everybody else was down, and he just comes in for a big finisher. Oh, man. There's always something. Always something. Now we're going to go ahead and use Shield Bash to just knock him forward a little bit. Go ahead and get some of our archers spam firing here. Trying to get something out of this. There we go. I probably should have had her firing at that archer in the back, but oh well. Hang on, it's Ogre? Wait, what's Ogre? What is Ogre? Everything is Ogre. Are you an Ogre? I don't know. Everything is Ogre if you eventually Shrek hard enough. I don't know. Alright. Alright, the other one's the Ice Archer, not the... It's hard to tell these two side by side. Yet, the main thing kind of... Actually, wait a minute, hold up. Sarah's Archer... Or, sorry, Sarah's Element is randomized. Damn, I knew that I was... Okay, I had two back-to-back runs where Sarah wound up being Ice. Again, I don't exactly know how the spawns work, but some of them just sort of seem to be random. But she ended up being a very, very key Ice Archer over the course of the last playthrough there, so I'm going to have to switch her to Ice for sure to get that back on track. Right, go ahead and go for this one here, go for the Recruit. These guys' odds should be decent enough. 12% is not the end of the world, but I guess you're going after those ones next. Vice's face on what I assume is Chaos Route is funny. That it certainly is. Alright. Alright, stabify these two. Probably not really getting a whole lot of much of anything out of it. No point in trying to go for a 0% recruit. Alright. You go here. It is good to have a two-hander that's already training this early. She can be our TK down the road. Warriors are going to remain being useful whenever we get them, but I'm not going to go out of my way to really kind of plan around one of them. Go for another recruit here, because we got the double pincer attack there. Everyone that can have pincer will equip pincer. There we go, got a recruit. And let's have you go over here, take a little bit of a shanky shank with your knife. While we can't necessarily get too many skill rank ups just yet, we do want to at least get the first finishers on both weapons for Canopus as soon as possible, especially if we can get him up to the next one by the next map-ish. That would be great. If not, then we don't, but we want Dark Weight as soon as possible. Go for the Mighty here so that we get him knocked out of the way. Especially because you want Ravenous Feel Heartfelt Pain. Wait, what? So we're not doing that. We're doing Chaos this time around because of the sort of spawns along the way. All right. All right, have you back up a little bit. I don't know what you said about avoiding Ravenous there, but as far as Ravenous goes, we will be completely losing touch with her in pretty short order here. Though I will say, actually, now that I think about it, I might go a little bit of a different way with things this time around. Actually, no, I won't, because there's a particular case to be made that if you wanted... Okay, I'll explain more of a really dumb plan as we kind of carry along. Just give me a sec. Basically, what I'm trying to think here is how to potentially route in Damask Mace Denim, because I might end up... How the hell do we make that happen? It's like whenever I hear somebody saying that the old transfer system from PSP needed to be in here, that is the only time I would ever want it going back to that system. Because if we could get that on Denim, that would allow him to potentially get access to a lot of very good light finishers early. Wait, neutral? That's what we did the first time around, and it actually ended up saving a lot of time going down Chaos because of, again, some very specific stuff that ended up lining up. Because the elements ended up lining up particularly well, so we'll see if that still ends up being the case. There wound up being a lot of units that are just generally easier to run down in this particular context. Yeah, in any other instance, would absolutely go for that. Because it did end up working out reasonably well. The main downside is you gotta wait for Oz, which takes a decently long time, as well as a few others. Alright, get you taken out over there, and I remembered to set up for the ferry. I did not yet remember to get one of these archers into a different element. I need at least one different element. Literally any other element is fine, just some other element. Oh, oops. Well, you were supposed to be recruited, not die, but that's fine. That'll end up working too. Well. Like, I'm thinking probably Earth might be an easier way to go about it. Although they also might be a really big liability. Maybe I will just go Ice. Let's see, as your main character... Again, it cut off what was there. Main character is currently a Rune Fencer. Because I wanted him to switch into Ice Blast at this point, because we can get it for free along the way. It still gives him access to Recruit, it gives him access to Meditate plus Finishers, plus it just gives him access to buffs later. Like, it basically is exactly perfect for this whole situation. Alright, you're a Lightning Archer. How would you like to save us a little bit of time and just replace our starting Archer then? Yes? No. Okay. Fair enough. Well, again, typical, cake or death. Alright. Let's continue shanking here. Surprisingly, Balmamusa 2 is one of the slower ones if you don't have an Ice Archer. They help way more than you'd think. Alright. That's all good there. Let's see, how would you like to finish off this guy that we are absolutely never going to hire? Because unfortunately that guy is a Stonebow Archer, and there is no Stonebow Archer in the game that is not trash. Again, weirdly specific, but what can you do? Like, something about what causes that that bow to spawn also means that it's terrible, and I don't know why. Alright, cake or death? Cake it was. Alright. This one has no cake to offer, so unfortunately there's only death. Alright, and the archer's gone, so we'll just have to go make our own archer. That's fine. Alright. There's that one gone, and you can kill off this one. Yes, he still has his hand axe from the very beginning. And it's time for a genocide. Alright, got some goodies here. Got a lightning charm. I think we will go lightning archer. Like, we'll get air cell later. Actually, yeah, no, we'll get air cell later. We'll get that guy. I wish you could restock them in this menu, but oh well.
You are with me.
And we say no to genocide, and we move on to the next thingamajig. No save. Right. I see with one of the soldiers, you need your Mighty Strike and your health boost. And you go ahead and get one of them ringy type of dealies, and you go ahead and get one of them bringing people back to lifey kind of dealies. Okay, you go ahead and move up here. You go ahead and swap out for a little bit more health. You, on the other hand, are going to swap your elements. Roll the dice, whatever. Fire. No. Air. Maybe switch to Earth just because I forget why they're a liability if they're Earth, but I guess we're going to find out now. Alright, Super War Crime 2, fight it out. Exactly. Alright, so we get to Chapter 1, or Chapter 2-ish, at about 1:20. So that's about 10 minutes faster than the last time. Actually, about 20 minutes-ish. Whatever, good enough. Let's go ahead and move on. Again, not that this really matters, because as far as I've been able to tell, I don't think anyone's actually uploaded anything too much of anywhere, so... Pretty much no matter what, if it gets completed, it's technically something. So, main strategy by this point is just to keep a diverse team of various elements. So this is one of those reasons that we're constantly recruiting people, because it gives us additional units that have already been kind of leveled up and skilled up and whatever else. Oftentimes their weapon skills will be higher than what we've already got. It really just kind of comes down to bringing them on our team to overwhelm with numbers, and then when it comes to the later fights, we just breach a target, surround them, beat the hell out of them, and move on to the next fight, kind of recruiting whoever we can along the way. So unfortunately, we don't even have our first Beast Tamer online yet, which is a little bit of a bummer by this point. Normally that one of those two early Hawkmen would be recruited, but unfortunately both of them died, so oh well, we will just move on with what we've got. We're just slightly more terrestrial than usual. But we will have more opportunities to get more Hawkmen along the way. As a Pan's fight, we'll have plenty of them. We want to recruit a ferry from the next fight. That ferry will be extremely useful for turning a lot of fights to our favor. Unfortunately, we can't zombify them, because that would be amazing if we could. That would probably be the best unit possible. Anyways, let's go ahead and give you a plume at this point, give you a little bit more hitting power. He will first go for the sorceress in the back to go and get her killed off, or enchantress, whatever. You know what I mean. World record. Yeah, I mean, it's basically by default. It probably would be. I don't even want to say it, because that's not really the point. I just want to complete one of these for personal sake. Because the ones that I've seen completed are, at least the ones completed live and whatever else, were not from New Game. That they were just using a New Game Plus save file. So, you know, it's at least worth a shot. Again, I just never have an opportunity to even attempt something like this. Also, I love when a health suck move throws somebody backwards. It's just kind of hilarious. Also, just in case... We're going to go ahead and see if we can maybe prep a little bit extra for Canopus. No dice. Alright, I forgot to put a debuff move on that wizard. Hopefully I remember to do that before the next fight. Because that wizard will actually become incredibly useful about 3 fights from now if he survives. Again, we're constantly adapting to new stuff, so whatever we get, we get. Alright, smack that dude. And you'll oftentimes find that we're attacking stuff in the back rather than the stuff that's coming directly for us. Usually this is for the purpose of the healers basically taking a heal and running backwards, so it's just a little bit of a force of habit. But it basically just keeps the healers separated from everybody else, meaning that the flyers can oftentimes intercept them. And we want that, so there's that. Also, I threw that archer on the right side. That was a mistake. They might as well be out of the fight at the moment. Anyways, let's go ahead and go for one of these. So MP Restore will help quite a decent bit if we can get a finisher here. Canopus is obviously pretty darn good in most situations. So there we go. He's still running his hand axe. Don't question that. Alright. So axes in general, we will still occasionally be running those on people. Just mostly for that ice finisher. There's just a lot of easy axes that we end up finding along the way. Yes, the initial rune fencer we got, Carmine over here, is absolute garbage, but we'll see how long he survives. Also, good night there, True Light. Sleep tight and all that. Any shot here? No shot. Alright. You continue on then. Yeah, that wizard may well be toast within some reasonable portion of time, but we'll see. Alright. Veronique doesn't really have much to provide over here, and that's fine. But that's why we wanted to give Spirit Surge to Kashua. Her casting abilities are pretty darn legit. It gives her... Like, she ends up doing a lot of good as far as pushing stuff forward. She does kill off your recruits, unfortunately, but usually if you knock them into critical, she doesn't necessarily target them every time. So, you know, that's something. And there we go. Thankfully, it didn't roll the thing yet. Do you want to join us? There we go. Fox joined us. Fantastic. Get your laser Gatling gun out, Fox. Well, damn, he died. But again, that's a hit that some of our other units would have taken. So, Recruit is a very offensive, defensive, and movement-orientated skill all in one. So that's why we're going to abuse the hell out of it. You take your double stab for your weapons training. They're going to take a little bit of extra damage versus themselves. Doesn't really matter too much. Probably could have dedicated that warrior over to the other side, but we'll do for the time being, thankfully. One of the cool things about sending Canopus out to the back here is it keeps everyone else from joining the fight at this point. And that's, again, just it's kind of a constant running theme when it comes to fighters in general. If you can make them fly, you throw them in the back, and suddenly their reinforcements are never showing up. So there's that. Also 5% 8-0. Surprisingly, I saw a 3% roll earlier today, so... You never know. Probably shouldn't be done with my first cup of coffee just yet, because this is going to be a bit of a marathon, marathon, not a sprint. Alright. Next wizard's up to bat, and he is wishing he had upgraded gloves right now. Okay. This is why we basically never use wizards on these. They typically will slow stuff down, but when it comes to debuffs, like, nobody does them better, so... I guess Terror Knights are pretty good for that, but, you know, it depends. Alright. We don't really need this card or its long animation, but you step out of the way, let the warrior do the job. Always forget a recruit is essentially a free unit. Yep. He's pretty darn nifty. That one guy isn't critical. Probably leave him for the time being. Take a nice happy shot on that guy. Kind of liking my Earth Archer right now. Came in with a good bit of unintentional advantage here. But again, we're not going to just like nitty-gritty for every fight. We're just going to play on averages here. Alright, that's perfectly fine. Like, you'll notice every now and then we'll throw in a low-level unit. That's actually another useful thing for having those lobies on hand. Because if you throw in a low-level unit, every now and then you'll find yourself in a position that they'll just kind of tank all those hits for you. They'll redirect a bunch of units up to the front. It's a very, very useful tool. So even if they die, they do their job well. Okay. Let's keep going for them recruits. We might lose that archer. Bit of a bummer if we do. Right. Don't really need that skill trigger, but we can keep going after the caster over here. You go there. You go for this recruit over here. Yeah, Belma Musa 2 can either be very clean or very bloody. It just seems to not really find any middle ground here. Like, I would say this one's going relatively poorly on the kind of grand scheme of things here. Alright. So you start using a wizard chapter 4? Fair enough. Again, you either need exactly what they provide, or you just don't need them at all. It's kind of weirdly specific with them. I don't think I have any revives over where that archer is, so there's a decent chance she bleeds out, but we might be able to recruit another one. We'll see. Alright, you've got a tremendous, you've got a good shot on this guy. There we go. He's a little bit of a threat right now. If the wizard lives, he lives. Alright. Double staff purification AoE. Also solid. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate positioning-wise. He might have a low chance versus this guy. Nah, he's got nothing. Alright, you continue traveling that way. He's going to get a little bit more efficient training with his bow right now, especially if she drops a card, that would be beneficial. So he'll just go bow mode for the time being. You double stab here. Please recruit this guy, because I'm probably going to need a replacement archer. Water archer would be preferred, because there's a very specific unit I want taken out during the Zapan fight. But if he doesn't want to live, he doesn't want to live. Alright. Never use something post-game. Don't know what that's referring to at the moment. Come on, come on. Do you want to be recruited? Nope. Alright. That's fine. I mean, we have our extras. We have extra stuff that we can do with them, and we have a shop trip immediately after this. But it would be nice. It would be nice to get to know some of our units before they inevitably pass away. Alright, get a little bit more bow training for you. Don't really want to throw him into the fray much, because again, we can't really risk Canopus. Alright, there goes the wizard. He barely survives. What a magical, wonderful wizard he is. See if he's in charge of any munchkins or whatever. YouTube cutting chat. It's not YouTube, it's OBS for some reason. It's just decided to be broken today. Apologize for that. Alright. Suppose that worked out reasonably well. There's actually a pretty decent chance everyone lives here. I just noticed that Berserker's almost out of touch with reality as well. Alright, so Canopus finishes off the warrior. Can everybody else bum rush those guys? Probably... Oh, never mind, they're already gone. Philosophizing about stuff that already happened. See, POD like to do fast... Let's see, bosses, from level 60 bosses, random floors. Well, stuff's fun. Stuff's reasonably fun. Like, I do really, really love that, for the first time, you can genuinely say that Palace of the Dead actually has fun parts now. like PSP Palace of the Dead sucked so hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still a bit sloggy, but, like, compared to how it was, it's night and day. Buy for Heaven Generals? Yeah. Those are fun to hunt down. Oh, come on, roll your 7%. You know you want to. Smacked with a shield. I probably should have checked, like, an hour ago whether sound was still good here. She's lightning, she's earth. Alright, this is a strict maybe. Perfect. Alright, good. Everyone lives. Very difficult and fun. Just need more evade units, you know? Alright, there's a Morning Star, there's a Volge. We've got two of our weapon upgrades that we're looking for. Clap by level 60 Archer. Are you sure that wasn't a Losser? Alright, and we got a Berserker. We'll go ahead and just make him our first Beast Tamer. Because I don't know when we'll get a Hawkman. And for the time being, we just need somebody that can throw.
3 weeks.
Yes, yes, Cashwan. We get it. You like talking. Alright. So next fight's going to be Aerosol. Now, for you, you're going to go ahead and be our Beast Tamer. How in the actual fudgery are you running around with one... Alright. Not ideal, but we'll deal. You need one of these, one of these, one of these, and one of those. Alright, this guy actually kind of completely blows, all things considered, but we don't really have two... Why don't I just make you the Beast Tamer, actually? He's kind of sucking at being an actual soldier, so there we go. He's already got his weapon upgrade. Go Subdue. You got your Lobber. We've got one backup Beast Tamer then. There we go. Probably should have done this from the get-go. My bad. Heal and one of these. Alright. Alright, we'll move everything from there. Now... at this point we get a little bit of money, so we're going to need to go stock up on any items that we might be missing. A couple of these. We're very good on blessing stones for the time being. A little bit of these, and need some more dodge items. Where are my dodge items? There you go. Alright. There we go. How long does the speedrun usually take? It depends on who you ask. So, from what I understand, the total speedrun that, for the sake of context, was done with a New Game Plus save file was like 13-ish hours, but again, that was with a New Game Plus save file. I don't even know how that really counts personally, but it is what it is. Now, that being said, this one's being done from a new game, without all of that stuff, so fastest I've done so far technically was 14:30. But that being said, there was also a couple of hours shaved off of the most recent attempt that I was doing, which resulted in finishing off Chapter 3 at about 6 hours, so I think this is doable in like 10 hours from this point. But we'll see how it goes. I'll go ahead and go for one of these here. Not that we necessarily need the MP restored just yet, but we will want to go ahead and get this plume going. So we're actually going to try to go for the archer snipe here. So right now we've got two plans that we're trying to do. We're either getting the Beast Tamer into position and getting a breach on her that way, or we're getting the getting Canopus into position and getting a breach on her that way, and then going for the longbow. That should be more than enough to get the job done. Shouldn't take much at all. So at this point, we're just going to try to take the center as much as possible, not try to take any additional moves from there, which should allow us to hopefully take most of the center. She should get fairly aggressive versus our frontliners from there. We're going to have Denim going in as a little bit of a support down the center. And, yeah, is this going to be played straight or segmented? Yeah, I've done segmented before. This one's just going to be done all the way through. Like I said, there's just one kind of opportunity, one day, one time that I could possibly try to do this, so... if it happens, it happens. If I just fall asleep on my keyboard, then... oh well. I tried. But literally, this is the only time that I would ever get a chance to do it. Alright, so she's going to get a few points up. She's going to try to get herself up to a tremendous shot. It should only take 2 tremendous shots, and the hope is that I can get some of these warriors off to the sides here, which should, in an ideal sense, kind of separate out their units all over the place. But again, many of the strats that we're going to be applying in many of these circumstances are just going to involve kind of swarming in and hoping that we get to where we need to go. Alright, why don't you take a quick step back, just pick up this crit card. Alright. So while Canopus is getting into position to apply the breach, he'll go ahead and apply a little bit of pressure on their healer. Take a little bit of damage there, unfortunately. Oh well. Right. And if you're wondering why we're throwing out random attacks, like, doesn't that waste time or whatever, it kind of sort of does, but it also just kind of skews the numbers in our favor a little bit. Allows us to train our units a little bit, allows us to kind of spread around their healing a little bit. And honestly, the more chaos that you can create, the better. So it's kind of a little bit of everything there. Unfortunately, it looks like Canopus is going to be the one to handle the throwing here, because we got a little bit of deadlock over there on the right side. That's perfectly fine. Let's see if you've got a shot on her. Actually, we're going to go ahead and burn our Tremendous at this point to see about getting her taken out so that we don't have an issue later. There we go. And then we'll see about moving the warrior into position over on the other side. It would be ideal here if we would be able to push her with a shield. No such luck. We could theoretically get rid of that shrub, though. That might potentially give us a bit more wiggle room. Oh, that's actually pretty darn good for that high health. Maybe a little bit too positive, but those two definitely have some chemistry. But as you can see, they've got a decent amount of hidden healing all around the field there. So any additional stuff that can be done there is going to be helpful. Also, since he's at 10 at this point, he would be able to get his first finishers, so we're kind of working towards that as well. There we go. Center lane's clear. We've got 4 units that might be able to get a turn relatively soon. Right lane is clear. Perfection. Let's see. Probably go for recruiting that Berserker first, because that would really, really open up our options here. 18% certainly ain't bad. Thank you, Mouth Repeater. Right, a little bit of damage over here. Just distract any healing as best we can. She's over there. Perfect. And actually, this is... Okay, so one thing I didn't cover as much as I probably could have earlier is what's the benefit of having that completely dogshit Rune Fencer that's constantly getting barraged by everything in the book. Like, why is he still being kept around and not replaced with a better unit yet? If you have a unit that's so bad that they're getting targeted by everybody on the field, that's an asset. That is somebody that can basically guarantee attacks are going to go towards him. That's what the zombie was originally routed for early on. In this case, it just allows for just more or less controlling where the aggro is going to go, more or less. All right. Okay, you go over here, pin this unit to the side so we're not blocked off again. He's not in a position to throw out that breach just yet. Canopus will be. Let's see. We can just kind of attack this guy for the time being. You're going to go ahead and heal up our best buddy over here, who's taken all of the aggro. Alright, early Berserker, best recruit outside of something units. I mean, it's not necessarily the fact that they're a Berserker. I won't necessarily be using Berserkers that much because of how chaotic their Berserk skill can be. But it is very useful in the sense of just being a unit that allows us to kind of close off that little gap there, that she completely blocks off the left lane. So for the most part, we're not really looking for particular unit types. Like, we're going to be looking for Hawkmen in particular if we can get them. But for the most part, we're going to be attempting to just kind of use whatever we get. And Berserkers are nice for the moment, but they're kind of harder to plan around because their Berserk just sort of happens when it feels like. And oftentimes, it'll just not be what you need it to be. And when you're going in there normally, you know? Hope that makes sense. Like, they're great heavy hitters in a general sense, but just using them, like, let's say a Mighty Strike plus a Breach, will accomplish a very similar goal more consistently. Because usually you only need to take out one target. There really aren't too many maps where you want to be taking out just everybody all at once, you know? Also, his Instill just plain doesn't want to roll today, does it? Alright, that's fine. But, yeah, we have our Breach in place. We have our Warrior running up the side. We have our Archers getting into position here. That's good. There we go. No elemental bonus on that one. Keep healing over there. All right. Right. You should have a pretty good shot on her. There we go, a nice happy 280. There's her in her crit range. That might cause her to one-shot somebody, but we'll see how it goes. You can go ahead and keep training up your axes versus this guy for the time being. But yeah, their healers have a lot of considerations on hand right now that they won't really necessarily get to do, because guess what? Knife. And there we go. Get some charms, get some experience. Those experience charms are usually what you end up using to feed the zombie at this point, which we can kind of just skip that step in this case. But she's going to be our first unit that happens to have a big punchy finisher on hand, and in fact, I might see about switching her to some... Actually, you know what, maybe we will just leave her as is, just kind of throw a Berserker on there. Move on to the Reborn Aqueduct. Let's go ahead and replace the... What have you got? Sleep? Need Water Archer. Earth Archer is going to be pretty useful, but not here. Let's replace you with you for the moment. Actually, no, we will want longer range units. So let's do that. Let's see, might not be your cup of tea, but dark something. Steam is free for the next. It's kind of a prequel to something. Have to spread the word. I don't know exactly what was said there. But yeah, these guys are all air units. I probably shouldn't have brought the Earth Archer here because they're going to suffer a little bit, but they're primarily going to be used for attacking the octopi. I'm going to try to recruit an octopus. That would be a very good asset if we can get it. So the reason they want to get an octopus or just any beast unit is because they're basically a bulky archer, which is just a great tool to have. So there we go. Just pop you. Everything about this particular setup is kind of on the unideal side, but we specifically brought a water archer to deal with that one orc in the back. And if you have any fencers at this point, just have them take the water tiles at this section. Just frees up movement for everybody else. Alright. There. What do you recommend? I use my charms on. I haven't used a single charm in my 180 plus playthrough currently. Personally, I really just enjoyed giving them all to a chicken. Just give them all to a cockatrice, and they become preposterously overpowered. It's like the faster the better. Because when it comes to something like a cockatrice, right? In their particular case, they're very fast, but usually it's their lack of mind that holds them back, because that's the thing that causes them to petrify things. In that case, you've got a very, very fast unit with a cheap move that can potentially knock out multiple units with a single attack. Specifically, the cheap one, like the very, very cheap one. If you can spam the hell out of that, that ends up being very useful. Also, wait a minute, I forgot to give him concentration. Alright. I gotta stop remembering to set this wizard up wrong. But we want to either kill or capture that Terranite if we can. And additionally, we want to attempt to capture a octopus here. So let me explain another quick thing. So we want a beast unit. What type of beast unit we get depends entirely on how the numbers feel like rolling. But specifically, it would be ideal to pick up just pretty much just about any of them. They all have their upsides and downsides. Octopi are going to be very good on water maps. They've got that big ol' poison nuke. That's absolutely fantastic for clearing out certain areas. Literally any of them can potentially be very good. We've got a lot of stun potential from something like a Cyclops. This is your first opportunity to get a hold of some of them. So hopefully this goes well and we end up recruiting one of these. If it doesn't, then our next opportunity is going to be the Cyclops during the Vice fight. If that doesn't happen, we have the Cockatrices versus the Brezen fight. If that doesn't happen, we have more beyond that. There's always another attempt to get one. I'm just got to keep trying. But yeah, there's a lot of backup plans. So you training Dolto for a cleric for POTD. Well, then do it. Give him the trainings and stuff. I mean, in many cases, it might be easier to kind of switch him over to a wizard, have him cast around with some cudgels, and get his cudgel skill up, and give him something like a mace or whatever else, and just dominate with the finishers. I mean, honestly, the cudgel finishers are pretty fantastic. It's just that they're they're slightly more annoying than the rest to get a hold of. All right. Anything you can put to sleep? Probably not really. He doesn't really have much of anything going for him right now yet. Yeah, that wizard's going to be a little bit of a liability for the time being. But really, our goals are just to get a hold of this octopus if possible. If not, oh well. Let's see. Go ahead and heal our knight a little bit. Attempt to go for octopus. Attempt to go for Hawkman. If we get neither, we just kill Zapan and move on. Like, we're not going to linger too much. Use 2 clerics for POTD. Very sensible. The more cleric juice there, the better. Alright, and yeah, if we can just kill off the Terranite, that probably would be easier because we'll get more Terranite marks, and we can use those for different things. Also, I should probably switch her to a weapon that doesn't accidentally counter-kill something. We'll see. Anyway, let's see. We've got a little bit of an opportunity here. Just go ahead and go for the cut here instead. Can't recruit this guy. Go ahead and go for the tremendous shot here because we're in position to take out that caster. Now, this caster, it's not necessarily that he's a gigantic threat on his own, but he is very easy to take out with an archer. And he also typically puts himself into a pretty annoying position where he'll block off the staircase on the center there. See, healing for percent health is nice, plus that AoE. Yes, it is. Alright, other archer can go ahead and finish that one off. And there we go. And typically you'll always start with the water archer if you do the first answers to the questions. And it's kind of about that. Alright, so we'll go ahead and block off this octopus. That will be a useful asset for us. No real joy there on that particular attack. See about taking out this lizard if we can. And yeah, we'll need Fey Pact in the next fight, not this one. Alright, because yeah, the next one is the one that's in a field. Alright, you've got no moves at the moment, so you just heal. There we go. Terranite's just going to Terranite over there. And this is usually why you want a Beast Tamer recruiter at this point. Because, yeah, we're kind of in a bit of an awkward spot with everybody all stuck together here. But we attempted to use a debuff, and that gave us some additional goodies here. So that's also nice. A little bit of lighting bow on this guy. If we can get him, that would be great. Decent punch. Don't quite have Sanguine Assault yet, so not really quite there as far as punching power goes. I'm really not liking that random stuttering that we're getting, though. Yeah, this whole setup wound up being a little bit awkward. This is why you want the Hawkman. I might just have to settle. Alright, so we'll kill off the Terranite. That'll open up a position for Canopus to retreat to, which should allow our Beast Tamer to maybe move forward. You're fine keeping that tile right there. You're going to go ahead and go for... We're actually going to take a little bit of an aggressive position here. Go for the breach. So just going to go for the close range breach. So that we can go and focus fire this guy down by other means. You're going to go ahead and take a Mighty Strike here to kind of knock this guy off the ledge a little bit. Take a second aggressive position so that we have control over this area right here. Alright, next Archer on this guy. Probably Flying Warrior or whatever he is. Or Archer, apparently. Perfect, actually. He wound up right next to our Recruiter. So go ahead and take that one. Go ahead and recruit. Perfect. Okay, we got our Hawkman. We got our physical up. That improves some things. We no longer have a way to actually turn him into a tamer, so that'll have to wait for a minute. We'll get those soon enough. Again, unfortunately, wasted one of those earlier, and we only rolled a 2 instead of a 3. Now, as unfortunate as that particular thing is, we do actually have the means of going and putting them back on their feet, so that's actually kind of beneficial here. First things first, go ahead and heal up you. Because he is air, and we have a air finisher coming to him relatively quick. Come on. Let's get that octopus in a good position. Because I would like to run this with an octopus. Every time that I've done this, the octopus refuses to join, and I end up typically going for the cockatrice or something. It would be very cool to have it be the octopus for once. Alright, do you have any way out of there? Yes. You've got right here, which actually puts him in an okay position for later. So put you about there, put you about there. We've got the Dread Knight marks, so we don't have to worry about the AI stealing them. Yeah, just don't knock him backwards and we're good. Don't get knocked backwards and we're good. 32%. Bummer. Alright. Well, Cash was probably going to kill it. Unfortunately. Is what it is. Well, let's see. You got any damage on this guy? 76. That's decent. And that's with an elemental disadvantage. Like, just Breach absolutely opens up for archers, and if we had an Ice Archer, this would help out quite a bit. There we go. Like, he absolutely resists that one in that particular instance. Gingerbread will give you a good life, you gotta join. Exactly, come on. You know you want in on this. Interesting short bow dude that we ended up recruiting here. Come to think of it, wait a minute, shoot. He is the Beast Tamer guy, isn't he? Hell yeah! Okay. Perfect. Also, we'll go ahead and double up on our available Beast Tamer option, or recruitment options over here. And we'll go ahead and get into position here to hopefully do terrible things to Zapan in a moment. You just continue bonking on this dude. Hopefully bait Zapan to stay in position there. Very interesting sudden bloodlust from Kashwa there. Thank you kindly for just... Why? Kind of a dick move in every possible direction over there, lady, but... Alright. She just really doesn't want us to have an octopus. Alright, go for that 10% on Warrior Guy. Didn't get it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Okay. So, it's probably about time to accept we're probably not getting that octopus. Bummer. See, no water traps, lots of spaces, plenty of Galgastani treats. Yeah, apparently he likes the Galgastani. Yeah, Kashwa ends up screwing me over as often as she ends up helping, unfortunately. There we go. Yeah, cool thing about Berserker that's not of the fire element there. Very good elemental switch for this section of the game. Alright, and at this point it's probably time to start going for Zapan. Where the hell did he go? Why am I missing where Zapan went? Am I blind? Oh, he's all the way over here for some reason. Alright, get her back up on her feet. It's actually really unfortunate where he decided to go. Asher likes octopus and ball. Alright. We'll need to get Canopus back up in a sec. Our knight should be able to handle that. Alright, this dude needs to sleep. Now we're going to throw our wizard forward as a little bit of a bait here. Just kill off this dude. I'm not even going to bother trying to recruit him at this point. We already got our Hawkman. Alright. Archers are going to have to try and handle Zapan as best they can, because unfortunately he's decided to go for a bit of a run here. Normally he gets aggressive and tries to stay put. In this case, he decided not to, and that sucks. So, there we go. Let's keep on popping him. Alright, Octopus came back. Definite downside, though, is he ended up knocking that guy out, which is kind of a problem. Alright. Go for a stab. We get a decent number off that. Beast Tamer is coming up, I don't know when. Probably didn't necessarily need to completely block him off like that. That certainly doesn't really help our situation here. Taking a decent bit longer than it should, to be honest. We're going to go ahead and hopefully block off his route anywhere else. Try to get him with a finisher or two. And we've got our Ice Blast over here around the corner. That should also take a decent, happy chunk off him if it decides not to miss. Man, must have really pissed off the RNG today. Okay. Get some upgrades on you. Attempt to put somebody to sleep, though honestly he's just kind of flailing about trying to do something useful right now. Very unfortunate drop over there, but we are getting somewhat closer where we need to be. In the meantime, though, we need Canopus back up on his feet and doing Canopus things. There we go. Hopefully the octopus decides to come back around and stop being a pain in the butt. That's just an auto skill over here. You go this way. We'll have decent healing on him pretty soon, by the way. So one thing that's worth mentioning. When it comes to healing and such, we're basically not going to bother with a lot of our healing stuff until we get up to the point of, having Men's Salves +1. So until we get our Medicine Book 2. So it's going to be a decent bit of a ways, but until then we're just operating off basic heals. Okay. This guy moves over here. Take a bit of a shot on this dude. Doesn't really have much to offer in the way of return fire, so it's something. You've got a tremendous. Let's see. Can't quite take that guy out, so just go for Zapan instead. I really don't like how much extra time this is taking because he decided to go for a run. It's very annoying, but he did get hit by his own guy, so that's also nice. Also, if you could stop killing Canopus, that'd be great. Alright. Okey doke. If you heard that random noise in the background, that is the sound of dog yelling at cat. That is dog yelling at cat, brought to you by the wolf. Alright. Don't want that counter hitting, so you go hit over here. That's decent. That might be enough. It is enough. Perfect. That fight should have ended like 7 turns ago. Alright. More experience charms, though. That's good. So, we want to kind of screw up our levels on a few units at this point. That'll make sense in a moment. So, what we want to do, take some of these experience charms, go ahead and throw some of them on Denim, some of them on our Flying Beast Tamer, and then that'll end up kind of funneling onto everybody else for one thing, but it also will allow for getting their skills up a little bit higher. So I particularly like the Shortbow Beast Tamer here, because in their particular case it lets them kind of abuse a few things. So we'll take our Subdue. Unfortunately, we didn't get what we were going for earlier. We'll take our Empower Beast. I will go ahead and take one of these, and one of these. Okay, so we got our new flying guy. Now we're going to go over here. We're going to go to the shop. Crafting books aren't out yet. What the hell am I doing? All right, Zaid more. Zaid more, get the crafting books. Place you with you, and we are off to the races. This should be where we get the ferry. Alright. Alright, so, ferry in the back. What is its purpose? If it dies, it drops major heal. If it joins our team, it becomes a very effective means of charming stuff. So, what we're going to do is attempt to recruit it. More often than not, this one ends up dying to air cell. So hopefully we can prevent that from happening. See you guys watching the Reborn on Switch or Steam. This one is currently on the Steam Deck. It's currently playing on Steam Deck. It's great on both, though. I mean, basically the same. Hell, it's funny because it's one of those ones that you'd assume would be more difficult to pick up due to how much stuff is going on, but my 6-year-old managed to just sort of pick it up and roughly figure out what the hell was going on. Though that being said, she also very quickly picked up Unicorn Overlord and figured out what was going on. Like, I didn't even know that she was even playing it, and then I'm hearing her sitting in the back of the car, just like going and like, it's like, yeah, go Mr. Joseph. I'm like, wait, what? What are you on about? Like, looking back and listening to the music all of a sudden, like, hold on a sec. She's like, this game has unicorns in it. Like, yes it does. Good job. Let's see, is there much difference between them? No, they're basically the same. As far as differences go, the only difference is the A and B buttons. A and B buttons being switched between the two. Other than that, they are exactly the same. Alright. Well, actually, I guess, no, literally exactly the same. So I feel like a switch since they dropped the price a lot. I mean, both of them are going to be about $25 at this point. I've seen it go down to like 20, but honestly, in both cases, you're getting a game that's like hundreds of hours long. Not to mention, it's one of these ones that was remade in such a way that you basically just you get a lot of the features that somebody would have gotten from playing the original like PSP version, but you get them right away without knowing a bunch of random esoteric knowledge. Like being able to operate units that understood how to use their elements correctly, being able to recruit things more readily, being able to kind of effectively level your classes and things. This was all just random stuff you had to figure out how to do in very obscure ways. Then you had to use the bizarre old class system to sort of cross-class people in a way that wasn't really cross-classing, but it was technically callable cross-class. It was weird. There was just so much weird about the PSP version. But it basically lets you play as somebody that's played the PSP version for years, just out of the box, just off of how well it's designed. Alright. Knife this guy, and then we need to go get our fairy, because that gremlin is more of a nuisance than anything, but he does drop some stuff that we'll want later. And then you need to take a little bit of a peck at this fairy, get them to about 50%, and then we try to keep them alive so that hopefully Aerosol doesn't kill them. Now, yeah, we're also going to have to try to keep Aerosol alive, though she is a backup unit in this case. Both of our archers are doing their job well enough. You'll notice at times that there will be characters that come up, like Aerosol, who are absolute, kind of champ-level units that are going to be better on paper than a lot of the stuff that we're already running, but we're going to completely ignore them in favor of technically weaker units. And that reason is simply because it's just going to be faster to run what we've already got. That little stat difference really will not be the big game changers that the many think it is, so we're just going to kind of leave it at that. So you love playing PSP because it felt very comfy in the hands? Yeah, and that's why One Vision on original hardware is still workable. Because the One Vision mod is freaking amazing, and you get all the best parts of PSP while also getting a lot of this stuff that you got out of Reborn. Minus stuff like the visuals and voice acting and stuff. But you can kind of ad hoc a lot of the stuff that this game did, while also getting all the One Vision features. Like, yeah, that version is absolutely incredible. But that's the thing, like, original PSP version, kind of hard to play, but when it comes to One Vision on a PSP, just chef's kiss. Like, beautiful. Absolute freaking beauty. And yeah, that's kind of about the long and short of that one there. Alright, so you are going to be getting into position over here. So, at the moment, we're going to have Dristan over here kind of bait... Oh, hang on. Just a moment. I gotta kind of pause it for a minute. Alrighty, and I'm back. So we kind of wound up with like two different timers at this point now. So here's how we're going to do it, I guess, because it just occurred to me you're not supposed to pause the timer. So basically, whatever the actual gameplay is in total, I guess we'll just sort of cut out the introduction bit, and that'll be the actual normal speedrun time. And then for like personal record, this will be the actual normal thingy. I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue on here. So, we're going after this guy. And yeah, I had a quick call because the kiddos wanted to say goodnight. Everyone wanted to check in, make sure that they were doing all good with their trip. And all of that some suchery. Alright. And let's see if we can wound but not kill this fairy. Yes, just barely, just barely. Hopefully Aircell does not do the dick move. Aircell, you suck so much. You've got so many good targets here, and you chose to go for that one. Alright, well, no fairy this run. Bummer. Thank you, Aircell. Also go to hell, but also thank you. Alright, anyway, back to previously scheduled, just kind of going after this guy, I guess. Alright. Now, we got water on ice. That's not necessarily going to do anything terribly useful. If Aircell doesn't make it, oh well, that's what she deserves. I'll have these archers kind of target whatever at this point, and have everyone slowly work on where Vance is. It's kind of head in that direction. Alright, we've got our Tamer over here. He is going to be just out of range, but he does have his Dark Weight, which actually should be pretty useful here in a moment. I will go ahead and boost him up. If I can stop hitting the wrong buttons, that'd be fan-frickin-tastic. There we go. Because he's going to be our first long-range finisher. Really, I probably should have waited to use him until then, but that's fine. Canopus thankfully has enough bulk by this point to take a pretty decently meaty finisher from that guy. This certainly ain't the level 1 run. Like, every time I see a finisher come out, ever since the level 1 run, I'm like, oh god, something's gonna immediately die. Just feels weirdly satisfying to just constantly have these moments where everyone survives and it's no problem whatsoever. Actually, yeah, go after this one, and then we'll attempt to recruit her in a moment. They're going to crossbow, sure, why not? Alright, you... just keep on doing this for the moment, because that's actually doing decently enough. You attempt to go recruit this knight, just in case. This is kind of a backup plan of a backup plan, but it's kind of one extra potential option for us to pursue. You go ahead and throw out that thingy-majiggy right over there. He's probably going to be the next one targeted, so that's fine. Just going to go for that Dark Weight. And that's the thing. Normally she goes after all of the nearby water targets, and normally the reason that you'd actually even target her and target the fairy in the first place and get her down low enough to make her not attack her. Because after they get to a certain point, they actually just no longer see the unit as being worth their time. Because like it's something we saw a whole bunch in the level 1 run, or the no experience run, where if a unit's health is low enough, they're basically counting how much damage they can do in total most of the time, but once their health gets low enough, they kind of just get into a position where they just no longer consider it worthwhile, and that was supposed to be where we get a damn fairy. But, oh well. Anyway, she decided that being a dick was a absolute priority over actually doing something sensible, so that's fine. Anyway, 42 is decent because it becomes a 50. You've got your finisher right here. That'll do another 92. And this is, again, why we're kind of glad that we picked up that Ice Blast earlier, and he's almost dead. So any kind of finishers from anybody should get the job done at this point. And yeah, should be a little bit easier from here on out. The ninja after this is fairly easy. After this we get access to our crafted weapons, which just really skews stuff in our favor for a little bit. Like, we lose the advantage as far as levels, we gain the advantage as far as weapons, and I'll give you exactly one guess to figure out which is more valuable. So, yeah, it's good stuff there. Get the skill card for that meditate, get you over here, and then once we get to the Vice fight, we just gotta keep, keep an eye out for figuring out what exactly he is. Because, yeah, whatever element he is, we want to make sure that we're not weak to it. If we're neutral or if we counter it, good. then it's pretty much fair game. If he does counter Denim, we do have to switch him to something else, at least temporarily. But for the time being, hopefully that won't be a consideration. Cool. Good little follow-up business over there. Just take a swing for the purpose of training. Tremendous can hit pretty reasonably well from here. Unresisted. There we go, and looks like Canopus is probably going to be the one finishing him off. Sounds good to me. We'll probably should pick up a Wind Shot 2 on Canopus at some point. Gonna do a quick little sidestep here to... right, I never even gave him a spell, did I? Never gave him his dang Wind Shot. Way to go, Brain, man. Really working on somehow whatever the opposite of overtime is today. Oh, man. Anyway. Try to recruit this guy. Same old, cake or death, you know the deal. Alright, good, he's on our side. Alright, go here, take short bow, do shoots, maybe knocks back and gets that 10. He does not get that 10. You go over here, you've got a spell, you've got some range, 44%, just do it anyway. Good, you're making up for some of that RNG from earlier, and we're good! We're good, it's something. Ended up getting that major heal and a familiar mark, and it just acquired some depression on top of that. But if we can get another fairy, I absolutely will, because I want to work a fairy in here, because usually there's only that one chance to recruit them. That archer seems decent. This guy seems like a pretty good berserker, if and when we need one. Anyway, we get our crafted weapons at this point, and let's go to the shop. Let's not do what I did last time and actually remember to buy the items this time. How long is this run? Like 12 hours long. Alright. That's why we're making it an all-nighter.
You sure?
Yes, somehow I am. Anyway.
What do you say?
Let's get some of these, get some Voges.
Just give them. What do you say? What do you say?
Pick up some of them, get our longbows upgraded. Thankfully, all of those longbows make for just fantastically good stuff there.
What do you say?
Upgrade all of those.
You sure?
Pick up all of those because we'll need them later. Next is going to be gloves. Alright, so now we go to the armor section. We sell all that stuff, get some additional money, and we go back to these. So first things that we should be trying to craft here is actually going to be our armor. I messed up my inputs there for sure.
Just give the word. Just give the word.
It's going to burn through some of our funds.
Just give the word.
And then we need to do gloves next.
What do you say? Just give the word.
Right.
What do you say? Just give the word.
Need to sell more. I know this seems weirdly fluffy at the moment. It'll make sense in a moment.
What do you say?
Actually, wait, I forgot to buy one more thing. Okay. Now we get a spell for Canopus. And I forgot to upgrade his damn dagger. Alright, hold on, we need to do that too.
Well,
Alright. Unfortunately, sometimes you need a little bit more than it originally says. I think we need about 4,000 or so. And then we can get back to reading comments once this is
just
done.
give the word.
Alright, so next is the ninja, which will just sort of do ninja stuff. Okay. see, no, it's credits. How many hours is that? It's going to be a bit of a hot minute. Now, you might be saying, wait a minute, but there's a dragon here. Why don't you recruit a dragon? Dragon skill would probably be pretty useful, because that is a very slow approach to stuff. And all the beast units have a lot of very decent offensive potential that I want to be taking advantage of. Also, after the Vice fight, once we get back to the next castle and such, we're going to be getting a lot of extra money drops. So that's when we're going to restock on items. Both of those were complete non sequiturs of each other, but hopefully you get the idea. All right. Shot over there. Spread some damage around, but target in this case is a ninja. He's very squishy. He's also very offensively potent, and I still haven't upgraded Carmine's Spear. He's still running that basic old garbage from the beginning of the game. We'll get to it eventually. Alright, but yeah. We really, really want a cockatrice, though, once we get to Darza. That is a very, very important thing. Also, we can make sure to kill off Bayan, because, yeah, we kind of skips a cutscene, so we can do that. Which route are you on? Currently Chaos. Intending to stay Chaos. If I hit the wrong button, then we've got a backup plan for neutral. Alright. Now, we don't necessarily need anything in particular from this guy, but if we can recruit him, he might be an asset. Just kind of in position to do so right now. Because if you can recruit that guy, you can then push the ninja towards you if he spawned with the right stuff. And if he's the right guy that I'm thinking of, because again, these spawns are variable. Like, this fight can have 3 different dragons, can have an octopus. There's a lot of different stuff that can pop up here. You go about here. He'll be one of our dudes that's going to be attacking that dude in a minute. And I also forgot to upgrade these short bows. Man, I am really, really rocking it as far as doing the wrong decisions here. So first of all, I need to get those Zweihanders up in play. I went and got them and didn't actually end up using them. Need to get those Volges up in play as well. So there's a lot of kind of upgrades that we could be doing here. I got a skill level up, didn't get the finisher just yet. That's fine. So lots of menuing to do after this. Alright, you go here. Crit card on him is not great, because he's kind of our recruiter, so we kind of need him to, you know, recruit. Not necessarily just go and crit things into walls and such, but oh well. Wouldn't law be faster? No. As far as I'm aware, Chaos has always been the fast route, and also this ends up working out very conveniently in terms of the bosses that we need to fight. As there's a bunch of back-to-back very squishy units. Law gets you more kind of units in general that are story recruits. In this case, that's not really the important part. Alright. Let's go for the recruit. If we get him, we get him. If we don't, we don't. Pick up this MP card, get it out of the way so we're not dealing with a ninja spammer. Because that ninja, if he does get a hold of magic or MP cards, he can be pretty darn threatening. If you want Aircell to show up and help with the fight, you kill the dragon early. Or many of the beast units. In this case, we only spawned with one, so that kind of worked out. Alright, she ain't moving anywhere. Right. Alright, one tile away from being a threat to that guy, so we're going to go ahead and pick up this physical for the moment. Let's go ahead and get that Tremendous going. You've got Earth, we've got no direct advantages, but you can hit the ninja, though. See, how's the run going? So far, so decent. Definitely had a few hiccups here and there, but honestly about as well as they can be expected to. Technically threw an extra about 10 minutes or so on there because I was talking to the kiddos, but The timer currently does not account for that. Let's just not look too far into that particular issue. I forgot to not pause it. But anyway. The in-game time will be accurate, though. Wait, right. He's already in position. We got him breached. So let's go ahead and get that short bow 180. Should have probably picked up that crit before dropping the leaden on him, but oh well. So far, so good. Right. Go about here. You're all set to go for that tremendous. This should probably take about another 200 off him. There we go. Parry, not really great, but we'll live. Technically. Not live happily about it, as I rearrange my desk at the worst possible time. Alright, maybe don't do that. Smack him for a 90, get our ice finisher finally. We're going to need at least 3 of those later. So that's why we're leaving axes and hammers on some people, because we do want that ice element. Not so much on the fist element, but it'll be helpful all the same. Again, we're just gonna work with whatever pieces we find along the way. Yeah, parry will happen. But that's why we have backup plans. Right now, there's a few plans that need to be working a little bit differently. Right. So you go ahead and get this Birdman broken. Definitely need to get my Zweihanders into play. Currently, he already got his finisher, so that's good. Really, Denim getting a hold of a finisher before Vice 2 is one of those things that just really, really needs to happen, and thankfully it did. Alright, so we'll leave you about there. Ninja Guy, unfortunately, is just traveling around absolutely freaking everywhere except into the dead zone. We're having a lot of kind of awkward luck with leader units just going on frickin' vacation. That's been a pretty regular problem tonight. It's like Zapan just decided to go hang out on the pillars for a while. It's like, it's okay, I'm not a boss fight. You can't touch me on the pillars. Alright, can at least get a crit out of that. Unfortunately, she's deciding not to target him, even though that would have been very helpful. Is he running a fizz up right now? Yes. So, instead, we'll have him go for the dead shot here. He's probably going to be at a bit of a disadvantage if he goes in with his knife. Probably could have gone for the bow, but frankly, we've seen how parry rates are going today. Hi, Earth Thunder. Haven't seen you in ages. Go for the hammer here, go for the recruit, just on the off chance that she maybe wants to take that killing shot here. Nope, not feeling it. Fine. Fine, fine. You can do it. I know I can, eventually. Yeah, shouldn't have risked the parry there. Probably should have just gone for the fire blast, but it's fine. It's fine. Or flaming fists, rather. Alright, at this point we unlock ninjas. That will not become relevant for a while. Possibly ever, depending on how stuff plays out. Alright, so first things first. Go into the thingy and do the thingies. So you need to be running your Vosge. Are you one of the useful ones? Yes, you're this one. You get this one. Alright, hammer. Where is my knight? You are here. You get a hammer, sir. Thank you kindly. Doing actual damage now. You have these, which, depending on how we've actually done on drop so far, I shouldn't be doing this upgrade right now. But I'm just curious to see if we can... We do not have the pieces for that. Okay. Alright, whatever. Just had to double check. Alright, so at this point, we just got to take note of Vice's element so that we can kill him later. Also, hi there, Joe Napolitano. Oh, actually, that's alright. So we're neutral right now. He decided to spawn water. That works out nicely. Okay. So, here's a... Oh, damn it. I really need to stop forgetting to upgrade these short bows, because that is also going to be very key. yeah, we'll be okay one more fight after this, actually. So Aircell's probably going to get herself killed, and frankly, that's going to be karma for killing off that recruit fairy earlier, so we're not going to really lose any sleep over that one, but we are going to try to recruit the Cyclops. They're going to be the next potential beast unit that we really want to go for. In fact, actually, maybe we will make a quick circle back to get a hold of those short bows, because yeah, stunning short bows are very useful. It's going to keep their finishers being pretty darn strong up until the end of Chapter 3, and additionally, just that stun effect will occasionally be a savior. So usually the opener is for them to go up and target any healers, hopefully stun them, prevent them from doing anything. Frankly, you need just like a stun or two and you're good. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to attempt to recruit this dude man. Do a little bit of a peck shot versus this, because we are running 2 short bows at this point, 2 beast tamers. They are very key to this whole strategy. Berserker, less so, but they're just kind of nice to have. And if we can get that Dragoon, that'd be great. We probably just want to kill off the Dragoon, though. We'll get more Dragoon marks later. Beat advanced yesterday. Well, awesome. Good time. But yeah, we want to kill off that Dragoon because at the kind of tail end of the game, I want to be running Dragoon on Denim. Reason being is I want to have somebody that's basically just going to be running Slayer skills. Recruit will be less relevant by that point, so we can switch them up to other stuff. Finishers will be the name of the game. And yeah, if I can run Dragoon on him, that would help a lot until we get Lord. Just in various little ways. It's just a nice little kind of consistency tool for getting past certain areas. It's not necessarily like we can't do it without it, but I like to at least make sure that we have some Dragoon marks in the inventory in case we want to. Like, for example, even the dragon map, you don't actually have to kill the dragons. It's better not to kill the dragons. But it's just kind of good to have. Alright, in this case, you need to go bye-bye. We need that healer gone. We need Vice running forward. Let's see. Please get this first try. Sorry if my throat's getting a little dry. These things will happen after talking for 3 straight hours. First try. Okay, good. Good. Finally. Finally. See, and this is already going pretty darn smooth, even with absolutely appalling luck when it comes to recruits and such. So once it goes better, you can see how that ends up playing out a lot faster. Alright, get our archers up on this ridge to do their job a little bit better. They're going to be just slightly out of range right now. But really the main thing is you don't want to get stuck by that tree here. And we'll go ahead and improve our dude man in just a moment. Right now we just want to kind of throw out numbers wherever we can throw them. So, as much chaos as you can cause, the better, because they've got a healing knight, they've got a few other kind of healing random scattered units around everywhere. So, if you can delay that healing, if you can make sure that it goes anywhere but where it needs to go, it's that much help for you. Alright. Alright, hold on that question. I'll be on that in just a second here. So, neutral is the, sure, what made you pick that for the speedrun? So we're on chaos at the moment. Neutral might happen later down the road if that's just the way it ends up panning out, because I might hit the wrong button. You never know when your fingers spaz out and you need a backup plan. This ended up being just a little bit faster in this case. And mostly it was just the units that ended up lining up. Alright, Aircell's dead, that's fine. Currently we have Vice exactly where we want him to be. Let's see, for the moment, you know what, just go for the 173. That's actually a lot better than I would have expected from this guy. Because he's been a pretty solid disappointment up to this point. We might see the Carmine redemption arc here. Come on, roll that breach. Did not roll that breach. Shame. Though currently we're still doing absolutely fine in that regard. Alright, sorry. Oh, damn. I messed up the... That's a little bit irritating. That's just kind of how I have the buttons mapped right now. I like to use the trackpad for most things, but I wish there was a way to tell it to just not click the elemental bars on the trackpad. For some reason, that's one of the few keybinds you can't seem to mess around with. Kind of annoying, but yeah. But yeah, no, if we end up going neutral, it's not going to be too big of a difference. But like for example, on Chaos, it gives us access to chances chances to get a lot of beast units early, and allows for what was I going for here? Just very particular kind of boss kills that are useful early on. All right, we're gonna go that way. He's gonna pick up a Fizz card. Honestly, probably should have just gone for the knife here, because we're doing pretty decent as far as taking this guy out. Yeah, go for the 200 over there. Decent enough. You go ahead and finish off that archer, probably, before she has any kind of ideas, you know, like a finisher or something. There we go. Alright. Knight. You kill off this Dragoon, please, or at least start working on it. I'm not even going to go for the recruit in this case. I already said my piece on why. Need these class marks. I'm sorry, this is very literally class warfare in this case. You've got a finisher. Go ahead and drop it on this guy. Alright. You go there. Take your MP card. Hopefully generate another finisher pretty soon. You, on the other hand, are going to attempt to Aqua Blast 2, which should kill this one. There we go. And now we need somebody going and taking those marks. So we got the Empower there. Alright, Empower on a caster is pretty darn solid. We'll go ahead and get you going over there. Got our Dragoon marks. Okay, so Vice is breached at this point. I probably should have saved that finisher from earlier. It's alright. We'll deal with whatever we got. Again, this run is so long and has so many potential wrinkles that I don't think it's ever going to have any shot whatsoever of being truly optimized. Like, for example, right there, if you happen to have recruited a lot of units that, for the purpose of convenience, wound up being the wrong element versus a particular boss, like he's got a Earth finisher that gives him a Wind finisher that gives him a gigantic advantage. Meanwhile, we've kind of cheesed a bunch of stuff along the way to give us a great neutral advantage versus this guy. In this particular case, actually, wait, does that mean he stole our shit? Actually, don't know if we get that bow back that he picked up. I wonder if we'll get it later. That'd be cool if we did. Yeah, no, he just kind of stole our upgraded gear. All right. Asshole. All right. Do you want to get this unit? Hell yeah, we want to get this unit. Okay, so we're going to be replacing somebody with that. But beast units are all nifty and such. So we get Dash on there, we get that on there. Pincer is all well and nice. Sweaty Palms, that's Leaden. That's pretty good. Whatever, we'll leave him as is. We got some debuffs and such. Currently equipped, right, Wizard. We're going to play this game called Get the Hell Out of My Party. Yes, you would be better at using it. Just don't question my logic. You get Dodge, you get this, you get Sleep. Alright, we are going to replace Dryston. Actually, no, we're going to replace you with this. Get this Berserk stuff out of here. Let's go ahead and get our trusty units in here. So, double Beast Tamer. What's the deal with double Beast Tamer? Double the odds of getting our Beast Tamer bonus. Potentially just allows for... It's kind of like an automatic version of Tremendous Shot in this case. Because all Beast units are going to have that rock throwing attack. And combined with something like Dash, they can get into position really quickly. Alright, so this is the moment when ideally we would have already gotten that dagger finisher on Canopus. He's not terribly close to that, unfortunately. Should have been shanking stuff a bit more often. But if we get that dagger finisher on him by this point, that allows us to potentially go and two-shot Pharrell. See if he can still get there, because it's still not entirely impossible also. But yeah, it's just going to kind of come down to whether or not there were opportunities to make that happen up to this point. We'll just take a few random longbow shots at a distance here. Again, this is why I love the longbow. It just can outrange stuff very, very well. And it's really up until you're upgrading composite bows and siege bows that you really just don't even have to upgrade it. That extra range is just worth that much. Alright. Now we should probably be going for more kind of card spawns out of those bushes. In this case, we're just going to keep on playing it straight, I think. Throw our knight off to the side. Alright. So, cool thing about this is, yeah, we now just kind of have shots on everybody back there. Can bypass this front line, and, again, most beast units will have some variety of dash on hand, allowing them to get into position much faster than everybody else. Just blame. What is blame? What is blamed? Alright. Actually, no, I want to leave that Fizz card for Canopus. His turn should be coming up... shoot, that's actually coming up after the Knights. Well, we'll see how this plays out. I'm thinking it's probably Pharrell back there that'll be moving. Also, I just noticed, that is completely the wrong Beast Tamer I brought to this fight. Okay, cool. No mistakes whatsoever. Perfect, perfect gameplay. I don't know what you're talking about. Blame anything on everything? Yes, exactly. But, at least after this little moment here, we'll have access to another shop very conveniently without moving backwards on the map, and that'll give access to our upgraded short bows, and that'll be pretty snazzy. Now, thankfully, due to level advantage type shenanigans, we do kind of sort of have the opportunity to still do that whole thing I was talking about. So that is potentially an option. Also, we might have to burn through a few healing items here. In fact, you know, just go for the blessing over here. Not exactly the most ideal situation, but we might be able to at least go for the recruit. I just barely shy of being able to. Okay. You go slink off to the side then. The only reason that we're really going for the revive there is because he might die before the end of it, and he's actually finally coming into his own. I care now. Alright, you've got a pretty decent advantage, even with everything else. It's still not quite enough, so he's going to require some skill ups. But we're getting somewhere. Alright. Hopefully a crit Aqua Blast in that direction. Just kind of here to cause chaos. Once he ends up getting his Howl, that'll be a huge advantage. So we're going to completely not use the bow gun since we got him here. Reason that that's an advantage is that, yeah, we can get stunned from a position that we don't have to take a shot. So that should help. Alright. I want to say it's a waste of experience when it comes to this Beast Tamer guy, but, I mean, honestly, it's kind of fine. Like, one extra unit. We're pretty much going to be riding the level cap for a few fights anyway. Not really too much of an issue. I feel like he ate that crossbow shot. That would have gone for somebody else if he wasn't there. A little bit of a minor consideration, you know? Alright, now we get to another one of those moments that's kind of going to be a little bit RNGE, which is going to be this guy and his phalanx. We're going to see the same thing later for Hector. So it may just decide to roll several times, and that might be a bit annoying, but we'll see how it goes. Right, you go here, go heal up our buddy over here. Also probably need to remember to pick up some heals at some point. Heal 2s, rather. Right, your wind, your earth, and then the arrows met, and everyone had probably a rough time, but a workable time. Alright, Avoidance card is all well and good. Shanky Shank is better. Nice little parry there. We got Earth. Do we got any lightning units? No, but we do have an archer over there that's pretty low at the moment. Goodbye. They're low to the ground at the moment. You take that avoidance card. We're probably not going to get any use out of that whatsoever. Now, those Berserkers there, they're pretty solid recruits if you can get them. Pretty decent chance of getting recruited too. But we should be fine anyway. Okay. Let's do one of those. His odds of debuffs are going to suck real bad, by the way. Like, if we get a Ring of the Mind, he'll have better odds, but they're still not going to be terribly great. Like, Cyclopes are one of those units that kind of want a little bit of extra stuff to function. But if you get them their extra mind, you get them their kind of extra bulk and stuff like that, they're a very valuable unit. And frankly, if they could consistently cast debuffs as well as anybody else, they'd be pretty friggin' overpowered. Bowgun, you take that thing. I don't really care too much right now. I recall there being one fire unit here somewhere, but they might already be dead. Right, first things first, Mead. Yes, we probably should go for the Shank first, because it might shut off his healing. For the moment, though, I want to make sure that we at least get that on there, so that we have a backup plan if we need one. So if we get into this spot without a backup plan, that's when stuff gets really rough. Go. That's decent. It's certainly not a lot by any means, but still decent. Okay, it's going to be one of those moments where we try to recruit a wizard just for their spells. Nope. Another happy benefit of beasts, by the way, is just how fast their turns are. Like, this guy is kind of double rounding everything else around him, so good. You get a bulky wizard-archer hybrid thing that's faster than everybody else. Why not? It's good stuff or whatever. Alright, one archer down. Not bad. It gave us some additional points here. Unfortunately, not a wind archer for this, otherwise we could definitely take some pretty hefty chunks out of this guy right now. But again, that's why we keep two elements. It keeps us covered like a third of the time. It's decent. But this is why we go for neutral Cuddy Boy Denim here. He doesn't always have a super effective attack or anything, but he's consistent enough. And there we go. Like, they just attacked, they just had their thing, and once again get to do their thing. So if they pick up some cards, if they, pick up whatever cards they need, they're spreading debuffs, they're doing their casting, they're taking their fast turns, they're laughing as a boss gets parried. It's good stuff. Now, it would be great if Canopus would get his finisher here, though. But if we don't get it, we don't get it. Did I say that enough? Probably not. There we go. Nice happy warrior slap. I think one dagger shank should probably do the job just fine. Is this going to be enough? Yes. Okay. And we're off to our next destination. Got a Shamshire. We're not really going to be upgrading that just yet. It's just plain not worth it at the moment. Alright, so next one we need to have 2 Beast Tamers ready to recruit. As I once again forgot to do what the hell I was planning to do. Shush, don't judge me. Alright. This is the one we needed. There we go. Dry Stan. Thank you for being dry over there, Stan. Right, that'll do well enough. And yeah, if we could get a cockatrice here, that would be amazing, because that would give us not only elemental coverage, that would give us a potentially very debilitating debuff. Stun from the Cyclops is great, but this would be, like, this would be one of the best things we can get. See, the bulk from beast units oftentimes gets a little bit slept on, but for most of the main story, especially for speedrun purposes, their bulk is insanely useful. I mean, yeah, you gotta, you know, kind of take multiple pit stops to go and recruit one, but they're more than worth it. Alright, I should be able to make that shot from here. So, knowing CP, you'll stop in the middle and then forget it for 2 years. I mean, that's not wrong. But no, the plan is to just make it an all-nighter, complete it all the way through, and then regret it tomorrow. Emphasis on the regret. Alright. So I got 2 opportunities to go and get this thing here. Obviously, with Folkert running around, he will kill stuff if you get it too low. But yeah, it's a thing. Wait, holy crap, is that right? 50 people here, damn. That's more than I would have expected. Any darn ways. Yeah, they're going to go for the Petro here. So we got two Beast Tamers ready to go recruit these guys. First one's already down halfway, so we'll hopefully get them down a little bit further. So you'll still be here for the next 7 hours, so I can enjoy the whole way through. Well, thank you for sticking around for that dang long. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a decently long one, so we are going to be here until tomorrow. But I just figured there was one opportunity, you know, there's one shot to make this happen. Like, I will not get that much kind of consecutive free time for much of anything where there isn't a kind of justifiable reason that that it can even be done at any point, at pretty much whenever. So I'll take it. Like today, I was going and looking over deliveries that I could be doing and whatever else, and it's been pretty depressing even looking at those job orders. So for now, it's this, and then kind of cleaning and reorganizing the house, redoing the garage. Gotta get that whole mess sorted out. And during the night, the dogs will be sleeping, so this gives me a moment. Not a long moment, but a moment. Alright, there we go. That's decent. And that potentially... Nah, it's not going to be enough good position that I was looking for. Okay, right. So greetings from an Ogre Battle Speedrun. Kudos on having the fortitude for this. Well, glad to at least give it a shot. You know, we'll see how this ends up going. Like I said, it's kind of a one-shot thing. If it happens, it happens. Again, motivation's there to see it through all the way, because it's probably going to be next year before I have anything remotely close to an opportunity to try anything like this again. If that. Alright. Let's see, he got knocked back, so that's not going to happen. Would like to see Canopus going after somebody else here. It's definitely not his ideal target. Like, if he had his stun bow, if I remembered to do that, then his obvious next target would have been to go after that Enchantress up there. I don't think it's going to work in this case. Oh wait, right, you're already standing next to him. What am I doing? Go for the subdue. Come on, 32%. You know you want to. Hell yes! Okay, perfect. That's one of the dream units for this run here, so perfect. So next, his job is to go up and breach our dude up there. We'll go ahead and get that chicken back up on his feet before he ends up dying. That'll be a problem. Alright. Actually, no, wait, there's a good card for him right here. Still pretty unimpressive, frankly. But once we get some rings on him, once we get some other stuff on him, he'll be a bit more valuable. Huffy loves chicken? Dang right. Right, what kind of opportunities do we got here? Oh, we might be able to recruit her. Yes? Perfect. Alright, so we got her spells. We'll probably... I mean, we'll let her join, but we'll probably end up just using her for the spells, just because it is faster to recruit units than go to the shop. I think I was mentioning that earlier. But that's good there. I'll go for a heal. That gives our... I was going to say that gives our knight something to do, but doesn't look like it. Alright. Just in an attempt to speed this up a little bit, let's go ahead and get her on her feet, see if she rolls her meditate. She did not, but we can move her up here as a little bit of a bait. And as I mentioned earlier, if at any point I kind of slow down on the whole talking thing, obviously this is a bit of a marathon, so, you know, throat will get tired and require recovery at this point or another. Alright, we might still be able to go for the recruit if we do this. Puts him in low enough of a position here. Let's see, water on air, not really terribly impressive, but she's just working on her skills. Okay. So we'll just go give him a 41. If he goes back here, we can go for the breach. I will need to pick up more breaches after this. More breaches and stun bows. Don't forget the breaches and stun bows, because I'm definitely running low on them suckers. Streamer, I get it, yep. Talking is hard, rambling is hard. Yeah, it depends on the time and place and what you're doing, but in this particular case, it goes on a little bit of a while. Let's see, a little bit of acid rain. I keep forgetting that acid rain isn't guaranteed. That's like entirely one vision brain kicking in for that one. Like, what do you mean it's not 100%? It has to be 100%. Overheads can't miss. And then Reborn's like, but what if they did? Alright. Let's go for Spark Sphere. I think we want that chicken up on their feet. See, the useful thing about the chicken is just their ability to get into position. Very nice hit from that guy. Yep, thank you. You actually saved us a little bit of time on that. Thank you. Because we're not going to be recruiting Bayon anyway, and simply put, that saves us a little bit of time. So good stuff. Way to go. Alright, let's see. Just going to hit this guy in order to potentially set him up for a recruit. We're not quite there yet. Just a bit of an idea. He's going to go after that chicken. Sure, why not? I mean, I suppose if we got 2 chickens, that might be helpful, but for the time being, the main priority is just seeing this guy gone. One beast tamer's down, the other beast tamer's... I don't even know where he is right now. It's probably useful information to have. Alright. Let's see. So you go over here. Still low odds to hit again. The mind on a Cyclops is pretty trash. It's alright. Now, she's just taking a shot here just for building up her skills. It's going to be pretty terrible. She's operating at a disadvantage there. Alright, go around the side. We've got Canopus coming in for the shank next. He could go for the dark weight. It would prevent this guy from moving, theoretically, but we're safe as we are. Like, Darz is pretty much exactly where we need him right now. That is some nice black coffee. Yeah, getting a little dangerously close on that chicken, though. Don't want to end up losing him. But we should be perfectly safe here. Come on, go for the kill. Nope, she goes for the thoroughly useless heal in that direction. We'll upgrade her Spirit Surge after this, I think. Alright, there we go, and we're done here. Right, so get to the next town. We get another crafting upgrade. We get a light charm. What should we do with that light charm? Okay, we got a chicken. Chicken's gonna take over some bits of the party. We don't even need to refuse in this case, but we do need to go back into town. We go ahead and sell the junk that we got so far. Go to the crafting menu, go to our short bows. Remember to actually upgrade the damn short bows. They are very crucial. How do you keep forgetting to upgrade the damn short bows? Pick up a couple more of these, but the main thing here, pick up a lot more of these, and then we're good. Alright. Now we'll get back to the Cyclops. For now, we're going to replace him with Chicken. Chicken is better Cyclops. For now, anyways. There are cases that we are going to want Cyclops. Right now is not one of those cases. Because we need Fast Chicken. Fast Chicken goes zoom. Especially if we can get an auto card with him. Fast Chicken go very zoom. So this one is all Canopus and Chicken. Everybody else is just sort of doing whatever they can. Canopus and Chicken get themselves into position. Flying Hawkman, if he can, will get into position. I keep forgetting where I even put Flying Hawkman, though. Right. Denim's going to go here. He is more than well-trained enough for the Vice fight. He doesn't need a different element. He's going to be just fine. We'll give him a little bit of the experience charms just for good measure, but he's going to be more than fine for the Vice fight. We do need to pick up a few buffs at some point, though. So that's also something to bear in mind. Alright, you break this box. Try to get an auto card. If you get an auto card, well, he gets a crit card. You know what? Decent. You might be able to come in for the Dark Weight later. Now, normally, I like to send a unit to the right. We're going to send the Knight over to do that job. So shopping list is growing a little bit for the next shop visit, because we're going to want... There's a lot of good potential opportunities here. Alright, you take that. Cool thing about taking that tile, Golem never goes to the downstairs area, so that saves us a bit of time. We also didn't get the center spawn. Also leaves the other Fizz card available for Canopus, so that is a very, very happy spawn that happened there, actually. Only wound up with one of theirs getting an extra Fizz, but that'll be fine. They don't have any Warlocks here, so they're not too much of a threat. Most units that have some variety of AoEs of some description typically will not necessarily be a threat within 1 or 2 turns unless they get boosted in some way. So, like, Warlock plus Golem is a lot more threatening than, like, Golem plus Fizz card. Or for example, like Magikarp on Ninja, potentially very threatening, but Magikarp on a, something like a Fizz up card there, not necessarily too big of a deal. We'll take our elemental advantage there, get some archers involved in this mess here, get some water, get some fire. Alright, whatever, go after this one. Probably should have gone after the ninja down there. Alright. But I want you to work on your shanking skills, because I need that finisher from you. Not really what I was going for, but that'll work. If we can get a ninja, that'd be beautiful, because they are a very, very great tool, especially for this section of the game. They drop off a little bit later, at least for the purposes of a speedrun anyway. But for now, we just practice with them longbows, because I need more dark weights. Continue sneaking this guy up. So if we sneak the knight up on the right side, he becomes the healing support for the units that ended up kind of bum rushing their way forward. There's that auto card we were looking for. He does have a little bit of healing behind him, but for the moment, we'll just go for attempting to stun these units. Okay. That worked out well. Yes, there's technically a Fizz-Up card there. We are not going after it. We are going to take this Numbing Hook, though. Attempt to roll for a stun. Did not end up happening, but that's hardly a surprise. that's why they're scary. But on the plus side, percentage stuff really favors all these heavies. Because normally one unit would only be able to take 1 or 2 bursts from that. That guy just ended up taking multiple back to back to back to back to back. And then we can just revive him and he's right back to it. So the bulk they provide is very useful. Alright. Decent enough, decent enough. I don't think that's enough range. Yeah, it isn't enough range. Alright. Might still be fine, though. As far as healing is concerned, that'll give them a little bit more to work on. Alright, you go here, you've got your physical. Yeah, just go after that. We probably could go for a Blessing Stone if we can get by without using one. That would save us a decent bit of effort. Alright, not quite at the point of having a finisher yet. But longbow gets to longbow at this point. Wonder if the game's starting to stutter because I haven't saved in like 3 hours. Probably should do that, huh? Alright. We can also pick up grenades at some point here, which we should. Now, you'll notice at some points I'm taking the Beast Tamers and randomly just going and hitting stuff, even though it doesn't necessarily progress us very much. Part of that is because they have to keep up their weapons training constantly. Later on, when they become Lobber Bombers, their weapon skills can be the thing that determines their damage, so they need that stuff. Any chance you have like a... worth a shot. Alright, you just stay put where you are. You go ahead and take that short bow shot and end this fight right now. I should have picked up that Fizz card. What the hell am I doing? That fight should have been over right there. Should have gone Fizz into short bow or finisher or whatever else. That is entirely my bad. 100% a mistake. Bummer. Carrying on, though. What's our next? Yeah, they've got a ton of turns to take now, with almost nothing in between. Oh, plus side, drink break. Actually, I just noticed he didn't spawn a cleric this time. So he can spawn a back row cleric. He usually does. Kind of funny how that worked out. Alright, come on. Give me one of my units. I know, I did a whoopsie. That's entirely my bad. Get the point. I can put away the belt. Chicken finally had his turn. And now Canopus finally goes in for the shank. That really took a while. There we go. Feels like that was an extra 5 minutes or so for one mistake. Gotta love it. Alright, got a Whop, got a Balder Sword, got a Fire Charm. We'll see if that ends up helping. You get a lot of Balder equipment. Most of the time it's useful just for the purpose of selling and such. Got some goodies there. Now, we need some boon of swiftness. We need Spirit Surge 2, and we can get a couple of heal 2s. That'll be pretty decent for the time being. Don't know why I went back to the shop, but at this point, we can actually upgrade some rings as well. So one of the other reasons that they're so useful, we can run the Double Blessing Stone. Like, these guys can really just be everything. Need to pick up more plumes. We need to upgrade our items. Alright. Let's focus in for a second here. We swap you over to a Balder Axe. It's a minor improvement, but who cares? You're probably fine. Voltaire. I feel like we've got a better shield for you, but I guess we don't. You get your heal 2, though. You also get your heal 2, as well as your BOS. you go ahead and get your Spirit Surge 2, though we're going to leave your Heal 1 where it is. You go ahead and get your Heal 2, because you're going to be doing some better stuff with that pretty soon. It's going to go pretty linear and all that. Boat is next. Yes, yes. Get ourselves a free Folkert, and now I realize I forgot to pick up those damn plumes. Alright. Let's go back and get the plumes. Stop making stupid mistakes. Go to shop. Buy plumes. Probably could cut down the number of store visits a decent bit, but we're fine as is. Alright. Got a few XP charms here. Also upgrade his other skills as we carry along, and this can now go ahead and become HP+, and that'll help us out a decent bit here. Now, they give you Folkert right before this, because he's basically going to counter this boss. Conveniently, we have Denim already doing that. And so he's going to basically put in as much of a dent as he can before everyone else arrives. So all of our flyers are going to swarm in as quickly as they possibly can. They're going to do the best that they can. Obviously no guarantees one way or another, but essentially one breaches, the rest bum rush. You kind of get the gist by this point. Alright, hopefully Chariot gets a bit more offensive in a way that doesn't involve her trying to beat a Rockman with a stick. Lady, what are you doing? Anyway, so I've been meaning to ask... Oh, wait, hold on. Give me just a sec here. There, we got a critical plus. That actually could help quite a bit here. Beautiful. He actually does a pretty decent whack against that guy right there. I wonder if we ended up running a intelligence specialist Denim early on, because I actually don't know what he ended up getting from those starting questions. Right. Oh, live chat thing isn't working, right? Darn. Okay, so I've been meaning to ask, when you keep Ozma, do you keep her, or do you put her somewhere else, or more for options late game? Mostly you kind of keep her because she's a cool unit. She's got a unique finisher with whips. She's pretty darn powerful for the time that you get her. Honestly, I personally don't use her very much, only because... like, whenever it comes to collecting unique characters, oftentimes I'll kind of find myself in a position that, like, I'll get whatever the unique character is, and then I'll be worried about going and accidentally losing them off a cliff or something, and even if you run steadfast on her, Ozma is one of the fastest characters in the game, which normally would seem like a feature, but in her particular case, she's kind of in this weird position where she... like, her speed makes her bleed out very easily. And that just bothers me. So, yeah, I know it's a kind of dumb, weirdly specific reason for that, but just kind of why I personally don't use her as much. Alright, so there we go. Denim gets absolutely walloped, but that's kind of to be expected here. Alright, got Earth Longbow on Lightning Rogue. He's starting to get close. We don't have those finishers yet on our archers, which is kind of surprising. Normally you would have them by this point, but we can at least go for a stun here. I didn't get the stun. That's fine. Get a little bit of MP on this guy. Get our BOS going on you. Whip sucks. Dude, whips are awesome. Like, Armageddon is one of the best finishers in the game. Like, arguably the best. Like, you get, Princess with whips and such. You get, like, Meditate, Stinky Set on top of Armageddon spam. Like, that is frickin' busted. Like, at that point, they're just running around one-shot and stuff with crit cards, Lucky Star, all that kind of stuff. Alright. Get the breach going. She's been something about the front line for you. By the way, re-encountering a weird issue from earlier. So for some reason, OBS is just cutting off part of chat, and for some reason, when I go into the thing on my phone, it's also just cutting it off in a really weird way, so if I miss any messages partially, sorry. Oh, here we go. Whip 4 finisher has the highest multiplier out of all of them. It's tied with I believe, Overwhelm off of daggers. So it's like Whip and Dagger have the highest initial multiplier. I think it's something like a triple whatever your normal attack would be. But it's all applied on one hit instead of multiple hits, so it tends to scale up exceptionally well. OBS hates you. OBS is just OBS. It just hates everybody. It's just kind of quiet and somehow been around long enough that it's not as much of a thing. At least it's not Streamlabs. Streamlabs loved to break in half all the time. Alright, so getting pretty properly dunked on by Mr. Zapan over here, unfortunately. But, here, let's see what we can do here. So we can move forward. We're not in range to do most of the stuff that I wanted to do. But we can go ahead and attempt to do a little bit of tremendous shot action. So you don't actually have to finish him off here. And this is going to kind of suck. It's only a 92 or a 96, I suppose. But it is what it is. Again, she's got a weakness versus that guy. It'll happen. We're not ideally set up for this fight. Many of our heavier hitters are the wrong element and such. But we'll make it work, including Mr. Driest of the Stands over here, who's just going to go train his axes on this rock man, and hopefully that'll cause him to go in the wrong direction. Alright, let's see. Next we got you. Don't quite have what we're looking for right there, but... Ooh, there's a shiny little box that showed up. Let's see what that's about. So thank you for the $10, Kevin. Any thoughts on a mod that changes... Wait, hold on, wait. ChatGPT. They use the ChatGPT AI to make the computer a more AI-challenging opponent? Honestly, I'm not really sure that would work, because a lot of what the AI already does is kind of oddly specific in terms of it already kind of understanding the game to an extent. Here, we'll get to that in just a quick second here. And honestly, a lot of the AI stuff is kind of sketchy in general. There we go. That's the win. So, but yeah, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the 10 there. That was unexpected. But yeah, okay. So as far as improving AI or whatever else, so as far as it being challenging, it's already utilizing a lot of the mechanics that are already there. See, usually the place that this argument comes from is places like, why does the AI not use debuffs? Go play the PSP version and you'll see exactly why. Because a lot of times there's just a lot of features that are more annoying to play against than they are actually strategically fun, and like debuff spam was one of those things. It took One Vision a decently long time to actually get to the point that that the AI spamming debuffs became enough of a thing that that you regularly would see some interesting strategic outcomes from it. When it came to kind of like what we're seeing here, where they just don't end up using them, we end up seeing more of them coming from stuff like the AI and whatnot, or sorry, from the monster units and whatnot. It tends to flow better. Like a lot of this version is specifically about flow, so anything that interrupts it is kind of a little bit dicey, you know? Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, we've been going for like 3 hours straight at this point. Brain has partially left the building, still kind of trying to figure out a way back in there. Anyway, hopefully I can explain that better in a second. Okay, so yeah, we're about to hit Chapter 3. Let's go ahead and buy a couple more things because we're going to need them. Yeah, we're not quite at those yet. Okay, let's go for Chapter 3, get our chaos going. First things first, we got to do the castle fight. So for this, we apply our same guys that we've already had. Essentially just breach the Lady Wizard. Don't hit the mute. That's an important part of it. But yeah, we breach the Lady Wizard and attempt to overwhelm. Thankfully, we do have a Earth Archer in this case. I don't know why I thought they would be a liability, because they have been a massive benefit so far. We're going to go ahead and strengthen up Canopus to make his Shorpo a little bit better here. Alright, so we need to remember Earth Archer, very good in case ever attempting this, even though it's kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Let's see, have you played the Darkest Dungeon series or anything like Metaphor or Persona? I have played Personas 2, 3, and 4, as well as Darkest Dungeon. Absolutely love Darkest Dungeon. As far as the SMT games and whatnot, definitely like a lot of the ideas on the SMT side. I haven't quite delved into that one as much as I'd like. It's been on the list for a while. On the Persona side of things, I again like the ideas that they started with there, but man, oh man, do they never shut up sometimes. So, like I like good dialogue. I like the idea of characters building up relationships, but prefer something like Unicorn Overlord there, where it's a bit more to the point. And you don't spend an hour going over obvious side quests when you already know where to frickin' go. I like when a game has a obvious mystery that you figured out long before the main characters do. It is extremely frustrating in my eyes. So yeah, like that, you know exactly which parts of Persona 4 I'm talking about right now. Let's see, P3, I never clicked. See, I like the setting of 2, and eventually I ended up appreciating that one a lot more after watching somebody's retrospective on it. Like as far as the individual design elements, same thing for 3. I think for 3 I would have loved it way the hell more off the PS2 version, because I really like the idea of like an AI that just sort of adapts based off of kind of relationships or whatever else. That seemed really, really cool to me. I played the PSP versions of all of these, except for P4, which was on the PS3. Which, yeah, that was one of those ones that I ended up sticking with for a decently long time, but ultimately didn't have a PS3 after a while, so there was that. Alright. Alright, go after that wizard. We need to distract their healing to some extent. So they're going to spend a couple turns healing up with magic leaves. We're fine in that regard for the moment. Alright, you... Gonna sit put for the moment. So Raminos, as long as we can get a bird behind her and start pushing her towards our direction, that's gonna help a ton. Now the 75 health is not very much, but it surprisingly is enough by this point. After we get past this castle, that's when we can start getting some of our other goodies. Now I'm gonna pick up this Fizz card over on Mr. Chartain. Actually, no. No, actually, no. I do need to pick up on him because he can get in a position to use his finisher to hopefully finish her off. I need the Earth Archer immediately laying down fire. Like, as soon as we get this breach going. You are going to attempt to stun this healer. Didn't happen. You pick up this crit card and start bullying this guy if you can. Just to build up a little bit of MP for the time being. Let's see, you go about here, provide a little bit of healing towards this chicken. Let's see, Unicorn is the best of them. I mean, like, Unicorn Overlord is freaking fantastic. Just what an absolutely amazingly designed game. Like, it genuinely bothered me when it came out and you had those folks that refused to leave the starting island. Like, oh my god, I haven't even left the tutorial, you guys, and it's too easy. What a terrible game. Like, this is so freaking like, disingenuous. Alright. So I will have to go step away for just a second here. After this fight's done. I think what we're going to do is... Actually, no. I'm going to try and step away as soon as this fight's done here. Hey, dude, what can I say? You sit for several straight hours long enough, you got to take a second for obvious things. Alright. Go ahead and heal up the chicken. Alright, he's on his way towards being where he needs to be. He needs to try and stun this one. Man, stun is just not feeling it today. Actually, it just occurred to me, I probably want more, what's it? Need to get more Eagle Eye going, at least on one of them. Right. So he's he's going to pick up this crit. Hopefully he'll get a chance to use it. We get the breach going here. Probably should have waited on that finisher, but it's fine. Water Archer's probably toast in just a moment. I'm hoping we get a crit shot available from our Earth Archer in, like, now. Okay, she's out of range for that. She's barely out of range for that. Alright. She's gonna go ahead and plume up then. Knight's gonna go ahead and heal her up a little bit so that she has a little bit more time. Go up and kind of block this area a little bit. Alright. Now you go for the shank. Hopefully this silences. It does not. Now, as much as I want to use the chicken for taking this one out, we're going to roll for a chance to petrify. Yeah, none of the rolls are really feeling it today. It'll happen. Ideally, what we'd be seeing is that that one would be petrified. There's a little bit less healing. We've got enough kind of numbers on the board, so to speak, to make this happen. It's just a matter of getting them into position here. Okay. Hopefully we can damage some other units so that... Nah, the healing's gonna go to her. Nah. Whatever. She is broken down. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. At this point, the other unit should be healing in the other direction. And actually, she has a perfect opportunity right here. See, 301, or we can go for a guaranteed 400 or so. Plop. There we go. Now, guys, warriors and archers are bad. Gotta use something else. Quick, get shamans in Chapter 2. Right. Gingerbread is just barely shy of where we need him to be, so just do one of those. Perfect, perfect. Axe. There we go. So you did get a chance to go use those physical upgrades we were talking about. Okie dokie. There's Medicine 2, so we finally get healing items this late in the game. At least for the purposes of the speedrun, our chicken gets upgraded, and now, with our level cap slightly increased, you are going to go ahead and just kind of easily cheese the next fight. There we go. Perfect. You've got your instills, you've got your extra health, you've got what you need. We are going to replace this one with a dodge item. Perfect. Alright. I do this one, then I got to take a bathroom break during the cutscene. We're going to go over here, and we're also going to, after this, we're going to have to set up a 8-man party and a 12-man party. Alright. Yes, you'll have some chattering to do. Now, we'll use a dodge item if we need to. Hopefully, we can roll the double meditate and just absolutely annihilate this guy with the Renegale spam. Let's see how this goes. Because he really only needs to hit with 2 Renegales in order to win this fight outright. Alright, didn't end up getting it. We'll go ahead and go for Jewel the Avatar here. This is kind of the safety option. Hopefully he ends up missing here. Alright, there we go. That's going to be Meditate. It's going to put us slightly shy on points. Alright, he's going to go for the attack again. Block or parry. Alright, there we go. And there we go. That's all we need.
I know why you join.
Alright, didn't mess up the inputs, and we are on Chaos. So have you played Deerfield Chronicle? Game's one of my favorites recently. I did play the demo. How do you change Denim's name? You gotta beat the game. As soon as you beat the game, you can change it every, like, 50 battles or so. Alright. Okie dokie. So Chapter 3... Alright, and then as soon as we get out of this, quick bathroom break. Keeps asking to save, we are not saving. Alright. Right back.
There you are, Denham. I was beginning to think you'd gone to ground a corpse. My thanks for holding on to the head of yours till I could come claim it.
Alrighty, sorry for the quiet there. I was basically playing with one hand while eating some of these delicious cinnamons my wife made with the other. And yeah, don't worry, we prepared for weirdly specific eventualities. Have my Steam Deck mapped so I can play everything one-handed. Okay, So, okay, first of all, can you get stats past 999? No, they go up to 999 and just sort of cap off there, which is way higher than they used to be, but, you know, you're not really going past that. Frankly, once you get past about 300, you're already so broken the game can barely stand a chance, but, you know, you do you. Whatever works. Happy Thanksgiving! Likewise! Happy Thanksgiving! It's almost Thanksgiving. Maybe it is Thanksgiving. I don't know. Anyway, alright. Let's go ahead and have you go here. Attempts to stunify the wizard man. Now, cool thing about this version of the fight, and one of the reasons that makes Chaos kind of a fun little cozy route to go down, is... Also, I don't know how the hell I just... What the hell did I just do there? So this guy will basically just come to you, which is pretty darn cozy, as opposed to some of the other ones. Now, all we gotta do is the same old, same old. We just gotta breach and bombard. But, yeah, 2 tamers, 2 archers, that's seemingly what we're gonna be running here. Ideally, a beast unit for kind of tank and stuff, as it were. So, yeah. Also, yeah, charm farming can definitely take a decently long time there. That is for dang sure. Alright. Now, one downside of this whole setup is that I'm kind of left without a very effective means of getting rid of stuff like fear. So that is going to be a pretty regular problem. But we'll see how it goes. Love that build-up. Okay, so we got a unit behind him. We can go ahead and do the old breachy thing at this point, and it is really annoying that they managed to somehow hit every one of our important heavy hitters with fear, but we'll deal. We'll deal. So here's our rapid way to use charms. You kind of just sort of zone out and spam your finger and find something else to do in the meantime. It's part of the reason that I just never really bother using them unless it's for one unit. Just like spam fire all of them on one guy. Just make the Giga Chicken. Which is, it's kind of a funny way to disincentivize things. Also, it just occurred to me I forgot to pick up more shots, or any shots for that matter. So I should probably get on that at some point. Also, should probably pick up ease at some point. Also, speed up your turns so that hopefully you get over your nonsense faster. You get this going. What are your odds of hitting this guy? Decent for awful damage, but it's technically a number. Right. You continue bullying this wizard. Probably just stay put. Unfortunately, yeah, we're in a little bit of a very awkward spot at the moment. You want to stun this guy, please? Apparently, no. Yeah, it's weird how the live chat thing keeps breaking. Let's see, about to juice the hell out of Denim so it's convenient that you're streaming? Well, I'm glad to help with any zoning out related activities. We can still at least hurt this guy with an Ice Blast. It's something. That's a nice thing about magic not necessarily going up or down too tremendously. Like, it's enough that you'll get a decently noticeable bonus from something like a health steal, but at the same time, you can still sort of blunt force your way through if you're hit with Frighten, kinda sorta. It's not ideal, but, you know, it's better than nothing. At least it's less affected by something like a ranged attack. Right, so his fear is finally gone. He also needs to get Canopus up on his feet, and this is why we bought extra Blessing Stones. Because now everything can finally come together. We have Mr. Can Openerus going over here. He'll go do his thing, probably get knocked out for his efforts, but he is technically doing damage. That's fine. We're still making progress. As soon as Denim's done being afraid of stuff, That's when we can basically just end the fight. Because he's got the advantage. He's got all he really needs. Alright. Actually, we can probably just go ahead. Actually, no. That'll even do better than Canopus would. Because he's already got both his finishers. We're basically set for what I want done weapon-wise from him. Mr. Dudeman will continue staying put because this golem has completely checkmated these units over here. Alright. You do you. This is another nice benefit of warrior units, so you can just kind of smack stuff out of the way. Very great for pushing stuff. Let's see, this guy, or this lady is currently suffering from a lack of being in the right position right now. We'll put her over here so that she can get into position shortly. You will attempt to roll for that extra 10% knockback damage. Or extra just 10, not 10%. We got the Meditate, we got the Rending Gale, we got the Breach, we got the double hit, there we go. Just one more solid hit on this guy coming from this Dark Weight, and we're done here. Except for the fact that I probably should have picked up that Fizz Up card. Man, I'm doing great at correcting my mistakes from the past. It's amazing. That's depressing. Alright. Anyway, Chicken should be able to finish that job, because I think his turn is coming up soonish. As that Knight continues to hope that he can escape that corner someday. He dreams of that opportunity, and he just found it. Alright, bonk that dude. At least it's something. I think the only unit that's... There's only like 2 units that we can't technically route in by any means. One of which is the Orc, the other of which is a Golem, unfortunately. I mean, like, technically we could theoretically route one in, but... No. Why bother? It's like, it's not that they're bad, it's just they're very good for defensive purposes, which is not what we're doing. Alright, get to Zaidmore next, kill the thing in Zaidmore. Trying to remember what the hell's in Zaidmore. I don't know, but it's gonna die. I want to say it's the Necromancer, but I think it's on a different route. Oh, no, it's Night Guy. For the Felnator or whatever? Yeah, there we go. That guy. Okay. Easy enough, peasy enough, squeezy enough if you've got, get some of them drinks from the 90s, but okay. Now, let's see what we got. So we got a decent advantage here. Decent number of wind units. All 3 of our main flyers are wind element, so this should be a fairly simple and straightforward one. As I mentioned before, if there's any chat stuff that I missed, I apologize. Also, at some point, I did double-check while I was up and about. There is a way to check exactly how long that call was from earlier, so we can actually correct the timer for the accurate time before I did the whole pausey dealy. At least we can mostly get it right, so that's something. Alright. So we will do that in a moment. See if I can figure out how that goes. Ooh, nice tempting target over there. There we are. Good, good. Earth unit, not necessarily going to do too much, so just take a nice neutral shot over there. Don't think there's much recruiting that we need to do. It would be great to get that Envenom Ninja, though. If we can somehow get a hold of that guy, because that would definitely be a great get right now. Because, yeah, Envenom Ninja is one of those ones that you usually don't end up getting it, but if you can work it in, that's a tremendous asset. Yeah, poison is going to be like typically coming from stuff like poison spears or the poison claw. It's why the poison claw was being discussed earlier. Because if you can get a poison claw on your beast tamer, that's like it's just a great way to check off a lot of boxes at once. But if we can, you know, get something like this guy going, it's great. It's good stuff. Ignore those fizz-ups for the time being. All recruiters go straight for the dude man. You do a little bit of the old healing type business on this chicken. Just keep him nice and topped off. Then next shop visit that we do is going to be for picking up some mending salves so we can throw them into our repertoire, because they are going to be very, very necessary with the upcoming gigantic pile of Zabos-related bullshit that we'll be running into. And, yeah, that's kind of just about that there. Zabos, not nice. Loves to be very tanky and loves to have ridiculous amounts of healing. So we want to, you know, sort of sort out that issue. There we go. Finally got a stun. It's really something how long that's taken today. There we go. Throw one of you out there. Pick up one of them critty type of deals. Beautiful. Felnator is going to be pretty much landlocked as soon as he approaches that main island. So at that point, we just close him off with a chicken, and he's basically checkmated. That ninja would be a great replacement for someone or other. Haven't decided yet. But another ice unit would definitely not go amiss. We can just go ahead and throw out one of these right here. Put him in a decently hittable position. Tremendous shot, puts him a little farther away from where I'd like for our recruiters. Now we will need those longbows for taking out those clerics pretty soon. I'm trying to think who he could actually replace, because he's a really solid solid unit. I'm just not really sure exactly where we're going to fit him in. Alright, we'll see. Juice this guy in person. Beautiful. Surrounded by stuff that would be a threat to him. Now, how's this looking? Just a 2. Not going to be worthwhile right now. Longbow over there. Now it's going to have a turn pretty soon. Now, do you have the juice? Almost. You do not have the full array of the juice, so you just have partial juice. There was actually one very useful asset that I picked up last time, which was one of the wizards somewhere along the line that had spell charge, and that that combined together with Canopus was absolutely massive. But I forget where the hell he came from. Oh, perfect. We got Levold. Nice. We can just go ahead and prevent this guy from escaping anywhere now. Put that numbing hook on there. I forgot to replace his numbing hook with something else. So that'll just have to do for now. Alright, stun that guy. Go over here, maybe get your empower going, get this chicken a little bit overjuiced if we were. Alright, wizard guy's gonna wizard. That's another nice thing about having kind of bulky chicken types. They just end up taking a lot of stuff that would be threatening for everybody else and just sort of eating it. Very, very useful stuff. Main issue with the ninjas is just they're kind of difficult to get off the ground. Because they do have a pretty meaty requirement, like MP requirement for all their spells and such. So the idea normally being that they would hopefully survive some steel stance hits, or maybe they would just go and take somebody out with their swords beforehand and come in prepared. They are supposed to be the ambush specialist, and they're very good at that. It's just getting the MP required is a bit of a bum deal there, you know. All right, go for the cut, get the empower, go for one of these, do one of them deals. Let's see, 154. His basic is already 100, and it'll be a little bit faster doing the 154 though. All right, leave you where you are. There was a wizard somewhere. So shoot the wizard. There we go. Get another numbing hook in there, and he's almost done here. Yeah, maybe we will just throw away that ninja, because, like, it's theoretically useful, but I keep trying to think where we'd use it, and the answer is just we won't have the time to. Oh well, at least he's out of the fight. Let's see about maybe checkmating this one a little bit. If we can go get a few extra finishers that would really help our two inner guys out a lot. It actually occurs to me I totally forgot to turn one of them to a Terranite. Picked up those Terranite marks absolutely ages ago. Still haven't done it. Alright, we'll do that after this fight, I think. Just gotta get to it. Would definitely be a gigantic asset in the upcoming Zabos fight. So we'll make that happen. Alright, you continue spam firing these Ice Blasts. He's almost dead. Alright, and one Heart Crusher should see this guy toast. There we go. Alright, so we're going to want that Terranite worked into the repertoire. We're going to put the Ninja on the team as a potential replacement unit. Not really sure what exactly we're going to do with him, though. And we're basically saving all charms from the entire run to later use on Denim there. Actually, I think I know what we're going to do with this guy. Forget all this. If we can get him a short bow, we can make him toxic. Get a little bit more money. We need to restock on items anyway, especially mending salves, which we're going to need many of. 21 should do the job. Let's go over to crafting. Go over to our short bows, and we can make one for the inventory. So stun poison ninja should be pretty useful. Okay, next, let's see, where are we on breach items? Get our meads going. Can get another 5, good. I'm thinking he can probably go ahead and replace somebody. Do we just replace his shield, or do we keep that on him? So I'm thinking if we... let's see. Get rid of the double attack. We keep the 1 HK on him. That gives him some finisher options. Not until you draw. Get Dynasty King's Meat on there. Dodge, heal. Decent, decent, decent. Leave concentration or go smoke screen. I think we leave concentration. Alright. That'll be decent enough.
What do you say?
What do you say? What do you say? Okay. In fact, actually, why don't we just go a little bit trickier with this? We go blowguns instead. Charmed Dart blowgun. There we go. He still retains his other finishers, and then we get one of the archers running Eagle Eye. So let's go ahead and take Sarah over here. We'll go ahead and replace this Resist Petrify with Eagle Eye. In fact, actually, let's go ahead and run both of them with Eagle Eye. Place your crossbows with Eagle Eye, and then... there we go. Now, it's kind of... now, you know what? We'll throw that in at some point. Now that I think about it, that's dumb, because he's just going to immediately get rid of Charm with Poison. So, who's been kind of underperforming here? I'm going to say... Carmine's been having a little bit of a rough go of it. We'll replace him with a ninja for the time being. We might go back. But for now, maybe he gets to live another day. Who knows? We're just going to see how he does. And see if we need to immediately readjust. Okay. So, in an effort to fix the timer, let's see if I can... Alright, so it looks like the exact time for that call that we need to add to the timer is 9 minutes 2 seconds. So we'll go ahead and do that at some point. So I think once it's all said and done, we'll just let it run for an extra 9 minutes 2 seconds or something. To kind of even out the timer, so to speak. Get the right number going. Again, we can just sort of do it all based off real time or whatever else, but either way, that's where the number stands. Which, I mean, we basically have the video time and the endgame time that would say the right time anyway. It's literally just the timer that got stupidly paused for a little bit. Should have just, again, left that running. But, oh well. Alright. So, we got Water Archer that's going to be the one that's going to need to step up here a little bit. So once again, Breach Gildora, Water Archer gets in on that business, and hopefully just kind of dunks on him. We'll see how that goes. Not quite worried about Gildora yet, but we're going to have to make a few little adjustments as far as adding more healing items to people after this. Let's go ahead and see about doing some of that business, trying to drop some of that poison stun. In fact, actually, we'll probably currently write the Cyclops out of the equation because of Poison Stun Ninja right now. Right. But again, that might be subject to change. Still going? Hell yeah, we're still going. There's still 2 more chapters to go. Well, technically, it's just this chapter and then the next chapter, but you get the idea. Gonna have to go step away to make more coffee at some point, sure, but for the moment... Alright. I've been doing a little bit of the old, it's cold outside, so kind of lose my voice kind of deal, but hey. Do what you can do, right? Now, if we get some mind charms, it's probably not a terrible idea to throw them on the chicken, especially if we can make a Ring of the Mind later. I forget exactly what we need to make a Ring of the Mind, but if we can make one, we really should consider doing so. Because that would drastically improve the performance of the chicken. Seeing as that's the one thing he's really missing. If the chicken only had a brain, he could be devastatingly powerful like he was in OB64. I forget who said that they were taking responsibility for that. Let's see, Denman has transcended into godhood, lowest status to 25 now. Well, damn. That's a bit nutty. Good. Good. Alright. Gotta think of it. How do the charms even work anyway? Are they just sort of like pinning it to themselves like it's friggin' Office Space? Like they just need all their flair? They're just sort of sitting there just like pinning charm after charm to themselves? Are they just sort of eating them? Like, does it work kind of like a Chuck E. Cheese, you think? Like, maybe they're kind of going in and it's kind of just absorbing them and printing out stats or something? I don't know. But I am immediately liking this idea of working in the ninja. We're going to go ahead and up the chicken's power a little bit. Phone goes ding. That is neat. And pew pew on this guy. No stun. Chicken's probably gonna go eat this guy for breakfast, though. Yes? No breakfast. What about this guy? Still no breakfast. Well, fine. He has no elemental advantages versus anyone, so he's just gonna do one of those. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Of course, I say that. It's funny because Like, you'll hear the occasional argument of like, oh, well, in PSP you could go and give them strengthen and anatomy and everything else, and it's like, yeah, but they also didn't have stuff like True Flight, so they basically could never hit anything. They could get a little stronger, but at what cost? Alright, let's have him go after the archer and attempt to recruit the other archer. See if that works out. Give us a few little extra shots here. Yeah, that's pretty decent. This should be enough to take out Mr. River Wizard down there. Goodbye. Farewell. Vito's and goodbye. Okie dokie. Water Archer says hello. That says 89. That says not good enough. So instead we say 160. We haven't quite gotten to the breach yet, but we will. I mean, maybe we don't even need to be fair. Suppose we'll see. I'm kind of almost tempted. Almost tempted to wonder what on earth happened to his Envenom. Where is your Envenom, sir? I would really like some of that right now. Yeah, and Venom would be absolutely doing gangbusters right now. And actually, part of the reason that I ended up employing that guy to begin with, why I was kind of happy to see him added to the team, is specifically for the Zabos fights, because he's got a bunch of really tanky units that take a little bit of a minute to go put down, and it's not that we can't, but if we can potentially avoid some of the extra steps, that would be wonderful. Alright, you're fine there. Should have the juice to do one of these. Beautiful, and Gildora is gone. Okay, so he is okay. So get access to warlocks at this point. Fantastic. We're never gonna be considering that information relevant. Now, next is Zybos. We need ice units for dealing with his randomly associated bullshit. So, Zybos' deal. We need ice as much as possible. Can you become the ice chicken? Yes. So they'll become the ice chicken. They'll also juice themselves up a little bit. That'll do well there. The Ice Ninja's going to be pretty good for this. See if, yeah, we got that ring taken off that guy. Just wear that. I completely forgot to upgrade their rings, actually. That also would be quite the useful tool here. Okay, heals, right. So, heal-wise, we're going to need to replace these with these salves. So, replace with salves, because we're going to need the extra juice as much as possible. You need one of these. You need one of these. You replace this with this for the moment. You also could use one of these. So basically, we're having everyone carry at least some of these around at this point, because this spot in particular is going to be kind of rough. Also, I see the question on the Chaos route. Basically, it just wound up being a little bit faster in this case. Okay, you're good, you're good. You don't have anything yet, so give you one of these. After this, we'll get a chance to restock. Start off with a Jewel of the Avatar. You actually probably go for 2 heals. Veronique, you're already good, and then you should be the last one, and we're all set. Now, I don't know if he'll get another chance to recruit a fairy. I want to say somewhere in Chapter 4 there is one. Trying to remember off the top of my head, I'm not really certain. Anyway, so yeah, as far as Chaos path, the reason that we went down Chaos is basically just, again, because it is slightly faster for what we're going for, and also the units and bosses and everything else just kind of line up a little bit better for just the purposes of this weird haphazard setup here. See, Reborn is a sick-ass game? Absolutely, that it is. It is very, very fun to speedrun, I gotta say. Despite being a almost inhumanely long game for a speedrun, and this is again why this is basically going to be a one-off, it is very, very fun to speedrun all the same. Just because of the very quick ways you can get all of your skills and everything else up to bear without having to do all the random, just like nonsense you had to do back in PSP. Like, oh, I'm sorry, did you forget to pick up anatomy on absolutely everybody? Did you forget to redo all of your menuing over and over and over and over and over and over again every few fights? Well, that's a real shame. I'm afraid your run's dead in the water and you're completely stuck, and also you can't restart if you made a mistake. What a bummer. But dude, it's the flow in this game is so nice. It is so very, very nice. Anyway, so yeah, on Chaos, like, for example, past this point, Zabos, the many different forms of Zabos here, end up being just kind of the only real hiccups. Like Gildora, super easy. The Berserker from before loves to run himself forward, very easy to deal with. Pretty much all the bosses are going to be some variety of somebody that is either easy to take out, easy to isolate, or easy to overwhelm the healing of, except for Zybos. He's like the one guy that provides some pushback in this exact context alone. With if we were, for example, comparing it with something like Neutral, you get some quicker fights earlier on, but then you got to deal with dealing with the uphill fight. Uphill fight over in the brain fart, the Gildas fight. So that ends up taking a while. The dragon map on that one takes a little bit of a long while. Like in a general sense, I prefer everything about the neutral route a lot more from a normal gameplay perspective. But when it comes to a speedrun, everything just lines up a lot easier here, because like the dragon map on Chaos, you basically just have to take out the lizards and nobody else, and you're solid. You get access to a lot of beast units very quickly. You get a lot of chances to get one of the heavies on your team, so that's very useful. And right now we've got a very good kind of lay of debuff spammers, so that's pretty handy there. We've gotten the right elements that we need to deal with a lot of units fairly effectively. There's that Jewel the Avatar coming in fairly clutch there to keep our health nice and topped off. We'll go ahead and get a second one activated right here. Again, it doesn't seem like much, but that 20% is absolutely going to pay dividends over time. We're going to go ahead and spend a few extra items here just to get these Terranites out of the way quickly, because I do not want to deal with their nonsense. So we could go for that right now, but that might end up activating their skill instead. So, actually no. You're just going to go after this one. Just do it. Just do it. Let's see, do you have your area on? Yes. Where's our water archer? You're going to go right here. You are going to go ahead and go plume her up so that hopefully she can start shredding this guy pretty darn quickly. Yeah, there's that fearful impact. Unfortunately, it's one of the few things that we're not going to have a convenient counter for a decently long time. Anyways, so Chicken's main job is primarily to make sure to get these healers harassed. So Chicken gets over the side. They wonder how they parried a frickin' boulder with a fan, but that's okay. Just kind of seems like one of those things that shouldn't work that well, but, you know, Dark Souls logic is Dark Souls logic. Which is funny, because genuinely speaking, if you've ever watched any runs of Dark Souls, you can actually parry a boulder. Like specifically, there's those boulders in Sun's Fortress. You can actually parry those things. It's bizarre, but hey, if it works, it works. Because technically it allows you to sort of poise your way through them. Alright, we got what we needed to there. We'll get our Charmed Arts employed later. There we go. So first, nice happy archer smack over there. By any chance, does this guy want to join us instead? It's going to be your one opportunity to join us, sir. Otherwise, the water archer deletes you pretty darn soon here. 15%. What are you doing? Well, cake or death, and you've chosen death. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Well, I guess they have that going for them, so that's something. Now, he is currently a little bit ineffective in the offense department, so we'll go ahead and fix you up. Get some of those points saved up so that he can hopefully snipe some of those healers. With Zabos, you really want to take care of his healers first. So we'll go ahead and snipe that, and hopefully the next rando unit that happens to pass by will be enough to get the job done. Is that going to be you, sir? Not quite. Okay, so instead you go ahead and heal her up. This is why we brought all those extra salves along, and instead it will be Mr. Axeman. Thank you kindly. Alright, that's one less Terranite to deal with. Once we get the other one done, we can start making a bit more progress. This Birdman is looking mighty injured at the moment. Once again, go for the recruit. That was a 0%. That is just a plain waste of time. Do not do that. Okay. We got Steel Stance going. We have Envenom going. We've got Mr. Or, you know what? Let's go for the TK right there. Get a little bit of poison going. Attempt to finish them off with some spells next. Steel Stance, so they should be relatively safe. And that'll do. It seems like I might have underestimated how good they'll be for this. Alright, get a Mighty Impact. I'd like the birds gone next, and this gives us a nice kind of forward position to work from. Alright, next you need to continue harassing these healers. Because the more that we harass them, the more all of our damage sticks. And again, we want them gone before we deal with Zybos, because he is very, very beefy. There's that stun coming in clutch, as they say. Don't feel like that many people are actually running manual cars these days, but hey, it is what it is. Also, I don't know if those Steam notifications are coming up, but we'll see. We'll see. It doesn't look like they are. That'd be kind of funny if they did. Alright, where were you? You were over here. Okay, you need to instead be going after these healers here. Specifically the one that's already damaged, so that we can hopefully take them out a little bit easier. Dragoons are gonna Dragoon. Obviously they can be a pretty big threat to the chicken if they realize that they can actually activate their skills at some point, but thankfully they're kind of out of range. That's why we have the chicken hiding off on the side right now. Another one of many benefits for the chicken. Alright. Next, let's see. Let's see if we can... No, that still won't be what we want. So continue harassing the healer. As soon as one healer is gone, there will be enough leeway for us to take a few steps forward here, start dealing with a few other problems. As soon as we get them overwhelmed, we should be good to go. Ideally, if we can get you maybe joining our side, that would certainly help. Want to join? You want to switch? No? Alright. Worth a shot. But what we're going to try to do here is yeah, either get them to join our side or whatever else. Actually, 100, that's pretty good. I always forget how good Nightblade is. Nice. Okay, so that's pretty decent. It's acceptably decent there. She doesn't currently have her Tremendous, so we'll go ahead and get Canopus all juiced up here, so that he gets to stay in the fight. As soon as he's ready, he should be able to go up and start finishing some stuff off. Unless you already do that job right now. Almost. Very, very close to finishing them off. Actually, even in your damaged state, that will be enough to finish off at least one Cleric. Good, good. I don't see any good pickups for him card-wise. I know there's one off in the distance, but I can't quite see what it is. So we're just going to go for the Recruit here instead. 2%. Watch that 2% roll. It's worth a shot, at least. Okay, poison fades away from that one. Okay, you're not quite in position for that. Alright, continue harassing that guy. Again, this is why chickens are so damn good. And frankly, griffins are exactly in the same position. You just perch them up somewhere and they just keep throwing things at people. And what are they going to do, you know? So after this point, I believe Zybos can be poisoned. So after that, we can go ahead and have the ninja poison Zybos. We'll see how that pans out in a moment. Alright, she picked up a Fizz card. Probably should have looked at that sooner. Let's see. I don't know if he's immune to poison. I doubt he's immune to poison. Yeah, just go for one of those. Good, we got the stun off. And... okay, he is immune to poison, unfortunately. Okay. Go ahead and poison that guy. Thank you for the parry. Cool. Very cool of you. Let's go ahead and have you fire an unparryable shot at this guy. Would be real cool if he died from it, but oh well. Anyway, took a little bit longer than I'd like, but still everybody's in a decent enough position at this point to go ahead and swoop in on Mr. Dudeman. So next available Breacher will go ahead and breach, as you do. He's got nothing but his own healing at this point, so if we do enough damage to him, he will simply heal himself and forget to attack, so that'll be pretty useful. Let's see, let's go ahead and get the Terror Knight dealt with to some degree. See if maybe she wants to switch sides, or if you maybe want to go deal some damage to this guy. Okay, instead, we're just going to go ahead and breach for the time being. There we go. Nice, happy, and breached. Take this this bag of stuff over here in case it's anything useful. It's a Caldia. I don't think we'll necessarily need that right now, but we never know. Might be helpful down the road. Now you take another crit card. You kind of had a crit card last time, but this time around, petrify that, please. Would be nice if he did. Alright, Mace is pretty decent here, but I think we'd have a bit of better results coming out of you. So why don't you go ahead and prevent his escape for the time being. There we go. This guy doesn't counter, so... Well, he doesn't counter, but he sure parries. We'll take that. Apparently another Caldia. Fantastic. This is when, if we were employing... actually, come to think of it, we do have a warrior unit. We could get their hammers trained up. We could go ahead... We do have some hammer units that that actually could benefit from using that thing. Alright. Well, anyways, he's breached at this point. We already know that we were doing some pretty solid numbers to him before. You want to hit him again? There we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and get our Beast Tamer up, because he's a pretty decently heavy hitter. There we are. 78's not bad. And yeah, at this point, everyone just kind of piles on, and the chicken tries to suppress the rest of the fight as best as he can. Unfortunately, they are going to occasionally do stuff like that, but what can you do, right? Alright, you got your weight. It's only 27, but a leaden would prevent him from leaving, so that would help. Actually, probably should use that on the Terranite, because now they're gonna do stuff like the chicken, which is actually kind of fine in this case. But we have our Rending Gale that's going on a breach at this point, so there's a nice, nice 200 off of that. Let's see, you, with your own Dark Weight, still do some pretty disappointing numbers there, actually. Let's go ahead and go for the Heart Crusher here instead. Get rid of this TK, maybe. Not necessarily going to be the biggest benefit in the world, but it might be something. Right. So they're low. I don't think there's any point in actually setting that up now that I'm looking at it. Oh well, that's fine. Now, one tremendous shot over here, one physical over here. Should be enough to maybe start seeing some numbers versus this guy. Well, it's a 2. It becomes kind of a 12, except he can't be knocked backwards, so it doesn't get to. Alright, one Rending Gale over there. We've got some Revives that we can probably spam at this point. Those would probably be a solid idea. And, okay. One dead shot in that direction. What do you look like hitting this guy? Just a 1? Alright. Well... Alright, well, you go over here. I kind of want him to build up another finisher and maybe go for a big dramatic crit versus this guy. I'll go ahead and get our two-hander up again, because that should be a nice, happy distraction. This 59 is pretty darn decent. There we go. And that'll be enough for Zabos 1, so he's going to go ahead and get the hell out of here, as you do. Get an Air Charm, not that that necessarily helps us very much. So next, what is that, Cressida that's next? Or not Cressida, but Cassandra. Alright, so it doesn't matter what we answer to Kashua, because we will eventually get her killed anyway. Alright, so Reason Way. So for this one, we're going to take away you, and we're going to take away you. And then we need to remember to put both our Fighter and our Knight back next. Alright, so she's Dark Element, so she's going to be neutral against pretty much everything that we've got. Maybe, maybe making a Divine Archer is not a terrible idea. It's also kind of a terrible idea. Though a Dark Archer would be a very useful tool. Alright, so here he's just trying to build up a little bit of MP. Now, I have thought about routing in some holy water to deal with exorcisms at this point in the game. I don't feel like it's worth it just yet. For the next fight, kind of. Like, or for the next chapter, kind of. We will need some exorcisms at some point, or else we kind of run into a little bit of a very dramatic halt. But for this portion, we're fine. Eagle Eye action. Now, Eagle Eye will slow us down over time, but I think on average we'll end up getting more out of having Eagle Eye than not having it, because it prevents parries from happening. So we probably should see way more benefits than drawbacks. Now, also these undead are neutral, so we also don't have to worry about them as much. There we go. Bit of a block, that's a problem. That is a shame, what can I say? Thankfully, she's not very much of a threat, so usually you can get everybody into position to completely dunk on her pretty darn quickly before she has much of a chance to be too much of a threat. There we got that guaranteed stun on that bow coming out next. Okay. This is why Rune Fencer's good, because you can get your speed buffs going very, very quickly. You know, I love how even with that 10-minute loss to... I don't even want to call it a loss. For even while stepping away for 10 minutes to go take a phone call, this is still going surprisingly way better than last time even. Shortbow's looking like they're going to be in a pretty decent position. I'm thinking probably 2 rounds or less. So you're taken out at this point. So all those wizards and stuff that end up spawning, or not necessarily spawning, but coming back to life, not really too much of an issue. Because they won't even have MP to do anything. We should be able to hopefully re-up that stun. Didn't quite re-up that stun. Oh well. I really need to remember to replace that dash, or replace numbing hook with dash. Alright, we're gonna use a plume here just as a little bit of a safety precaution. Just in case we need that little bit of extra punch, because we might lose our Beast Hammer in a moment. You've barely got the juice to make this happen. There we go, 266. They're going to have one more heal in the pocket. We're gonna just risk it, go for the Ice Blast instead of the heal, because I don't feel like the heal is necessarily going to do everything that I want it to. It looks like he does make it to safety. Will it be enough? I don't know. I don't feel like it's worth using a breach on this, though. Yes, I'm sure somebody can make the argument of we should have used the breach instead of the other thing, but don't worry about it. Because we've got this ninja this time around, which, again, surprisingly is way more of an asset that I was kind of hoping for. I was about to completely not put him in the party at all, but this works. This works great. Dude's fantastic. Alright, good stumble. I think that was the one that was about to heal. And no parry, and we're good here. There's Spell Charge. Beautiful. Is there anybody that can even use Spell Charge right now? I don't think so. Whatever, moving on. Okay. Okay, good bit of extra cash. Let's go ahead and re-up. Just 5 of these. It's about all I can afford right now. Alright, we need a bit of a cash infusion here. Probably shouldn't have sold that. We got some of those Balder weapons that are usually a pretty good thing to sell. Kazashis are pretty good. Got a bunch of random stuff here. Some gauntlets, sure. Right. So, a little bit of extra blessing stones here. Good on meads for the moment. We're going to want some shots. Right, so why shots in particular, and why exactly are we running this particular loadout? So, so thing with the shots is that they allow for getting past defenses pretty darn well. This is the wrong. You know what? Yes, you really are. Get out of here, Fox. Just so I don't accidentally end up putting him in place again. So there's going to be times, like especially with Zybos coming up here, where we're going to want to replace some stuff. We're going to want to do a type of damage that isn't necessarily subject to defenses and such. So that would be a good thing to do. Now, this is going to be one of those cases where we've got Hector, and he can be a little bit of a problem. So this is Hector. This is a guy. His name is Hector. He is a problem. He is kind of always a problem. But first things first, we need to get rid of this Griffin, because if he starts numbing, hooking everywhere, it's going to be a problem. Hopefully we can get him on our side, and if so, he is going to be sacrificed in order to go deal with the clerics. If not, we'll be dealing with the clerics ourselves. But the plan is to try and attempt to recruit him pretty quickly. We have them go back, take out the healers, by which point Hector will already be marching forward. Just like Zybos, he's one of those units that if you don't take out his healing, he will definitely be a problem. And one of those reasons they want to start all of these attacks early, is that you can get them drained of their items before they're really a problem. Got a bit of an advantage versus her, but thankfully she's pretty decently dodgy, and Envenom is going to be fantastic for this. Man, Envenom Ninja needs to happen every single run. So either way, this guy either joins in about one attempt of recruitment, or he dies. That's about it. Man, my voice is really cracking there. Apparently accidental puberty. Yeah, not really worth it there. Yeah, we'll also be putting conflagration shots over on our knight as well. That's actually part of the reason that they're fire elements. The actual element of the grenades doesn't make too big of a deal, but there are going to be those cases where it will do slightly more, and in the case of the knight, if he rolls phalanx, it allows him to attack diagonally. Otherwise, it's just sort of there, you know, it's just kind of an extra thing that can happen. Alright, there we go. He's close enough to be a thing now. Next, we focus on clerics, which hopefully should cause them to heal themselves, start forgetting about Mr. Hector, who hopefully can run forward, get breached, and, you know, you kind of get the general shtick. Unsurprisingly, bad things will happen to him if he's away from his support, and we probably will have to take most of that top area. But again, this game with stuff constantly playing out differently is going to be a factor as well. Start bullying those a little bit. Won't be quite in range to be able to hit those clerics as of right now. Although... yeah, this is a very risky play right now, but potentially might pay off a ton. Because he's got a little bit of immunity here. His level is slightly higher than everybody else's. His numbers are slightly higher than everyone else's, just because of kind of prep up to this point. So hopefully they should ignore him. It might not work out that way, but hopefully they ignore him. We're going to go ahead and get an MP recharge on you, and then next you're going to want to go ahead and get your plume up. So hopefully with that MP as well as that strengthen, we should see him maybe go and finishing off some units there. All right. Mr. Bird, would you like to join us? This would be a massive benefit right now. Cake or death? Death it is, almost. Right. Get a little bit of MP to get his recruitment going. Cake or death. Bummer. Well, not risking him going and dealing with all the other nonsense right now. Actually, I don't really have a choice, do I? Alright. Actually, no. One more shot should put him pretty darn close to dying within one poison tick. So very, very close at this point. Yeah, just finish him off. It's too big of a risk to leave alive. Alright, pick up this for the purpose of your permanent steel stance, hopefully. Next up, Knight. Just gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a march forward. You will attempt to shut down this cleric. I once again will forget to put on dash. But it's fine, because in this case, we petrify the cleric. They'll either ease out of it, wasting some of their healing, and not actually heal up their cleric, or they will ignore it and go for a heal, and then we can just kind of attempt to shut down both of them and move on. Nice little way to waste a Rending Gale, too, since, again, at this point, now that we have salves up and running regularly, the full-blown chicken tank is in full effect. So the reason that this is valuable is because no matter how hard their finishers go, unless they're running, like, Slayer or something like that, so somebody like Pejot, for example, could potentially one-shot the guy, but as it stands right now, there's not really much that they would be able to do in that particular regard. So this means that with percentage-based healing, they can absolutely kind of out-heal anything that's coming their way. All right. Now, she'll be very resilient versus arrows. He will not be, because, you know, stone and stuff. So they're trying to catch up at this point, but I think at this point we're kind of already in the nervous system, so to speak. We've infected it all. Okay. Yeah, we've kind of got everybody where they need to be at the moment. That will poison. That should... No, it just barely wouldn't kill. Alright. All their healing should be dealt with at this point. Next arrow, or next poison arrow, goes directly towards the next guy. Alright, let's get this Bergman out of here. As you can see, the Dragoon just plain can't keep up at this point. Also, I love this map, because this is where they showed off the pincer thing for the very first time. Gotta love it. Okay. Yep. And get that guy finished off, which means that they only have the one cleric, which also means that we might see Mr. Nightman getting a little bit distracted, hopefully. Unfortunately, speaking of distracted... Right, finish that guy off. The chicken's in a little bit of a rough spot for the time being. Hopefully we can get to him soon enough, though. Alright, just bully the cleric anyway. Yes, she is extremely resilient versus that right now. I don't suppose you can make that happen. No. Another shot. Can you make that happen? Yes. Okay. That's what I mean. Like, we can heal 900s with these +1s at this point. Incredible value. Tried to re-up the Petro. Did not re-up the Petro. Agility card, probably not a terrible idea. Just go ahead and take that. We don't necessarily need anything from that bag over there. Though we will probably end up running a cleric later, once we have access to Resurrection. Okay. Next. Let's see. Let's go for the Tyrant Mace. Try to finish her off. Alright, didn't finish her off. Shame. Hi there, Tep. Been a bit of a hot minute. Welcome to the streamy Tabadili. So we're currently in Chapter 4, currently 4 hours, 30 minutes. So it's also, well, actually, technically, like 4 hours, 40 minutes, because there's 10 minutes that's unaccounted for. It's just some shenanigans. Okay. Oops. Well, so much for recruiting her. Anyway. Right. So we'll have Canopus handle the breach. I'll go ahead and pick up this as well. Alright. So you handle the breach. Beautiful. Chicken will actually, no, we don't even need to go here. You could potentially just do one of these. There we go. Puts him in a nice, nice comfortable position here. I think Hector's one of the ones that can be poisoned. So if that's the case... No, he just can be stunned. Alright. In that case, forget it. Dark Blade it. There we go. Yeah, I know in some cases Hector can be poisoned. I think just lately we've run into a few of the fights that he can't. This might just not be a particularly poison-friendly route or something, but I know there's some instances where he can be poisoned. Right. Right, we empowered the Beastie Man. Currently, yeah, you know what, you're fine just where you are. Same thing for you. Actually, no. You need to go over here, go ahead and get your finisher restoring juice. You, go ahead and throw it this way. And I think we're solid. For the moment, anyway. Solid as a rock, as it were. Fine, fine. You roll that parry. Can live with that. We're going to have the knight go ahead and take a little bit of a sidestep, attempt to start recruiting wizards or some such. I think that's the spell charge wizard that I got last time. Because, yeah, spell charge onto Heart Crusher was very funny. It's like the wizard's just long-range casting knives from somebody else. It's like how I hear people describe the Aegis system. Of all oddly specific things to come to mind. Like, hey, this is how people describe this military thing. By wizards. Okay. Let's see. Does he get into position because of the Rending Gale? No. But he does have a crit. He does have a Magi up. He might be able to... Yeah, he can make an awkward shot from there. He could have crit that for a nicer number, but whatever. It'll work. Unfortunately, those dragons are starting to be pretty good at actually defending their king, so to speak. Though that's actually pretty beneficial. So Canopus ended up getting knocked down, but that also means that we can revive him. Also, Mr. Ninja Man will continue to completely just kind of outpace his paycheck here by being the primary damage dealer over the course of this thing right now. Alright, you are only going to do a 7 because this guy's beefiness is off the damn charts. So go ahead and do one of these. Hi there, Mr. Big Cat, and thank you for the kind words. I hope it will be. We'll see. There we go. Get a nice little silency type of deal on him from there. Not that that actually silenced him, but, you know, you get the idea. Alright. I probably should switch this guy to a different element. Maybe switch him to lightning or something. Because as it stands right now, he actually is kind of underperforming with his ice finisher here. And it kind of only counters himself, so it doesn't really offer up a lot of synergies there. Love how even with their Slayer advantage over there, it just still isn't enough. This chicken turns around like, what the hell are you doing? You honestly think you got a shot here? Alright, let's go ahead and immediately heal that back, I think. This is taking a little bit longer than it did last time, but we're doing alright. Alright enough, anyway. Go ahead and petrify that guy. They're down to very few units that can even do anything right now. This fight is definitely one of the longer ones. Alright, he goes for the shield bash, as he does. Now, should be able to get a decent shot from here. Yeah, he rolled his thing, and now we get the crit. So there is one unit that would, in theory, be very, very useful, and that would be the Juggernaut. You know, for going and shutting down their action abilities and such, or their auto abilities rather. But yeah, honestly it's fine. Let's go ahead and stun this guy, or I guess not even stun him. They're gonna heal him slightly. We're just gonna kind of let their turn happen here. I'm gonna re-up this breach because I know it's about to wear off. Alright, try to take out you. It's not really gonna be too much of a benefit, but we should be about done here. Just gonna take some extra pecs on him while we're here. Just take advantage of that pincer bonus. Get a nice happy Thunder Flare. Archers are looking a little bit worse for wear right now. I would like this guy to stop his nonsense and go ahead and die, please, so that we can or hopefully not turn off his, or not turn on his phalanx anymore. Now, the odds of it happening are pretty low. I don't know if he's actually got an auto card on him. Ideally, we would poison him, but let's see. He is running an auto, so the odds are not terrible that it would happen. Okay. Rather than trying to force everything through, let's go ahead and chain revive some archers just to make sure that they don't die, because I do not need them gone right now. Right. Eagle Eye, just, I guess, take a little bit of an extra shot on this TK for now. Work on them weapon skills. Alright, he didn't roll it. We're good. We can just finish it off, but again, I wasn't about to go risk those two archers. In fact, we can probably just go for one of these. Take our guaranteed 80 on him. Alright, and we got our nice cheap Nightblade over here. So really the value on these guys is great. We just need one little peck from somewhere, and that something, or somewhere rather, will come from this chicken. Alright, that's Hector. Done and dusted. Goodbye, Dodara family. Get some new blessing stones, get some other goodies, get the cutlass, importantly. So that is going straight on denim at this point. We're actually going to go immediately to upgrade this thing. Let's skip all that, and... First things first, you go here, and you get that cutlass. Now, we also can get some poison spears at this point, which would definitely be helpful, although so far we've actually been doing great without them. Alright, so we need to pick up the new crafting books. Go ahead and upgrade our existing jewelry as well. See if we can sell some of these random weapons and such. We won't need that other rapier anymore, but we can go to the crafting menu. Let's go ahead and upgrade to a cutlass at this point. There we go. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and craft up a few more goodies. At least a couple of these poison spears.
You sure?
Yes, I am very sure. Next, get rid of some of these random bits of equipment so we can hopefully upgrade our other parts. Sorry if I'm kind of in think mode right now. Right. Now, it may not seem like much to upgrade all of our war rings, but this does actually improve a decent bit. Okay, we do need more money for that, though. Let's go ahead and sell one of these, sell some of our basic spells and such. Because we're just barely short of using that. We're not going to use this, we're not going to use this, this, or this.
Sure.
Alright. Now off to Brigantis. T on speed is a hard job? Oh yeah. It gets a little complicated. Okay. Now this is when we can bring the Cyclops back in. And this is when you definitely need to replace that this charm with a dash and replace this with this. Because we need that extra health on you. So you're good there. Let's see if there's spell charge. There we go. We can go ahead and do that. All right. Health dash pincer. You're never going to really use that pincer. You're not really going to use sweaty palms either. All right, whatever. It's going to run you as you are. And juice this guy up a little bit. Good about there. Mr. Leonard, you might be useful. throw him back there for good measure, and off we go. So you want this game, but I find it so intimidating. Well, there's really nothing to be intimidated about. It's honestly, once you kind of get into the mindset of it, it just kind of flows. Like, it was the PSP version that was really the intimidating one, like the one that you genuinely could completely screw yourself by building wrong. In this case, you just kind of play a little differently and everything's fine. Also, this is one of Canopus's funniest lines of the damn game, because they're like, oh my god, I'm worried about those archers. Like, the only way is up to the archers. Like, we should deal with the archers first. How? How are you possibly getting to the clear other end of the map to go deal with the archers, and somehow that'll be easier than just going and sniping the wizard that's in front of them? Explain, Canopus. Explain. Alright. There's a match-up card up there. He should be making some pretty decent headway towards it. Get our Venom going. Now, as much as getting the terrain kind of avoidance spell would be pretty useful on the ninja here, we're probably going to save that for about the start of Chapter 4. Because there will be moments where it'll be very, very, very useful. Problem is, ninjas don't get to meditate, so it's going to be about a round 3 or so move. But we will end up applying it at some point. I love this theme. That's a missed shot. I don't even know why I took that. Making mistakes when we're approaching the 5-hour mark. Who could have seen that coming? Alright, you go ahead and take this phalanx up for the moment. He's probably not even going to get a chance to get into position. Now, this chicken should be doing a little bit better than last time, because last time I had a air chicken for this, and air chicken was having a rough frickin' time getting absolutely bombarded left, right, and center. So this time around, that does not seem to be a problem, and that's very dandy. Now, they do have a little bit of hidden healing in the form of one of their hawkmen being a healer, and yeah, we will deal with that when we get to him. As of right now, it's not currently an issue. Alright. Now, you go here. Just take a nice little long-range shot for a little bit of extra training. He's going to go ahead and pick up that match-up card over. Actually, shoot, no, forget that. He's got a really good position right here. There we go. Luna Swiftness over there. Yeah, Denham's got himself a nice happy perch right now, because normally breaking into that center area is going to be a little bit of a thing. But by moving the Hawks to the left, sometimes you can pull them to the left. In this particular case, it just wound up lining up perfectly. Denham's going to go ahead and move himself right into position, getting us up to Mr. Wizardman pretty darn quickly. Again, this is partially why we keep everybody else's level hopefully lower than our aces here, so that hopefully the others end up getting targeted. Getting here in 4 hours is impressive. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best here. Like I said, I've been trying a few different approaches here. This one seemed to work out decently well. Previous attempt, I got here at about 6 hours, so this seems to have gone a little better, you know? Alright, let's go ahead and heal up Mr. Chartain. We'll be running relatively low on the juice, kind of coming out of this fight here. So we will need to restock after Zybos 2. There we go, get a little bit of poison going. More poison the better. Warrior unit lady over there is kind of falling behind a little bit. She will become a little bit more relevant in less vertical maps. Just so you know, if there's any unit that seems like they're kind of just trudging along, it's like, why are they not providing the DPS or whatever else? Usually they're going to have some other bonus relatively soon, and I'm just kind of keeping them around because I want to keep them trained. So there is a method to my madness. Alright. Go ahead and not even bother with that, actually. See about shutting down this one. Alright, no petrification, unfortunately. I think probably after we hit Chapter 4, I'm probably going to take a little bit of a second to go restock on coffee real quick, because unfortunately I burned through the stock that I had on my desk, and require more brain keepy-uppy supplement. Need more jet fuel. Gonna regret it tomorrow, but again, you know, when you got one shot, you got one shot. So we'll give it a go. MP recharge action on you. Maybe he'll get a kill or two next round if we get that far. So Mr. Kornos, or whatever the hell his name is probably going to be charging us relatively soon. We will want to get Canopus back up on his feet, but they're doing the tanking that they need to do. Basically got the whole team on him at this point. Just really solid effort overall from that ninja, I gotta say. Definitely no regrets adding him to the team here. Very solid addition. We got that meditate. Let's go ahead and get this up right here. And then after the next round, that's when we should be able to close off the wizard, push him towards ourselves, and yeah, we're pretty much good at that point. Now, he will be low at this section, but this also means that other units should hopefully... Oh, no, wait, never mind. Usually other units would be getting targeted, but he was right next to the chicken, so that happened. Anyway, there we go. Get some mead going. And now he should be good as dusted as soon as anything comes by. Okay, so... Go there. Go ahead and throw out one of these. Do whatever that does to him. Good enough. One grenade over there. Feel free to avoid anything you find along the way. Now, if his loyalty is low enough, he might go for it. 3%, sure. It's not 0. It happened last time. Alright. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Ninja. Alright, so we've almost got our Cyclops juiced up for a bit more spell charge action. So we'll see who needs a finisher when that time comes. Mr. Chartain is looking a little bit worse for wear. Probably just going to take one shot over here just to do whatever damage he can. This guy doesn't really have a ton of health, so it ain't ideal, but, you know, it's something. Hopefully, let's see, will any of those units move? Maybe. Though I think our pocket archer over here is about to get his day. There we go. Checkmate. And we're off to the next one. What about a new... Beautiful. Now, next guy, we're going to need a few air, or not air, but now you seem to be doing just fine. Probably wouldn't hurt to give you a few backup heals just in case. Maybe a little bit of a strengthen up here. Oh, reconnection successful. I would hope so. Hope we're not having weird connection issues. Granted, it has been quite the extensive amount of time. Alright, anyway. Armor's fine. Go for one of these. Upgrade a little bit. Upgrade a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have upgraded him to an S-Piece by this point. A few extra points. Basically, the same bonus that we got from upgrading those rings. But yeah, so slight attack upgrades by this point. You might have noticed that a lot of the upgrades that we're going for are either very small attack, kind of oddly specific attack upgrades, and/or specifically debuffs and stuff like that. Because most of our big punch-throughs are only coming from elemental advantages and such, and/or, you know, previously mentioned debuffs. And for the most part, I've been a little bit surprised by how much we actually end up getting out of stuff like that attack ring upgrade, because it doesn't seem like much, but there seem to be more direct punch-throughs, as it were. Alright. So we're going to primarily try to circle around the Cyclops and the Golems. We're going to try to recruit the Cyclops. If it happens, it happens. If we do recruit them, I'm probably just going to fire them immediately, because I only need the one. And I mean, we might need replacements, maybe, but we'll see. Like, I would prefer not to be regularly confused by which Cyclops is which, you know? But we're going to go ahead and throw out a little bit of poison over here versus these golems immediately. For the obvious reason of what the hell are they going to do about it. Those things tend to melt very quickly. They tend to lose a lot of health very quickly to stuff like poison, so the faster we can get all that going, the better. Let's see. Let's go get a little bit of Jewel the Avatar going. Additionally, we're going to have Denim go approach right there. Let's have you take a shot on this one. Probably not a terribly good value, you know, for how much they're getting hit in return. But it's fine. So let's have you move over this way. And one Beast Tamer over here. Just gonna go in with a few grenades right from the get-go, try to get some of their numbers down a little bit. It won't necessarily be enough to really end the fight here. Obviously, 100 isn't very much in their overall pool, but it is a decent place to start from. Might get us that recruit a little bit earlier, if and when it happens. We're going to try to push these guys back, since this is, again, not PSP or One Vision, so we can shield bash these guys back into a better position for us, so we don't have to... They don't have immediate heavy immunity, so that helps us out here. Another fantastic benefit off of stuff like these beast units is the fact that they do absolute wonders against heavy units like this. Great for building up additional MP, great for pressuring their back line, just kind of keeping them out of the fight in general. So if we can get rid of that wizard, that gets rid of their AoEs. Those golems are not very much of a threat once that happens. I just noticed I forgot to put the TK in again, dang it. That warrior needs to be a TK, because we won't need pushback as much as we'll need fear in some cases, and that's actually going to be a pretty big deal here. Ah, shoot. Well, alright, whatever, we'll have to figure it out. Also forgot to upgrade his bow for that silence chance. That's not ideal. Oh well. Again, mistakes will stack up. I doubt there's a way to remember absolutely everything that you need to remember to keep this thing going, but anyway. Alright. Alright, false strike please. Thank you. It's going to help out a lot, and any recruits we can get are going to help out a lot. Alright, you need to go bully this one a little bit. Thankfully they can't exactly parry Eagle Eye, so best skill remains best skill. Silence? No silence. Right, you are not nearby that Cyclops where I need you to be. Alright, take this critical and just kind of sit put for the time being. Right, you need to heal, or push this guy backwards and attempt to go for the recruit. Ah, shouldn't have done it. 0%, not paying attention. Come on, come on. Need to wake up. Wake up and pay attention. Right, knock back, get the breach. Don't really have too much to take advantage of that. That'll be okay, but I would prefer to see this this witch over here going. There we go. So both their casters are almost gone, their main line is almost collapsed, their archers won't be as much of an issue once the Terror Knights are gone, and hopefully we can convince some of them to switch sides. But for the time being, you need to heal this warrior up here and just kind of quickly take a step forward. Right, we got our steel stance, so he can get a little more aggressive here. Can you get the cleric? Yes. So at this point, cleric can start being poisoned and stunned. You can start working on this one. Ah, just barely rolled under. If it rolled high, that would have been a kill there. Okay. So they're just running glare. They're not running the other one at this point. So Hobble's not nearly as bad as the other one. Okay. Just take the Acid Rain at this case. And we'll kind of surround the Terror Knights here. So next we need, after taking care of the casters, we want to damage and attempt to recruit the Terror Knights, if we can, while also dealing with the Clerics. Again, lots of attempting to recruit, and we'll see how it plays out kind of thing going on. Alright. Tornado. There we go. They're backing away. They're ignoring their kind of necessary duties here. That's both of the casters gone, which means bye-bye to most of their AoE. Let's see. Sarah's not exactly in the best position right now, so we're just going to go ahead and have her take the heal. She will be back to help deal with some of those casters next round, but for the time being, not so much. Also, got very lucky there. You just take the heal. Wait for that fear to wear off. And yeah, we definitely do need ease. The problem is we don't know necessarily kind of how ease is going to play out here. Because oftentimes you're hit with more than one debuff at once, and if that happens, then your ease is just a waste of a turn. Whereas if you just sort of play around ease, it might be a little bit easier depending on the circumstances. But again, it's kind of hard to know for sure. I feel like just playing around ease will be slightly more consistent. Hopefully get the stun here. Hopefully get the recruit. Alright, still 0% chance. This guy's feeling pretty loyal right now. Alright, just attempt to poison the archer. We got a good breath over here. Excellent. One's petrified, one's about to die to poison. Hopefully the poison ticks. And let's see. Got a nice happy opportunity to go after this guy next. Start overwhelming their healing. I think she's running Eagle Eye right now, so that probably won't help her. Alright, just take a regular heal. Probably go next to this archer and start working on them next. Okay, good. One cleric's down. One archer's out of the picture. Next cleric will be down shortly. They're going to take a bunch of ineffective AoEs with those Cyclopes. Thankfully, the AI is garbage at using a Cyclops, so yeah, helpful. Right. Actually, the hobble coming off of Uranus over there might be helpful. Can't believe we got a guy named Uranus, but whatever. That's perfectly fine. That would have been dang near fatal to anybody else, but not them, because the chicken is a badass. Okay. Now you get this happy archer back up on her feet and start marching your way towards this guy. Because now that his Rendingale's out of the way, now that it's not as much of a threat, now he can himself be very threatening. Right. Pew on the cleric. Alright, we actually might see that cleric down in just a moment. Can't quite reach with this. Alright. That's fine. Get this one into, hopefully, recruit range. Yeah. Not ideal, but it'll happen. Bonk. Well, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. let's see. Canopus needs a little bit of help over here. Get him a little bit juiced up. So we're in a pretty solid position at this point. Need to make a few little adjustments here. Let's see. That's not necessarily going to be too helpful. Alright. New thing. We're just going to go ahead and poison this guy so that he's a little bit easier to recruit in a little bit. Once we get the breach off, that's when we can go in with some dark blades and such. Alright, let's see. You're water, so definitely go bully this guy some more. He's not even breached at the moment, so that's a nice happy slap over there. Alright, she's down, but now we can get the breach off. There we go. Now we're effectively breached. Now, as unideal as this is, we can have the archer go take another shot at the Terranite, and we can go ahead and see if we at least have odds on this guy yet. 7%. It's not nothing, so we'll take it. Take another shot on you. So, hopefully, let's see, who's actually nearby that can recruit? Just the Knight. He's currently still out of range. Whatever, just start working on Zabos. So I don't think we'll recruit any of those Cyclopes, but that's perfectly fine. That was never necessarily the goal. It was just sort of a kind of extra, if we could pull it off. Dick move. Alright. Unfortunately, that guy just shut down a lot of our offense. Kind of tempted to maybe work some grog into the items here, just to deal with the constant terror spam. Though, honestly, after this, after we deal with Zybos, we have a little bit of a break from terror spam until we get to Branton. Alright. Let's see. Honestly, fair play on that one. Let's see. If you go over here and kind of breathifies this way, it's still technically a little bit of damage. It's very kind of insignificant, but it's fine. That'll happen with 2 Fizz-Ups and an Elemental Advantage for sure. Alright. So let's see. Who do we have that's ice right now? So as soon as Denim stops being scared, that's really when that whole situation will finally resolve itself. Because unfortunately, he's kind of our main damage dealer right now, and he is phenomenally... Oh, never mind. Problem solved. Hello, Zabos. Goodbye, Zabos. Goodbye to your bar. Fantastic stuff. Our other guy is kind of scared too. But if we maybe have him fly around here, Blessing Stone this one, which will then get her up to a little bit more scratch. She can go ahead and attempt to re-up his breach while doing a decent bit of damage. There we go. Then we get our Nightblades into the picture. We get a nice happy crit that spawned over here, so that's nice and dandy. There we go. Do you want to 280 that? Thank you kindly, Mr. Ninja. You are constantly just outdoing yourself over and over. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. Okay. Actually, you go for this archer. Because if Mr. Zybos does have any healing that he feels like doing, which usually he doesn't, because, you know, he doesn't, in that case, it would go to the wrong place. Now, again, I don't think there's any left, but you never know. We're hours into this whole thing. Tired is going to happen. Let's see. Shield Bash for you. That will give a little bit of extra damage, but again, if we get the recruit, we get the recruit. Mace, and I think that's actually, yep, that's him dead. So this is actually surprisingly like almost 40 minutes faster than the last time that I did it, which is surprising. Even again with the extra breaks and such. So yeah, that's fun. Alright, so we're out of castle now, we got some extra stuff and such. We need to buy more items. More cells, more stuff that we need to sell. I feel like that Wart Dart gun is going to be very unappreciated in the long run. Alright. Blessings we're not doing great on, but it's fine. Meads we're definitely not going to survive without. So we'll get more of those. Conflagration shots are relatively low. Alright, now we recruit Hobrim. So here's the thing with Hobrim. He is a useful slot filler if by this point you've had such appallingly bad recruit luck that just nobody's on your team at all, but realistically speaking, he does nothing for us here. His weapon skill isn't transferable enough to other classes to make it worthwhile. His Swordmaster is good in a kind of casual playthrough sense. In this case, not really going to provide us much. The dances really slow stuff down. So primarily he would just be a sword fighter, and there's nothing particularly special about the sword finishers until about 30 or so, and frankly it's just, even then we've got other ways of accomplishing the same thing, which we have been for a while with the Fall Strike Cutlass, so there's just no point in working him in unless there's no other choice, you know? Like, for example, with somebody like, sorry, it keeps doing that. Somebody like, let's say, Olivia. When she ends up getting worked into the team, she's just given a Damask Cudgel and immediately thrown in as a Beast Tamer. Because in her case, she can go immediately into having near max rank grenades. Damask Cudgel gives her some decent hitting power with her finishers. Like, she just immediately kind of hops in and starts kicking ass. And when it comes to Hobrim, he's good as a Swordmaster and absolutely nothing else. Again, fine in a normal playthrough because Swordmaster's fun to play as, but not so much a useful kind of prospect in this case. Alright. Alright. Now, hopefully we should be seeing some AoE stuns coming out of this guy after this fight, I would hope. I think it's at 20 that they unlock their glare move, or whatever it's called. Alright, we got a physical chicken up. That is unfortunate for you guys. Get this cleric run over, we get Modigliani isolated, and then we should be good. Most of his units are lightweights that are going to just kind of rush forward. Most of them are pretty low loyalty, so they'll probably end up kind of just switching sides, so we'll see. See Blind Sniper would not be funny? Yeah, Fusilier Hobrim is always funny. Like, there's just nothing not funny about that. But yeah, good physical up cards for the chicken for sure. Just completely spawned all the way around him. Right. Snipe this guy. He's probably going to go for his spells relatively soonish though. But as long as that cleric's dealt with, we're good. Yeah, Mr. Leonard over there is definitely on the chopping block, though. As soon as we have the opportunity to replace him, we will. Pretty much next recruit that comes up, whatever it is, because he's alright. Like, he's doing okay with his dark weights and stuff. There's just nothing really to write home about there. Now, I think this guy can also be envenomed, but again, I've been wrong on that one before, so see how it goes. Let's see some short bow action. Let's try to stun that guy. There we go. We got the stun because they started off with an Eagle Eye, which is just great stuff. I love Eagle Eye. It's like quietly one of my favorite things. All right. Retreat a little bit, pick up this card. Hopefully we'll end up getting a dash and we can make a bit more progress after. But just as long as we keep pressuring this healer, then we don't have to worry about dealing with Modigliani. Despite him being frail, he's got a unique class, just like what's her face that I'm forgetting the name of? The other old lady. Basically, the old couple are sorcerers, and they're just basically ridiculously high-stat spellcasters. But part and parcel with that whole thing is they're freakishly high vitality, so they end up taking quite a decent bit of punishment to put down. But as long as that damage is going on the healer instead of them, gives a little bit more wiggle room here. So that hopefully you're still throwing out numbers, but you're throwing them out easier. Probably could have gone for a tremendous there, but whatever. Let's see, where do you find the beast materials to upgrade claws and tiger claws? I've used poison fist in my runs, can't find the materials. Just kill griffins and dragons in Farampa. It's actually one of the reasons in this one that technically it can be routed into the run, with some asterisks. Like, technically speaking, if you get real lucky on the drops... Oh yeah, I forgot. Can't recruit rogues. My bad. So technically you can put them, for example, if you kill the dragon in Chapter 1, and any and all griffins that you run into along the way, you'll usually have the materials for it. It's kind of inconsistent, but, you know, whatever. Modigliani is slightly out of range, but you are not out of range of healing. Yay. Fantastic. Okay. We got her in Venom. First of all, can you be envenomed? Yes. Do it. You have got to be kidding me with your 80% dodges happening all the damn time. Okay. That's perfectly fine, though. Now we can go ahead and target this one. Doesn't really change stuff too much, but it does allow us to potentially surround that berserker and maybe recruit them. Alright, Rhyme Raven's gonna Rhyme Raven. Fine. Alright. Perhaps maybe shouldn't attack my own guy, because I didn't hit the button. What mistakes? I didn't see any mistakes. Alright. They did hit their own guy, though, so this... Maybe they're trying to play fair right now. Alright. Heal up you. Probably should have the ninja getting some help as well. Interesting thing about Homerim is he usually won't attack, he'll only preempt here. Kind of, weirdly specific, but whatever. Alright, so now he's free to go, which means the chicken is free to get into position, and, shoot, he's just barely out of range to do what I need him to do. Go for the rock instead, then. Alright, you finish him off, maybe? Yes. Swear to God, with these 80% dodges. Alright. Pop on you. I mean, so far so decent. Whatever. Because he can't run up, someone has to wait until he hears the weapon coming. I mean, it's a fun theory. Usually they don't really bother with that kind of stuff, is what I mean. Like, it makes sense logically speaking. I just mean they, like, usually they just kind of do it a bit more, I guess, on its own, where they'll make it so a unit specifically, let's say, is surrounded by units that they have an elemental advantage against, so that they'll maybe go and target specific things. But yeah, no, in that case, it's just one weirdly specific exception. Alright. So, Cleric's almost toast. I think actually at this point we're probably good to just dump on Modigliani, because their healing should be good and distracted. We'll get a little bit more of an advantage of going after this guy. That's fine. I think he probably just uses the boss AI. It's like by this point he's already getting aggressive on stuff, and he's finally moving out of his position. So we got that taken care of. Hopefully you can just finish him off. 89%. I was going to say, he's probably going to dodge that anyway, but thankfully that didn't happen. Okay. I can't recruit her, but that's acceptable. There we are. we've got this ninja guy. I was going to say we could recruit him, but then he got knocked away, so I guess we're not going to do that. Alright, who do we got next? You've got your Eagle Eye, and you've also got some range on this guy, only 86, still fine. Alright. Right, so Archer guy is way the hell over there, but he's finally going to have a chance to take a shot in a moment. Unfortunately, these Berserkers are absolutely tearing through everyone, since we lost those two in the center. Could be worse. Alright. You can't quite make that shot, can you? It's a bummer. Alright, you target that way. And just kind of start working your way towards here. Then we gotta sit through 4 more long actions of theirs. Got that one cleric. See, that's the thing. You want to keep damaging everything else so that they get distracted. Right. Now, I'm assuming his rock is not going to do... Yeah, it's... Okay, it's fine enough. I was going to say we probably would be better off rolling for a chance to petrify, but that's acceptable. We'll go ahead and use one of our lobber bombs here. A little bit of extra versus this dude. And then one last ninja to go and wrap it all up, and we should be sorted. Thank you, Eagle Eye, for not letting that be parried. Alright, we'll accept him into the team in case we need a slot filler, in case something goes catastrophically wrong somehow. But we'll be fine. It's not really much of a benefit to turning him down by any means. We already said yes. Why would we turn him down now? Alright. So one of those. Those, and so one of those. Okay. Should give us just enough. So plumes we're fine on. Meads we need more of, and we're good. And we're back to this frickin' place again. Like, man, this whole chaos route, part of the reason that I don't necessarily like it as much as something like neutral, you are constantly just revisiting the same castles towards the mid-game. It's like, please, for the love of God, can you guys just pick a new castle to take over? Why is it always Caridnai? Geographically, it makes sense, but pick a different castle. It makes too much sense, dang it. Alright. So this time we get Marino, who sucks less at his job. So, we'll see if we get dunked on. Hopefully not, because this is around the point that there's a pretty massive difficulty spike. Where suddenly everything is coming in with better equipment, levels, and positions all at once. Now, thankfully, this guy is still Earth, so that's a pretty good benefit for us. Thankfully, we do have Mr. All my nonsense is guaranteed over here, so nice little happy stun here. Should hopefully keep this dragon from attacking. Does have to take a counterattack for it, but anyway. Rooster. He's chicken. He's chicken. Right. Heal up the ninja. Hoping... wait a minute. Beast Tamer doesn't have a shield. He won't be able to do what I wanted him to do. Mr. Other Beast Tamer, though, does have a shield, but he still won't be able to do what I needed him to do because he's not in the right position. Because I was hoping to shield bash Denim into the thingamajig over there. Chicken, exactly. Chicken chicken. Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit of a slowdown right here. So we kind of want to maneuver around these guys a little bit. I might take that left turn with Canopus to pick up that card, so that hopefully he has a better shot of one-shotting Marino. It's going to be 3 rounds until he starts approaching us. But yeah, the dragons are a little bit of a pain here. This is usually around where you'd probably want to turn Denim into a Dragoon until he goes Lord, but I forgot to do that, so here we are. Yeah, really, our goal right now is just to kind of walk past these dragons. Thankfully, they're not running their ramparts, so mostly safe there. However, I will be stepping away for just 1 sec. Hold on. Alright, back to it. Let's top up Canopus a little bit more. Don't like how much extra stuff he's taken, but go ahead and speed him up for the moment. Alright, we're gonna see if it's possible. I think I can block off all the tiles to let Canopus take a couple of actions here. Sure why I thought he had poison on him, but whatever. There we go. We got the tiles blocked off. So he hopefully can take 2, at which point... at which point we have the chicken go and do a little bit of harassing versus this one over here. Mr. Marino decides to take up his football career and charge us, and then Canopus hopefully goes in and 2-shots the guy. Should be simple enough. There we go. There's that stun putting in work as it does. Alright. Longbow training for you, because I want my slumber shots. Because, yeah, once we get slumber shots going, that'll be very, 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 very helpful. And, there we go. He's ready to get his finisher ready to go. Mr. Marino is ready to drop a Fearful Impact, and he is charging at us. Perfect. Now, if we could just get a crit to spawn along the way, that would definitely speed things up, though it's also unlikely and not necessary, but oh well. We'll have the chicken go absorb that Fearful Impact, and I think we can maybe go ahead and have you guys focus on this dragon here. Not that it's perfectly necessary, but it might help. So I'm not sure why Chartain is apparently becoming a mini celebrity over there, but whatever. Sure, why not? Okay. One critical over here. Yeah, that probably would have been useful on Canopus. And I once again realized that I completely forgot to turn this unit into a goddamn Terror Knight. Okay. Hopefully, somewhere within this next century or so, I will remember that that is a thing that needs to happen. We need that Amazon to be scary Amazon, because I would like many debuffs to make big number go happy time and such, you know? Alright, I want you to get hit, I want you to petrify this one over here. Did not happen, that's a bummer. There's the Envenom. And conveniently, there's a nice little nook over here from which you can do the snipey thing. So there we go, poison, so she now will damage herself. Wonderful. Canopus is still a little far away from where I'd like him to be, but that's fine. Now, another added benefit to the whole poison thing is... Ooh, hello! Beautiful stuff. Alright. And he'll go ahead and boost himself up, too, for good measure. Let's just go ahead and make this a one-shot. Yeah, he's probably, well beyond, ready to rock some business here. You know, now it occurs to me. So, when I was going and doing this all segmented and stuff like that, typically the way that I was doing it is, you know, I would go play for a little bit. As soon as I got interrupted something, you know, the kiddos got into something, the wife needed something, whatever else, I would always go shut down the Steam Deck and then just go about whatever it was. Now, judging by the severe time discrepancies and whatever else, I'm thinking probably what might have happened there is that it probably just kind of keeps tracking time for a little bit after you shut it down. This seems way less than it was the first time. Like, by a decent amount. So, I don't know, maybe it's something else, but that kind of feels like what it's like. Alright. Breach in position. There we go. Chicken ready to petrify. One of these days. One mighty impact over here. Double breached. I suppose there's the old Octopus Redemption arc. Though at this point, kind of feel like we've already pretty much dedicated to chicken, so we're probably fine there. Alright, get our archer back up on her feet, because I'd like her to take an extra shot here, and would rather spend the item rather than take that chance. convenient physical. Don't mind if I do. Probably gonna avoid taking the heal on her, though. Right, how are we looking? Ooh! Potentially quadruple overkill, you say? You say Chartain Smash, Canopus Smash. Canopus cannot avoid the smash. There's one of our orbs. Those will be very handy for when we deal with Morin later. Alright. Now we break out the charms once again. Alright. You're all nice and juiced. You too need to be nice and juiced. It's kind of nice being able to spend these a bit more willy-nilly now that we don't have a zombie to worry about. Kind of an interesting little shindig. Alright. You also get a few more. And everyone else can just sort of deal with spillover. And also, I feel like rather than maybe one of these might be in order. In fact, actually, probably one on you as well. Because he doesn't end up using his items as often. Like, you do not end up using that plume very often, so we'll go ahead and put a grog on you, and then you further also... Actually, you're probably fine as you are. Alright, let's hope that this works out.
The wheel. If you wish.
Alright, duel it is. Damn, what the hell element was he? We're gonna assume that this is gonna be fine. We need a few heals. I forget exactly what I had prepped for this, so this is just... We're just gonna wing it. Yeah, he needed to be lightning, that's what it was. Alright, we might have to redo this one. Just wait for someone to come up. So he needs to speed himself up first, and then hopefully get a fizz. So he gets within 2 range, so we go ahead and breach. And with any luck... Not really the direction of luck I was looking for, but alright, we'll head back that direction then. Alright, so with that breach, and without anything else, that's not necessarily going to do the job. With the fizz up and the breach, that probably will be enough to get us somewhere. Dodge, that's what I forgot to add to this. Yeah, he's just going to be able to keep spamming this all day. But we only need 3 Rendingales to get him in return. So yeah, we'll just switch over to Lightning. And then switch immediately back to Ice. Because with a dodge, you can get something done here. With this, less so. Alright, so switch to Lightning, and we're good. Because at that point, he does, like, 150. Additionally, we can probably... No, we're already doing everything that we need to there. Alright, that'll be good enough. Yeah, crit would be a lot more useful here. So I should probably upgrade his shield as well. Alright. Alright, a couple of other options we're going to have to consider here. I think we'll probably just switch over to Knight. Just for... You can go either Knight or Warrior for this. That moment when you forget to upgrade a lot of very specific things. Okay. So, first order of business. Do we just go for... No, Poison Spear won't be worth it. There is an ass piece. Who's got the ass piece? Jami or Rof? Okay. Also, you've got them pants. Got one of those. So ass piece would help out in a lot of directions. For another thing, yeah, we still need that breach juice. Just go Knight for now. Yeah, whatever. We'll just go Knight for now, and then we'll switch over to Dragoon for afterwards. We can just go for a Phalanx instead. That just pretty much completely breaks this one. Alright. That sounds good to me. Go ahead and get a heal 2 in there. Come to think of it, I just completely wasn't even utilizing heal last time, was I? Yeah, that would definitely be part of it. Like I said, making mistakes. Actually, probably would have been better off just taking the team fight at this point. This has not been any faster whatsoever. But that's fine. Okay, MP... That's decent, actually, if we can run him into that. Yeah, his first ones are fizz-ups, so we can just run him into it. Yeah. Cool thing is, at least we get sword training for this. There we go. Finally it rolls. It's like the one thing we need to have rolling every turn. It's just like, nope. Don't think so. Though, right, if he's constantly doing that... then we're constantly getting outpaced anyway. Alright, well, maybe. Maybe. Actually, faster method might just be to go Berserker on this. Berserker more than likely gets the one-shot. So if he does one basic attack, then this is basically a done deal. If not, then we're probably just going to go Berserker. Yeah, alright. Because, yeah, there's a few different ways you can do this one. Probably one of the easier ones is to get him stuck down there with a bow. It's kind of weird how Archer ends up working out pretty well for this, but I don't have the skills on him for that right now. So, let's see. Who's got both the weapons and the skills to make this happen? Whatever, we'll go for the Berserker. I don't even have a weapon for him. Alright, let's see. We got the boulder. Oh, we've got daggers, I know that. Alright. Just go dagger then. He's definitely favoring strength, so we'll go ahead and... We'll go ahead and borrow your axe for the moment. You can switch over to blow darts for the time being. Now you go sanguine, you go berserk. You go strengthen. Why the hell am I not just going basic soldier? I don't know. Again, we'll just chalk it down to being tired and move on. Actually, you can do hammers pretty well. What do we have for hammers? Just the Morning Star that our knight's been carrying around. Okay, I guess we'll borrow that thing. You go there, you go there, and alright, let's do this thing. See how this plays out. So he's decently strong already. We need Sanguine Berserk and at least one solid hit on this guy. So just get a little farther away. Get our Sanguine. That's okay. Why am I not just doing the Rune Fencer thing? Whatever. Or even just ninjas for that matter. I am completely flubbing this right now. 'Cause yeah, we could go ninjas, we could go rune fencers with the whole running back and forth strategy, but no, we're just over here doing this. Alright. Do we live the next hit? Yes. Just barely. Also just barely not enough. Okay. Yeah, this is probably already fine. We'll just go ahead and take another one of these. Now we just need 2 hits on him. For that matter. Oh, right, he can't be knocked back. Well, just threw that one. Don't suppose you want to get a natural crit there? Yeah, that was already a win. I just completely threw it. Because I was trying to do a shield bash to try to get into safety. Ah, that's so dumb. That was 100% just me being dumb. Alright. Alright, let's just play Ring Around the Ninja. One excuse to do this nonsense. Alright, so this is the dumbest possible way to do it. Basically, all you do is just run up on top of a ledge, and he can't do anything about it. Because you can jump farther than he can actually go. So the idea here is basically just to kind of shoot him till he dies. And take some free bow training in the meantime. Now, is this the fastest way to do it? God, no. The Berserker method would be way faster. But at this point, you know, it is what it is. The main thing is just not to let him get 2 turns. And the cool thing is that after you, for example, get up to rank 10 here, this ends up getting even funnier because instead of doing ones, you end up doing dramatically more with the finishers, which he now can do absolutely nothing against, because they'll often leave him trapped down there. So as a plus side, this also gives us bow training in case we ever need to use it over the course of the run. Now, are we, again, losing a phenomenal amount of time while doing this? Sure. But it's also funny, so that's also kind of got to be considered, you know? Now, technically, this would be a lot faster, going for MP up cards and probably going for the ninja magic and stuff like that, but, oh well. You know, also we're going to shoot at nothing, because that definitely helps with the speedrun. Okay, definitely should have probably prepared for this part a little bit better, but tired is going to tire. Alright. Like right there, for example, where I almost let him get a double turn on me. Again, very smart, very brain. Very thinking good. Alright. And a couple more shots, and we should be up to our first bow finisher. Again, for whatever that actually gives us here. Kind of thinking maybe that's actually not a terrible thing to keep in our offhand going forward. So we've already got the finisher. You know, maybe it's something. And there's that bow finisher. It's only 33 for the moment. Definitely by far the cheapest possible way to do this. But yeah, it goes up a little bit every time you rank up, as you'd kind of expect, on account of the whole leveling up thing. Thankfully, he has no healing. Also, technically, one other way that you could do this, and one of the reasons that it's a little BS that he does have knockback immunity, is that you can actually just get him to run into one of the cards here, which there's a number of ways to do. Just like basically run into one card and he's just stuck at that point. Since his whole kind of cheesy setup here is the fact that he can more or less infinitely spam Rending Gale, which is not exactly very easy to survive. Now, something like a Knight, as we saw earlier, can theoretically take that, but he will usually switch over to Poison at that point, which you can't really have an immunity or resistance against, so he'll just kind of do whatever. But yeah, let's go ahead and pick up this one real quick, since we can go ahead and get a physical while we're here. And now that we have one of those, we're up to a nice happy 52. And he is still kind of stuck on the ground there, not really being able to do very much of anything. But yeah, feel free to choose this fight however you see fit. Honestly, the fastest way, the easiest way, is just to stick with Rune Fencer. I should have done that from the very beginning. You just kind of run back and forth and repeatedly shoot missile spells, and he can't do jack about it. But yeah, apparently my brain went to sleep, so yeah. Alright. Hopefully we'll be able to make up for this time lost, though. Also something kind of weirdly satisfying about doing it this way. He's gonna get a double move, so we don't want him to do that. Let's go pick up this other Fizz card, I think. There we go. Double the Fizz, double the fun. Now, let's probably just go ahead and go over here. Take a bit of a basic shot to get our training up very slightly. We're actually up to a whopping 2. Incredible. Surely the kind of numbers that legends are made of. But either way, up to 75s with those attacks. So yeah, there's very little he can do at this point. I mean, I really am probably just going to stick with this going forward. Nah, no I won't, because I still need those sword finishers for later. Well, I guess not really. Depends on drops. Like, as weird as it sounds, it really does depend on drops for what finishers we're going to be using later. If we get some summons on the way down from Hanging Gardens, like if we find some along the way, it kind of puts us in a position that we're better off just doing Conserve MP, Phalanx, Mercy kind of spam. Otherwise, if we don't end up picking up those along the way, we switch Conserve MP for a weapon skill, and being able to consistently spam the Papillon Reel move is, well, just gonna do the trick at that point. Bow finishers, will they be useful for us? Questionable. Honestly, this entire approach right here is very questionable. It should not take this long to do this fight. This is dumb right now. I should not be doing this. Alright, for anybody that ever wants to challenge this particular speedrun route, don't do this. Just stick with the Rune Fencer. It was perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with that strategy. This could have been done 10 minutes ago. I think this is going to be the weird contrition for that few minutes that the timer was stopped earlier. There we go. That's what we're going to go with. Not really. I'm still going to add another 9 minutes, 2 seconds to it, because that's apparently how long it was. There we go. 2 more finishers, and we're done. Like, how annoying would this be? You got this whole thing, like, completely planned out. You got everything figured out to the most meticulous detail. Like, what happens if he climbs slightly higher? I guess my life's work falls apart. Okay. Now let's go back to the slightly less degenerate nonsense. Like, I love how this is after that whole episode a while ago of just, here's how you do all of this stuff without ever needing anything. Like, here's how you do it at a massive level disadvantage, while also... actually, we're going to temporarily switch him to the Cleric. This will make sense later. But, like, while at a massive level disadvantage, while also at a massive... you know, massive gear disadvantage and whatever else, and then just over here completely throwing in the dumbest manner possible. Alright. Switch back to Ice Charms. Switch back to his trusty Falchion, or Cutlass, not Falchion, whatever. Back to Recruit, back to HP Plus, back to Meditate, back to having all of the old goodies that I really should have been using for that instead, and we're good, alright. So, next is the Dragon Map. This has dragon-related stuff on it, so... First of all, you, Terra Knight, now. Actually, no, you be Dragoon now. No, you be Terra Knight now. We need somebody else to be Dragoon. Actually, we don't need a Dragoon here. You're fine doing that exclusively. Go Lament. Go HP Plus. Don't think we have any spare spells for her. Once we do, we'll go for something else. So for this one, you only need to deal with the green units, not everybody else. Oh, shoot, right, it's Gamp. Never mind. Totally different one. I am thinking of a... Okay, whatever. It's fine. Okay, what do we do with Gamp? We don't have any lightning moves off the top of my head. So, same old, I guess. Completely whiffing it here right now. Should go upgrade that Balder Bow after this, though. Unfortunately, those Griffins are going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, we're going to take this card over here because I want him to do Steel Stance and Envenom more often. Yeah, this one's a little bit challenging because you gotta just kind of build up everybody's finishers before you really go for the jugular here. Now, unfortunately, due to awkward tiles and everything else, actually getting access to Gamp is kind of problematic. Because your options are either to kill off his beast units or just kind of survive him until he gets there. Just surviving them, putting them to sleep, anything along those lines is usually easier. I like putting a Terror Knight nearby so that they all get debuffed, and that typically helps. Alright, so hopefully they all get debuffed. We need to start damaging that guy as soon as possible so that he starts running out. So as soon as we damage him, or as soon as we start threatening his healers, that's when we'll start seeing some reaction. So far, so good. Especially if we can get a stun on this healer here, that would help a ton. Yeah, most of the shooting that they're doing right now is for the purpose of getting some additional MP going. Some units will be kind of injured along the way, as you'd kind of expect. Let's go ahead and beef you up a little bit. We don't have any, again, direct elemental advantages versus this guy right now. We'll just sort of play it by ear. Venom will help here. Just kind of start getting a few of them worn down a little bit. Get a little bit of their healing distracted. It would help if I remembered to equip a damn weapon on my guy over here. Way to go! Let's see. Can these guys be charmed? Yes. Okay, that helps. So hopefully we'll see that guy providing a little bit of value. Very good. That's exactly who we wanted him to go after. Alright, good. This might be within range of the cleric there. Good. Alright, Archer should finish him off. Okay, he's getting ready to go ahead. I've got some throwers starting to get close-ish. Let's get Canopa's beefed. Let's get you firing on... Let's see, not going to do anything versus that guy. And a couple of tremendous shots versus this guy should do him in. Okay, so no more healing. At least nothing that'll be too potent anyway. Not that I really expect that archer to survive very much, but that might help. Alright, first breach. Oh man, maybe we're sticking to wart darts. That's actually very useful. Especially considering we had Eagle Eye already running. Yeah. I feel like that'll probably be a bit better value. A little more chaotic, but a bit better value. that direction. I think we're... Okay, I think we're kind of heading in a healthier direction here. Don't suppose you can be... You can be poisoned. I mean, granted, they seem to block absolutely every single time that I try that, but hey, it's worth a shot. Yeah, this is the big difficulty spike around this point. Three weights, perfect. Might have a Dark Blade coming from the ninja there. I move the Terror Knight over to the left to try and hopefully keep them out of the fight a little bit. Unfortunate. Kind of hoping he would parry that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I forgot to even redo his items. Amazing. Alright, time to retire the short bows finally, though. Now that we're almost at Chapter 4. But yeah, it's about dang time we did that. Surprisingly, that breath does quite a number on him. Like, I was kind of expecting a 50 or so. Get a Venom, and this should... There we go. He does get knocked out immediately, but that's fine. So yeah, one or two ticks from poison, and we're basically done here. Yeah, we've got to stick to these blow darts. It's too good. It's too good. I think we're gonna swap over to one-handed axe blow dart. All right, that's a parry. He's still poisoned. One tick of poison, and I think we're done here. Kind of getting the start button ready for when that happens. Or I guess it's not. No, I guess it will get a chance to. Maybe a shank was all we needed. Let's see. Random question. Love Tactics Ogre. Have you ever played Blazing Souls Accelerate? No. Sounds very Japanese though. If it's got an extremely funky name that kind of was made to stick out on a shelf, there's a pretty decent chance I probably didn't notice it. For example, the only reason that I actually that I ever even knew about Tactics Ogre to begin with was a complete and totally almost random anomaly of a situation. More on that in just one sec. Let me sell this thing. We're going to sell one of the Zvi's. We're going to sell one of the Volges. Sell this anatomy book. Right. First things first, bows. I need one of you upgraded.
Just give the word. Just give the word.
Okay, two of them upgraded. Basically took all of our money at that point. Anyways, so the main reason I even ran into it was actually because of Legend of Dragoon, of all things. Where... Okay, you're actually going to stick with the regular short bow. Hold on. Where is the other guy? You're the other guy with a short bow. Okay, that's a pretty notable upgrade. You get your hammer. Yeah, you've already got that over here. Yeah, sorry to kind of pause and go. Brain's kind of coming in and out on, obvious reason of it's been a bit of a second here. Now, as much as I would like to do Paralytic Wave Spam on her, we are a little bit out of money at the moment, and it's time to take a rhyme. So was the Atlas TRPGs for PS1? Again, I believe it. I don't know what to make of it, but I believe it. But yeah, like with Tactics Ogre, it's probably one that I never would have given a second look at, except for when I was going and looking for a game like Legend of Dragoon. Like the first time that I ran into the game was my friend, not really my friend. It was my brother's friend, like I guess bandmate slash friend's house, and he was playing LOD there, right? So it looked pretty darn cool, and I decided I would. Would try it if I ever saw it, and finally one day we were walking through a Sam's Club, and sure enough, they had a demo for it there. It looked awesome, so we finally ended up going and picking it up, and yeah, loved the hell out of it. Now, we more or less tag teamed that game for absolutely ages. I don't even know how friggin' long it was. But once all was said and done, I wanted to experience more games like it, and so I was going and looking online. It's like, what do I know about this game? Well, not very much. Like, what is game like Legend of Dragoon? You're like, well, you are looking for RPGs. Okay, what the hell's an RPG? Like, well, here's rocket-propelled grenade. Wait, no, I mean, like, here's video game. So is this case of just, like, going down the rabbit hole of RPGs that happened to be on a PS1. And at the time, or, like, I was looking for PS1 or GBA, and so... randomly on the periphery, I saw Tactics Ogre Knight of Lotus. I was like, this looks like a cool chessboard thing. I don't know what I'm looking at, but this is pretty cool. And the first thing that I was actually recommending while looking at that was it Chrono Cross? So I tried looking up Chrono Cross, could never find it at the store. It sounded cool as hell when I was looking at a walkthrough. No clue what the hell it was, right? And so okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know what this Tactics Ogre thing is, because I tried looking at it for that one at the store too. They're like, here's this other thing, this Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm like, okay. So I go find FFT, love the hell out of it, and then later I'm thinking back, I'm like, what is this Tactics Ogre thing? It was on my Game Boy. I can take that with me places. And so ultimately, I think it was 7 or 8 visits to EB Games later that I ended up... it wasn't even EB Games. It was some other local variant. I forget what the hell it even was called at this point. But it's whatever the hell Sarasota had at the time. And eventually one day there was just one copy of KOL over there on the shelf, and, tried it out. And I didn't understand what the hell was going on about that game. I didn't understand what was so special about it. But it genuinely struck me far more than FFT did. Because, like, I loved FFT, but then I was playing Knight of Lotus, and, like, I don't understand. This music is just turning my ears to cheese. Why do I love it so much? Also, I forgot to switch out this guy's weapon skills. I'm making so many mistakes because it's been hours. But we do get a pet octopus, and that's honestly all that counts. That's truly the friends that we made along the way. Alright. Ninja Man, speed up. Do the quickie, go fast. Everybody loves a good quickie. Let's see, that was half the pun? Hold on. Let me look at the one thing where the text isn't cut off. Give me just a second here. Let's see, you do one of those, you do one of those. Do you have any healing? Alright, we'll go ahead and damage a couple of them units. And we will probably longbow this guy a little bit. Probably heal up our Tamer over there, just barely at range. That's not great. But we can potentially get that Warlock dude, and I think their healing is primarily completely out of range at the moment. So, goody. Go and shoot Mr. Haimrich over there. Kind of almost sounds like he's trying to gloat. It's like, hey, I'm rich. Good for you. And then he got elected. Anyway, go ahead and silence that one, please. Alright. So he was half expecting the pun. Which pun are we talking about? There's many puns that have potential to punnage over here. Let's see, love how random it was that you wound up here with how much you love Tio, and most of the videos you've seen because I loved again made overnights enjoyable to listen to. See, liking Blazing Souls, as there's a lot of the game, though not as much as in Tio. Okay, well, either way, I'll look into it. I, again, don't know. We'll say I've always had this, like, for the most part of the reason that I never would have given, for example, something like a Tio a second look on the shelf is because if it had a weird name. Like, I think I shared this story before, but one of my friends growing up was like, extremely down the weeb rabbit hole for a decent bit there. And so, in that particular instance, it just always kind of struck me, like, it was always ingrained into my brain as, like, this is sinful, bad type of scary stuff you should never look at. Because, again, you know, heavily Catholic background, literally raised by you know, parents of a Catholic school, you know, kind of the principal's family and stuff, like, for a decent bit there. There was a lot ingrained in terms of like avoiding certain things and whatnot, and most of that's kind of gone over time, but there's still some lingering things on there, and a severe aversion to a lot of extremely kind of anime heavy stuff is part of that for whatever damn reason. But yeah, that's always kind of stuck around. It always takes me a little bit of extra effort to get into anything that sounds extremely like it came out of a word blender, you know, if that makes sense. I don't know. But let's go ahead and attempt to silence that lady. It actually worked that time. Fantastic. How would... Let's see. How would you like to go ahead and be a traitor for our side? Oh, they didn't like it very much, actually. Shame. Let's see. Attempt to go for a breach. Did not receive breach. Depression was had. Right. Heart pressure sounds decent. Breach probably sounds decent-er. Probably should be doing more of that, honestly. But again, longbows continue to absolutely kick ass well into almost Chapter 4. Thank you, second weapon upgrade of the game. I just love the value of these things. Because yeah, they may not penetrate armor, but if the thing doesn't have armor, it goes bye-bye at very long range. No, they probably won't do much against that one, but... we'll do plenty against that one. Fantastic. Good job. Let's see, the RPG one? Wait, which RPG one? Oh. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, early internet was weird, though. Like, you could barely figure out where anything was. Okay. So, you probably just bully this one a little bit. Attempt to stun a little bit, but he just needs to get his MP up at the moment. Once we get our 12 limit back, we'll be able to get our charging Cyclops back. At this point, we've gotten... not quite Marino, whatever the hell his name is here. We've gotten him decently damaged enough that we probably don't even need to waste the meat at this point. We'll see. See what we end up doing on that one. Current internet is weird. Yeah, yeah. Good lord. It's all kinds of strange. But at that point, it was weirder because it was new. Now it's weirder because, well, people have lost their minds. But that's a whole other story. Brains quietly, like, ticking along in the background, like, don't mention politics, don't mention politics, don't mention politics. Alright. So far, so decent. It's kind of nuts how far this run's gotten at this point. See, I have a soapbox I like to rant to. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, no, I mean, it's nothing that hasn't been said a million times before. Like, how exactly did we end up electing a crazy nutcase? And for that matter, how many of said folks that really wanted said crazy nutcase are gonna have everything about their lives completely turned to garbage, seemingly for the benefit of no one? It's just frustrating on so many levels. Like, why? Why is that whole situation so dumb? It's so dumb. It's not even cool. It's just dumb. Alright. Now we should be able to spend one Blessed Stone, get Mr. Canopus back on his feet, and we're good to go. There we go, and we're done here. One item later. I mean, it's not a great cost, benefit, whatever. But we made it. And we get a Claymore, in case we want it. Probably just going to sell that thing immediately, because I prefer this Vi in pretty much every situation, because it's the same result, just a bit faster. And yeah, slightly less damage, but don't really particularly care about that. It's not being used for the damage. Use the finishers for the damage. Alright, so we're still a little bit low on items. I needed to adjust some stuff, though. So maybe replace the pincer with something a bit more guaranteed. There's no situation in which break will ever be useful. Okay, who's got sleep, though? I think this wizard still... No, who the hell's holding on to sleep? Are you holding on to sleep? You got next to no shot of ever using sleep. So you take that off for the time being. We go ahead and put that on a TK, give her concentration. She should have the means of long-range shutting stuff down here. Alright, we got our white knights. Beautiful. And that's where we picked up those two poison stabby dealies for earlier. Now that I'm thinking about it, it probably makes more sense to go a little bit different with this. But here you go. Have different pants, have different gloves. You're welcome. You are improved. Now, let's see. Swords, all well and good, but what if maybe Constitution and Velocity shift, you know? Just kind of thinking out loud here. Pincers, all well and good, but Sand Paralysis Blade, also pretty darn nifty. Just kind of in general. Are we necessarily going to replace everybody with these? No. Not even remotely close. I'm kind of fine with just one of them, to be honest. But at this point, we should maybe at least upgrade one of their pants.
You sure?
Yes, the pants are important. Now, let's go ahead and... You know what?
Good.
Just for the hell of it, let's go ahead and upgrade that Claymore as well.
You sure?
Because we're kind of like right there on the cusp of being able to afford it. We'll go ahead and rock you for the moment. Right. Stuff got upgraded. He is going to be lacking in a few things, but that's fine. Alright. Definitely very, very extremely low in Blessing Stones, though. Sell one of those composites, buy a couple more Blessing Stones. Alright, next we gotta take on Oz. So this is gonna be easier Oz, because we're at a better position now. And to that end, I'm actually gonna go ahead and use that light charm from before. Actually use both light charms from before on the two white knights. See if we live to regret that one. Get rid of one of these Baldur leggings. Get rid of two of these. Alright. At this point, yes, I'm just browsing for a ring.
Well,
Right. We're gonna have to get rid of some items on somebody. Congratulations, your Ring of Vit is now gone. Now we've got an extra one here somewhere. Mr. Bjorny. I'll take that. Right, you take Ring of Vit, you take more ring, and we should be good to go. So these two guys should be able to thoroughly Thunderdunk Mr. Dudeman. We're going to temporarily replace Voltaire with Murden, and we're going to temporarily replace Rosilia over here, similarly with Gildas. Oh, what the hell, that scared the hell out of me. Dude, stink bugs suck, I just gotta say. These little assholes are everywhere. We ended up getting one in the house at some point, and they just simply firmly refused to die. Well, I mean, it's not that they refuse to die, they just refuse to leave. They die by the droves in the dumbest way imaginable, and just, that's kind of about it. Alright, so, here's how to handle Oz. So, you provide no threat, and as you know, Oz is kind of one hell of a sadistic kind of douche. So what you do is you remain as non-threatening as possible. You spread out your lines as much as possible. This is kind of why we skipped neutral earlier, but as with many bosses, he has that rule where he needs to wait 3 rounds and then approach. Yeah, we just kind of pull everybody back. If a non-Oz unit happens to show up, we just kind of do whatever to them, but as soon as Oz shows up, then we can just kind of tag team him and that's it. Let's see, just burn the house and insurance. Jeez, what? See, you're gonna play for 10 hours straight. Hopefully this is only gonna be like 10 if everything goes ideally. We're almost on Chapter 4 already, so that's always nice. But the plan is basically to just do this as long as it takes, and hopefully everything works out. Definitely going to be very exhausting, definitely going to regret it tomorrow, but I figured there's exactly one opportunity I'm probably ever going to get to attempt something like this, so screw it! We're going to give it a bit of a shot, you know? Just need enough black coffee, which currently I have enough of, so that's also nice. Anyway, so we pile along this wall and we wait. And as soon as Oz gets close, which he will, that is when we go a little bit nutty. Alright, also, let's see. Not American comment, but those are... Hang on. Can't comment much on those politics, but even Canada's not much better. I don't know about that. Like, I know, obviously, all around the world, people have had issues with right-wingers and all that kind of thing, which... Like, look, it's kind of one of these cases where there's been a lot of assumptions and theories and whatever else over, like, hey, is... kind of Russian stuff involved here, because it's like every time they get involved in a war, suddenly everyone's got right-wingers everywhere. It's like, at what point is it okay to just say maybe that's not a conspiracy, and that's kind of what they've been known for doing since the Cold War? But in this particular case, like, we got a special brand of crazy, obviously for our side of politics and whatever else. Like, normally, again, like around our house and stuff like that, we try to avoid getting into politics as much as possible, because it always ends up being divisive, because everyone in the family's on different ends of the whole thing. The frustrating part of all of it is that it's not really politics at this point. It's like one guy that almost seems like he's intentionally trying to break everything in half for seemingly no reason, and on the other end there's some policies that people might disagree with slightly, and it's like, why is this an argument? This guy's whole idea is just, what if I made everybody bankrupt and just got rid of everything forever? This would be hilarious, right? Like, for the sake of the kinds of stuff that's been sort of thrown out there so far, it would involve displacing, like, what was it? I think it was, the numbers vary, and this sounds hilarious, but the numbers vary, of just completely getting rid of anywhere between 20 to 150 million people for basically no reason. At which point, there's also a plan to just get rid of schools and turn them all private. Which, yeah, how can that possibly go wrong? They totally don't almost all completely fail in that particular regard and just end up becoming a for-profit thing. So that's already a thing. The guy that's supposed to be heading up health stuff is an anti-vax just nut job, frankly. He's one of these guys that's been trying to tell people to drink raw milk, so that's fun. Like, pretty much everybody that the guy's been putting forward as somebody to be part of their cabinet has either turned out to be crazy amounts of corrupt or, you know, a pedophile, which is just, that's no accident by this point. Like, you don't accidentally hit that particular spin of the wheel like 50 times in a row, man. It's messed up. Like, that's kind of the level of what the hell's going on that we're currently looking at, and that's what makes it so terrifying, because it's... there's just a whole lot of crazy and a whole lot of not much to look forward to there. And unfortunately, the arguments typically boil down to, like, well, you can't mention just politics. We're not talking about politics, but it's like, this is kind of an existential threat to everybody, and this is before we even talk about the whole... it's so dumb. The tariff thing. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with that one. basically the idea is the guy wants to start a trade war with just everybody, apparently. Just everyone. Why not? So, like, there's been theories for a while that the guy's intentionally trying to sabotage the country or something, but, like, what are you gonna do, you know? You got one side of the political kind of spectrum there that constantly insists on playing fair all the time. Like, here's how you follow proper procedure all the time, and then the other side is just like, what if I lied all the time and just, that was it, you know? So that's why it's frustrating. That's the frustrating bit of all of this. It's like, it kind of passed beyond politics at some point. It's honestly kind of terrifying. But anyway, back to war crimes, the happier part of this news. Okay, so where is the dude guy that we're supposed to be going after here? Because he's somewhere in this pile. We had a couple archers get knocked out. Actually, no, we just had the one get knocked out so far. And that's the other part. That's the other part. Sorry, brain is a little bit off at the moment, so I did miss some of the other existential horror that's been happening there. But yeah, as far as anybody that is on the LGBTQ side of things, like, they're more or less just being told that they don't exist anymore. So, you know, that's just a thing that they sort of also decided to go down for whatever friggin' reason. Which, again, another frustrating part of it, because videos have been circulating around for a while, that the guy himself doesn't, in a general sense, probably doesn't even care. It's more that the sort of party that they've gone and run with at this point has just picked a bunch of random culture war nonsense and just decided that that's the hill they're going to die on for whatever reason. So, like, with that whole thing, there's been videos going around for ages of him basically saying he doesn't care if, you know, what bathroom somebody uses or, you know, what gender somebody is or whatever else, and then suddenly, as soon as the whole kind of party ends up changing their opinion on everything, suddenly the guy just insists that a bunch of people don't exist. Like, it's just gonna be barbarism, isn't it? I mean, kind of. That's kind of... I honestly don't know how it's going to go, because even if we ignore the utterly inhumane parts of it, like, there's already going to be a gigantic kind of drop in general as far as production, as far as availability of stuff and whatever else, if they basically get rid of most of the labor force in the country for, again, just kind of racist reasons. From there, the plan is, again, to do the whole trade war thing with everyone and in that particular instance, yeah, that's going to be, once again, everything's expensive, and bear in mind they were elected because people were afraid of things being too expensive. The You're from Europe witch guy? The evil orange that won't go away. That one. The orange guy, yeah, exactly. Like, just how nice it would be to just never hear that name again. Like, they've basically become Voldemort in many people's eyes over here. Because just, like, they're he who should not be named. Like, you don't even say the name. They're just that asshole that breaks things all the time. It sucks so much. It sucks so much. And the even more frustrating is that they keep getting away with it. Like, they've done a preposterous amount of crimes that nobody else would have gotten away with, but the party that backs them wants to get away with their own nonsense. So it's like, at every possible step, they just sort of show up like, hey, what if we just threw everybody under the bus and supported this guy? It's going to be hilarious. So yeah, they just basically get to get pardoned for just insane amounts of crimes, and they're, you know, everyone around them, basically same thing, except for the sort of, you know, folks on the poorer side there, they just get completely screwed over. Dude, like, it's just so blatant at this point, and it just keeps happening, and they just keep getting away with it, and, you know, rights keep getting stripped away. Random things just seem to be intended to be broken for just more or less the benefit of a few people who don't even need it. It's like, at a certain point, if you have infinite money, why do you need to keep screwing with people? Like, why do you need to go and make things objectively worse? Like, why is it that you got like a group of all the worst possible people you ever could have had for anything. And again, just seeing the circus around letting them get away with whatever the hell they want, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Let's see. What sucks is the Democrats will have to clean it up, and then we'll still get blamed for it. Yeah, that's the other aspect for it, too. Like I said, one side loves to try to play fair to an extreme fault. I mean, yeah, they definitely have issues of their own, but it's really frustrating to see them being like, nope, these are the norms, and we have to respect them, and we have to obey this and that law, and then on the other side, they're like, what the hell is a law? Like, over and 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 over, like, just... It makes you want to hit your head against the wall to see the same thing happening over and over. Like on one side, they've got people that are intentionally taking parts of the government and refusing to let them come back from vacation so that they can put in whatever judges they want to approve whatever draconian crap they want to do that week. And on the other side, they're like, nope, the norms say that we gotta go and let everybody have their fair shot. It's like, no, stop! Try to not be fair, because you kind of need to do that by now, please. Like, just stop trying to be nice. Why are you like this? Let's see. When you vote in America, you can write in a name instead of what's on the ballot. Gotta vote to Nebin. Somehow that would be the less evil option. Orange guy's tea. Yeah, that guy. See, don't think it'll come to collapse. I mean, no, it won't, but it's gonna really, really suck for a long time because, again, if they're basically getting rid of schools to replace them with private schools, that's already going to be a gigantic problem, getting rid of programs that people run off of, because when somebody says, oh, you know, it's welfare or whatever else, there's a crazy amount of people that invested in, you know, in various social welfare programs their entire life, and that stuff very likely might just get deleted. There's quite a lot of folks that basically have no other means to survive without it because other economic circumstances prevent them from essentially getting other opportunities. So basically removing a lot of those programs and then essentially taking that money, funneling it to a bunch of frickin' billionaires that don't even need it, in order to give them the tax cuts that they want, screwing over everybody else. It's like, again, everything's already fairly expensive, and then they're basically showing up, blaming inflation on people that had nothing to do with it, then going in and doing everything they possibly can to make it a million times worse. So everybody else is going to suffer. Folks that are already bajillionaires are going to do just fine. So yeah, we're kind of screwed, is the thing, and that sucks. So yeah, that ain't great. See, I think one of the things we got to accept is that all the warnings that democracy might largely fell on deaf ears because people would rather not say anything as something changes. Yeah, it's been a very running theme, and frankly, part of it is because on the side that's doing all this stuff, they love to play the victim all the time. Like, for those folks that are overseas, I'm sure you've got plenty of similar stuff. But, like, in this case, like, let's say as a bit of an example, right? Like, let's say somebody goes and they get insulted by some means or another. It's kind of laughed out of the room because the stuff that they're saying is outlandishly evil, right? And so they'll show up and they'll go and complain to a governor, complain to whatever powers that be in their local district that support them. They'll be like, "Oh my God, I'm being censored, you guys! They're ruining my free speech!" And it'll be something along the lines of somebody that doesn't have kids that go to a school that insists on going in and burning a bunch of their books because, like, they're basically just wanting to spread this idea that if you teach kids to go to the bathroom, it's a bunch of, you know, pedophiles grooming people or some nonsense. And again, they just keep doing this stuff, like things like book burnings or going and, you know, supporting Klan members or whatever else. And it's like right out in public, but anytime anybody calls them out for it, they start playing the victim. Like, no, everyone's censoring us. It's so unfair, you guys. And then immediately go back to doing completely evil, like, complete nonsense seconds later. It's unbelievably frustrating. Like, this is an everyday thing. It's very annoying. It's very out in public, very noticeable. So, yeah. That ain't great. But, it's kind of firmly in the what can you do about it at this point category, you know? So you might as well just screw them over. They just like the idea of someone being like, well, things can change, it'll just cost you your vote. Yeah, kind of. So we get ebooks now, so they can't burn them. Also fair. Have to vote every 4 years, annoying every... Yeah, that was the other thing. They're also promising to get rid of elections, which... I mean, kind of. That one's more of a implied thing, but... that one seems less likely to happen. I mean, there's definitely a lot less stuff to stop them at this point, but there's still some systems in place. But it is frustrating to see the worst people you know constantly getting away with horrible stuff, you know? Extremely, extremely frustrating. Especially, again, because, like, again, like, if you say anything about it, like, if you try to get into an argument with, let's say, a family member or whatever else, you're like, no, 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 you're just listening to all that propaganda, you know, you gotta be reasonable like me, and then 5 seconds later they're talking about how they're gonna take their kids to school, and those kids are gonna come back with swapped genders, because that's just a thing somebody would do. Like, the stuff that they make up and regularly put on people is, like, it's just straight up stupid. And it's just frustrating to see people believe it. Anyway, okay, enough of that, enough of that. Let's get back to this. Because that mess is depressing. Alright, so this is the point in the game in which, due to White Knight shenanigans, we just kind of do this all the time, so we just kind of paradigm shift like crazy all the time, or not paradigm shift, but velocity shift constantly. And one of these days, I'll remember to put that blowgun skill back on my my beast tamer over there. One of these days, even though today is not that day, though it will be very crucial that we end up getting that done soonish. So you change something lighter in your fan of Saga games? CTO Oz is dead excitement? Exactly, exactly. Ding dong, the Oz is dead. That was a terrible shot, what am I doing? But yeah, I don't know much about the Saga series whatsoever. I see it come up regularly on the One Vision Discord, but have no friggin' clue what it's all about. I'm sure I have some games from that series somewhere, but yeah. So you have great technical elements? Well, that's good. I have to try it at some point. But yeah, as of so far, I don't quite know exactly what it is. Alright, more skill cards for Gildas, so that we can make more zoom happen, because more zoom is more good. I mean, really, for the difficulty spike that you get in Chapter 4, man oh man, them giving you the White Knights at this point is pretty good. They give you so many extra turns, it's kind of nuts. Though, they kind of come with the downside of, if you don't space them out, you kind of have all of your turns at once, and you're kind of running in Knight of Lotus mode, at which point you start having a disadvantage again. But if they only boost some of your units, it's a very, very massive benefit. Alright, so after we take Crit Eye, we are very, very close to kind of being in a pretty solidly kind of on our way to beat this thing position. Because it's basically Crit Eye, then we've got the journey to the east, the invasion to the north, and that's kind of it, really. Let's see, just by Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven, Scarlet Ambitions, Romancing Saga 3, and Mitsuru Song Remastered, and Saga Frontier. Again, it all sounds like a series. It doesn't really tell me much of anything as far as what it is, admittedly. But it sounds like it's fun. I hear a lot of folks that seem to appreciate it. Though from what I've heard, allegedly, it's also kind of a dead series, but not really, however that works. Alright. You hit this guy? Almost. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and plume up here. Yeah, we're going to have a few fights going into this place. But I would like to at least get somewhat set up here. Alright, let's see. We're basically the failed republic before the Empire stage of our cycle. Representatives always hate gridlock when the representatives care more about the status quo than governing. But that's also the kind of scary part of it, because we've got one side that is terrifyingly stuck in the status quo, and then you got the other side who is just terrifyingly intent on breaking everything for apparently no reason. Well, I say apparently no reason. It's like every single time, who benefits? Hey, look, it's another billionaire. What a shocker. But, you know, what can you really do about it is the annoying part. Well, not very much. Can kind of just sit here and deal with the aftermath, you know? So, that part is kind of doo-doo. Also, I keep trying to go back to those messages, but then there's more turns to be taken, so sorry, just give me a sec. Alright, got some paralysis blade going. Let's go ahead and stun some of these guys so they're not hitting from the back, at least to some degree. Alright, let's see, enough politics. Back to the incredibly non-political tactics, Ogre, right? It's sad when the story about wars and genocide is like, hey, look, they're actually doing it right. They're actually philosophizing and doing stuff for something other than money. Because it would be a very terrible story if it was just for money. That would be extremely boring and dull, and nobody would make something that, like, that friggin' lame, right? That would never happen in real life. Well, anyway. See, what are some of your favorite non-tactics turn-based games? Just like, what, like standard RPG kind of stuff? Or, like, what are we just, is it just turn-based, or, like, specifically like, tactics like Tactics Ogre? Because I can't tell if that's cut off or not. Oh, there it is. I see what's cut off. Some of your favorite non-tactics / turn-based games. Fallout New Vegas, for one. Risk of Rain 2, abso-freaking-lutely. Let's see. Dark Souls 2, yes. Of all the Souls games, even Bloodborne, for some reason 2 just always, I don't know, it just always warms my heart. The settings of the setting of that game. It's like I appreciate the absolute style and creative kind of creative goodness of something like Bloodborne. Love the kind of straight to the point stuff of Dark Souls 1. Like, it got me into the series and whatnot. I've played all of them, loved all of them, minus Elden Ring. I never had a chance to get into that one just yet, but, like, dude, something about DS2 just always kind of did it for me. Don't know why. Haven't got the foggiest freaking clue as to why. Also, I'll just go ahead and stop this guy real quick. Kept that little nugget in the back pocket for a decently long time, and it just finally had a chance to show off. Alright. Go ahead and attempt to silence them. Yeah, getting past these dragons and such, they've got a lot of blocking on this map. Love the art in this game? Me too. Me too. It's got a very, very distinctive style. I think Knight of Lotus is still probably my favorite in terms of overall style, but, like, there's just something special about the visuals of this thing. Alright, let's see if this guy can be put to sleep. Please do. Nope. Alright, looks like we're just gonna have to rush down the healer, or not the healer, we're just gonna have to rush down the witch. See, ICP, any tips for fights, like, where it takes forever for fights to end? Breach and elemental counters. That's kind of basically what this run's all about. Lots of finishers, lots of debuffs. That's usually gonna be the key to everything. Like, forget stats and all of that kind of nonsense. Just all about the debuffs. All about the debuffs, all about the counters. Because, yeah, some of the fights will definitely be longer, but can definitely get around a lot of that. Alright, pick up this crit. I think we'll probably attempt to go for a recruit here. See if we can get this guy on our side, maybe get a few more units up here. Might be a little faster than getting across this wall. But if nothing else, it still baits out a major heal, which still allows for doing a little bit of extra healing. See, Dark Souls 2... Alright, let's see. Hang on, there's a lot of DS2 talk. And I really wish that this thing on my screen wasn't halfway blocked off, because it would be really great to be able to actually see what people are saying. Alright, let's bring our ninja back, just because I kind of want him to hopefully get around that wall there. I think he has the means to do so. Also, I love that we still lost like 20 minutes on the Lanar fight. For absolutely no freaking reason. Could have definitely handled that a million better ways, but sometimes you just gotta do it the dumb way. Alright. You got 3 actions here, so... So you had an artist, your friend, paint a 3-foot-tall canvas of Ravenous for me. It was 100% worth it. I mean, alright, fair enough. A lot of folks like Ravenous. Alright. Let's see, heal to over here. Alright, she's not exactly completely away from all of her everything, but I think... Let's see, I think it might be possible to actually Heart Crusher through the wall here. Yes, okay, perfect. So that actually saves us a bit of a breach then. Because you should then be able to step up right here and maybe go for the twofer. Almost enough. Alright, got the chicken. Will the chicken have enough juice to make this happen? Please have enough juice. Almost enough juice. Need slightly more juice. Increase juice content, please. We got the poison, that's something. At least if nothing else, they've got several injured units that they'll probably focus on instead, maybe? Okay, let's see. Archer's coming up relatively soon. What if you became our friend instead? Alright, beautiful. So he almost finishes off that archer, that cleric. That cleric should have the lowest health at the moment, so hopefully they'll deprioritize their leader. Do we have a dash? Okay, we do have a dash. He might have the range. No, not enough. Okay, spell charge. Where the hell's that archer? Alright. He doesn't have the means to bring back the archer. We do have Denim over there. He's not quite going to have it. We do have spell charge onto Canopus, though. Okay, one way or another, this is a checkmate, then. Right, just take a random shot at this lightning dragon. Just to work on your training a little bit, because I mean, her charm shot would be very useful next. See, DS2 being your favorite is a great take, not my personal favorite, but it receives way too much hate, probably because the soul memory system. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was kind of unusual about it, but like, I just really appreciate the aesthetic. It's just really cool to me. It always reminded me of like going through decrepit old houses in Detroit and whatnot. Like, it's just a lot of the aesthetics of that game reminded me of just various travels that I've done through a lot of different places. Let's see, any... Okay, we already talked about that. DS2 got great DLC, but the base game is kind of meh. I don't know. Disagree about that. Like, even before the DLC... Personally, I was enjoying it a decent bit even before the DLCs. Just because of the weirdness. Like, the settings make no sense, and that's kind of... to me, that's part of the appeal. Okay, we can't fully restock at this point. Let's go ahead and see if there's any kind of leftover items. There's not really going to be too many items here. Sorry, just trying to get a few items back here so that our main team has the means to do what they need to do. They don't know what exactly can't be restocked. Okay, you can't restock your bombs. That's unfortunate. We'll go ahead and have a No. You're not gonna have an orb. Hold on. These, give you one of these. There we go. So you actually loved some of the gameplay of DS2, like full iframes for backsteps in DS2 was amazing, plus the back weapons and animations were badass. The only thing was bad was adaptability. So let's say this final house selection holds. The house majority will only be smallest majority margin 90 years. Yeah, actually that's another funny thing about it, that whole thing, for all of their talk of like, this is such a momentous landslide thing, it was a total, you know, win with no questions whatsoever, they won by like 1%. And even then, there's so many sketchy things about it that there's been people calling for recounts for weeks. Anyway, so with that all being said, going back to the DS2 thing because it's less depressing, let's go ahead and address that real quick. So as far as DS2 is concerned, like I don't know the I said not soul memory. What the hell was it that you just said? Oh yeah, adaptability. I personally love adaptability as a concept. But then again, I really love clunky movement in games, so that's kind of its own thing. Like, to me, the whole idea of fine-tuning your weight from Armored Core was, like, friggin' just peak design, you know? Like, that idea of, like, oh wow, you put on that extra missile launcher, now you can't quite do that turn to outturn that other guy. So now suddenly you're completely screwed by that tiny little bit of extra firepower that you just had to bring along. Anyway, I don't know. I just find that really really fascinating as a concept. You know, I really appreciate DS2. It's like, to me, again, it was all about the aesthetics. Like, the whole adaptability thing, I, again, just kind of enjoyed the clunkiness. I don't know, something about it just did it for me. But, you know, to each their own. I like the designs. I will say I preferred the original designs to the Scholar designs, like after my PS3 ended up going the way of the Dodo, I ended up getting the Scholar version for PC, and it was a bit more kind of gamey with some of its placements, but still, you know, it's still good old DS2. Still appreciated it. Still a lot of fun. It's like they had some moments where they improved, some moments where they definitely didn't. It kind of a mixed bag. But the settings, the aesthetics, all of it just really, really click. I don't know. To me, anyway. I like to think that there's just this one trumpet guy just sitting there on on top of the ledges, like, come on, you guys got our boss is an asshole. Quick, do something. Like going absolutely nuts on a trumpet. Alright, let's see. Do you want to punch? Do you want to throw? Just gonna leave them there. I forgot to check if he has his stun thingy. His howl, there we go. Brain does not know how to brain today. Please check back tomorrow. Wait, it's already tomorrow. That's what happens when you kind of do this thing overnight, I guess. Right, that is decently potent. Let's go ahead and breach this dude. And make sure that he's fully crushifyable. See, it's nice to know that someone I've followed for their content for years doesn't hate me for existing, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll never understand why people get so friggin' aggressive about stuff that will never affect them ever. It's weird. Like, trying to remember what exactly happened there. It's like there were a lot of people in Florida that constantly would get up in arms, not necessarily because they even necessarily cared about a particular thing. It literally was just some random politician of the day just told them to be mad at something, and they would just go be mad at something, and it didn't matter how outlandish it was, they would just kind of dedicate their cause completely in just a zealous rage to go destroy whatever the hell it was that week. And there didn't even seem to be a second thought over, does this make any sense whatsoever to be mad about? No, doesn't matter. Who cares? Just like, gotta be pissed about something. You know, they said to be pissed, I must be pissed. It's just some 1984 type stuff. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, it's a 231 in return. Yeah, no, you just go ahead and do one of these. Alright, got an eagle eye over there. Not even going to scratch him at the moment because his vid is going to be crazy high. Go ahead and go over there. Stay away from tea tomato. Is that an actual thing? I'm assuming that's a joke. But weirder stuff has happened. But I don't know. See, part of all of it is the kind of scary thought out in the background of just how much of all of the crazy political stuff and the way a lot of that stuff's been kind of manipulated and whatnot. It's just scary to think how much of it could and, you know, possibly is related to all the kind of Ukraine stuff and whatever else. It's like, just the fact that somebody needs to see another place destroyed so hard that they're willing to try, essentially go and try to destroy countries all over the world for it. Like, at what point is this just not worth it for anybody? It doesn't make... Why would you even bother with any of that? It's like your whole legacy is just going to be the worst monster in history, so why... why is that your goal? Like, that's a dumb goal, you know? I'm probably explaining it poorly because my brain is tired. Alright. We get a little bit of a hit there. We're going to see a decent bit more coming out of this right here. Get a ruination going. He coughs slightly. Unfortunate. Alright, so now that he coughed slightly, we're not going to listen to a slight like that, so we'll go ahead and get Mr. Gildas in here to hopefully go ahead and smack him upside the head. And hopefully he can get around him to the other side there so that we can make use of that pincer bonus. Doesn't look like it, so we'll just go ahead and just accept that he's getting knocked out here. It's kind of fine, to be honest. Alright. And now we can go ahead and get him right back up on his feet yet again, so that he can go finish the job. I love this mechanic so much. Bam. There we go. Bye, Oz. Ding dong, the ass is dead. Alright. Go ahead and take that. Also, man, the scream from Ozma's voice actor, solidly done. Okay, next order of business. We turn the map slightly so that I can actually friggin' see what the hell's going on here, and then we go and breach Ozma, who is coming relatively close here. So that should be helpful. Alright. Alright. Go ahead and attempt to silence Yield Healer here. And by the way, I apologize for the breaks in between reading comments and things. Main issue is, again, that the chat is partially cut off on my main screen, so I gotta go look on my phone, and it's just kind of over there. So it's a little awkward because I gotta lean over and or let go of the controls every time that happens. Let's see... Now imagining every opposite of Coffee that plays exclusively Call of Duty and hates minorities. Might have just described all of Call of Duty's player base. Based on personal experience, the few years that I played it, certainly felt that way. Hard to find a more casually racist community that just sort of sees that as okay. Alright. Let's see. Probably just bully that guy. Probably should have gone for the heal instead, to be honest. I'm hoping this guy will have the range. He currently does not. nice big chicken rock archer. Stab this dude. And or lady, honestly I'm not sure. Get a little bit more velocity shift action going. She should be right there, which means he should have the juice to hit her relatively soon through that torch, I figure. Yeah, I think we've pretty much got this one dead to rights. So you just tuned in? Are you talking about Butcher Balmamusa? Nah, we're talking about something way more evil. But hopefully that mess somehow sorts itself out. Honestly, there's no way to assume that that will happen, but anyway, that's depressing other real-life news that we're just gonna go ahead and ignore for the time being. Pieces have been said on that, and moving on. Alright. So, next order of business. Go ahead and breach Ozma. We don't have any fire units, fire attacks, any of that type of thing right at the moment. But we do have a few other bits and goodies available in the pile. Like, for example, I believe she can be poisoned because she's not technically a full-blown boss here. So that's nice, and she should yell at her own unit there. There we go, perfect. Then we go ahead and attempt to petrify this cleric over here, and this is why we love Dash so very, very much. Petrify breath, please, petrify, thank you kindly. Giga Chicken is best friend. See, man, I wish I could find an evil empire that would be so cool. Orange Man, bet, Reginers, wait, not like that. I mean, like, there's evil, and then there's like, good lord, this is just not even funny. Please stop. Yeah. Like, it's weird. There's... Like, the more that I think about it, no amount of any evil in any game that I've ever seen ever, like, even approaches reality. It's kind of a depressing thought, really. It's like, even something like New Vegas, like, honestly, I'm pretty sure many folks, after seeing what's been going on the last couple of weeks even, would probably prefer Caesar at this point. It's like, oh my god, they actually think instead of just doing shit. Anyway. Like, yeah, granted, still an idiot in that case, but an attempt is made at least. Alright. Let's see, that's 9. Poison should take away another 99. So 2 poison ticks, maybe 1 more hit, something like that should do the job. I mean, hell, like, usually that whole argument is like, oh, just wait and see, it won't be so bad. You know, just like last time, where there were a whole bunch of people going like, you know, just wait and see, it totally won't be so bad, and then it was. Like, immediately after the 5th, there were a bunch of teachers that ended up going and immediately quitting their jobs at our kids' school. Just because they already knew what was coming. Like, the effects all over the place were pretty darn noticeable. Anyway, sorry. Attempted to sidetrack off the subject, immediately tracked right onto it. Okay, hold on. Ice blasts, there we go. Let's talk about ice blasts and people dying of poison damage. Much less depressing. Cleric is petrified. They have no further healing. I believe all their knights are either gone or did not spawn. So, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much solid here, I believe. But since we didn't end up getting to that point, there you go. Mr. Ninja, go ahead and take yet another boss kill. My god, this ninja is absolutely, like, outperforming like crazy. I mean, the dude was basically picked up as an accident, and he has been whooping every ass that he has encountered this entire playthrough. He doesn't even stop to take names. He just kicks the ass and moves on. Alright. Yes, lots of cutscenes. Can't remember how many. We skip the save, because of course we do. If this crashes and we lose this entire run, that is going to be almost hilarious, but not really. Alright, now it is time for the Lefty adventure. So, first things first, we got to go fight some asshole in the snow. he will be very easy to fight. Now, unfortunately, all we got is copper there. This is the bit where we basically are hella broke, but we're still not going to abuse the money thing. So let's go ahead and see what we got. Because right now we need to buy more shots, buy more revives. We can skip a few fights and things. Yeah, we just sold a brigandine. Technically, it's better than some other stuff that we've got, but don't worry about it. Anyway, let's go ahead and buy one of these. Actually, let's see. Mending cells, we're going to need... Let's just get a small amount more of those. Blessing stones, can only afford some of them, and... breaches, we only have some of those. Okay, let's go ahead and sell some weapons. Surely there's some more of those. Regular scorpions, sure. Balder mace, sure. I will need a Balder mace later, but for now that's fine. Here, actually they're going to come with one, so we're going to go ahead and buy 2 more of those. The rest will be for conflagration shots. Is there anything else at all that we can maybe sell here? Horn of the Savage, right. You're basically just free money. Peregrine marks, not going to really bother changing them out of anything, so let's do that, and let's go ahead and buy more conflagration shots. There we are. Okay, now, Beast Tamer, where are you, Mr. Flappy Sir? You are switching over to your conflagration shots once again, and you... for all of your jolly avatars, instead are going to carry a nuke. Now, the reason for this random nuke that they're going to be carrying around is because they've got the highest stats by far in the party. Now, when all is said and done, they're usually going to be the ones that we want to have using those. We're not really going to need them until we get to Morn, but when we get to Morn, we'll kind of need them and stuff. Right. Let's see. All here for it? Well, thank you all for sticking around. What can I say? Alright, Mr. Uram is, well, I mean, we're drastically underleveled all of a sudden, but, it's fine. Once again, we're going to go with the tried-old strategy of give the dude liquor and beat the hell out of him. It's, I mean, we're basically just kind of honey-trapping everything on this island. It's fine. Whatever. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Now, this guy is especially fun because literally all you got to do is park your archers up here, get the chicken close, have them, you know, vomit said liquor on that unit, yeah, just kind of distract their healer a little bit, which is going to be accomplished by means of just kind of poisoning something. So there we go. Get a little bit of that stun poison action. Unfortunately, just got the poison, but whatever, it's fine. Since we're already back to Rune Fencer action, he's going to go up here, just kind of wade across that water as you do, and hopefully we should be easily within range to do the old shooty thing towards Mr. Uram over here. And also, our Balder bows should hopefully do the job for the whole rest of the game. We should never need to upgrade those for the rest of the story. Yeah, Damask bows are going to come in later, and there's a pretty good chance we don't need to use them until we do, and then we will, and then we won't have them. But one thing at a time. Is he taking advantage of the weak old man and his alcohol? Yeah. What can you do, right? Now, Murden is going to stay right here, and he's just going to boost everyone's speed. Mr. Dude Man over here is going to go ahead and go this way. And this is going to be battle, I don't know, like 17 or something, that I still have not given him his blowgun skill. That will still come back to bite us in the ass later. But as of the moment, ass has not been yet bitten, so it's something. Now, if we roll a dash, that will be fantastic. You just stay where you are. Just abuse that cleric for the time being. Hopefully she ends up healing. You need to further go forth and abuse ye cleric. Seeing as there's not really going to be much of a point to attack your ram just yet. You ram, their ram, some ram, I don't know. Need more ram, download more ram? Let's see. You can also go after said dude. Dudette, rather. As my wife very pointedly pointed out the other day. I was like, dude, what are you doing? She's like, you mean dudette. Get it right. Okay, fine. Yes, ma'am. Alright, now we throw some juice on Ye Vortan. love how we're just barely collecting enough pocket change from all these leaders to almost be able to afford half the items that we need. So truly living the kind of American Revolution experience. So we've got allegedly a third, supposedly even less, of the stuff that we needed here, guys. It's funny, for all of these stories that I liked reading about the like Revolution and stuff like that, it's funny how most of the random tidbits that stuck were from just like watching Hamilton. Like, this has nothing to do with anything. It's barely even halfway realistic, but okay, I guess it's what we're going with. Thanks, Brain. Way to store information. Alright. You go there. Chartan. Who I always somehow mistakenly think is D'Artagnan from Saints Row. Anyway. You go here, take your shots, do your training. This is the best way to use a White Knight. Just have them turbo launch your archers. Not entirely sure why that shot missed or where exactly I clicked to make it miss like that, but that was kind of weird. And now we can go ahead and block off his one escape tile. This is why we wanted to wait a little bit of a second. And now we go ahead and breach. And if all goes well, hopefully after said breach, there is a maybe sort of chance that he'll end up sitting put, at which point maybe he and his cleric will end up getting petrified, which would be nice and handy. And these dudes keep continuing marching on, and getting close, and doing all that kind of thing. And Mr. Vartan got his ass whooped, which is not particularly ideal for us, but we'll address that situation as we get to it. Okay. So, this is around the point that Poison Ninja is seemingly, like, on paper it would seem to be dropping off because there's so much more ease available, but also those eases are heals that are not happening elsewhere, so that works out for me. Right, you still stay put. Let's see where the ninja goes here. I mean, it is funny at this point that they've got their kind of like magic spells and such, but at this point, the poison itself does more. And I forgot to update his items. How would you like to join our team instead? There we go, recruit. We don't have a good recruit in a while. Within ward dart range. So let's make that happen. Somebody please remind me after this fight to finally give this poor man his ward dart skill. But yeah, so one thing that you notice in Chapter 4 is immediately you start jumping up levels like crazy. So basically, the sooner you speedrun some levels, the faster you get some additional levels. And we could go into training, but we're not going to do that. Reason is because we're not intending to do any training, which isn't a particularly good reason. I might theoretically be faster to do training. Honestly, it very well could be, but we're also just not gonna. So, yeah. Because I kind of feel like we don't need to. Technically, we're also kind of falling behind the XP curve by not taking that one fight with Olivia pretty soon. Because Denim has to go forward and strip down for his new wife. Let's see. We're not doing terribly well, but enough stuff is getting injured in all manner of other directions that we're probably fine-ish. So Denim gets back on his feet. Hopefully he gets his cutlass in here. Not that that would necessarily do very much. Actually, that's not bad at all. Pretty darn good, even. Energy guy is somewhere. Yeah, you're already right here. Can't you poison this guy? He technically can, actually. But this might do a little bit more for the moment. Maybe should have gone for the Slumber Shot instead. I don't know. Actually, Nightblade might have also been within range. Maybe not. Looks like it might have been one tile out of range. But still all the same. Let's see, Beast Tamer's coming up. He's probably not doing very much because he's just got his little dart. But we do have a longbow that's easily within range, and that should be exactly what we need. Yep. That's that. Alright. Now, due to the chance of something going terribly wrong, what we're going to do is we're going to strip down Mr. Denim before we actually go into the next fight. Go, get rid of all equipment whatsoever. Oh, true, yep. Give that man a Wart Dart. Thank you for the reminder. I'll go ahead and replace Subdue for the moment with the Wart Dart skill, so that his grenades still remain good. And also, because he can equip a hammer in that hand, which will be a Caldia in this case, which is a little bit weird, but fine, screw it. He's one very effeminate Beast Tamer, what can I say? There we go. Already set up. We're already good to go. We just gotta skip some cutscenes now. And this is when you would hear Reminiscence if you don't get a bad ending. And this is also when we get our best overall Bomber Lobber so far. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch over to... Why am I not saying Beast Tamer? What am I am just dumb, that's for sure. It's right here. So this is when we upgrade to having 3 lobbers. She keeps her mace. We'll go ahead and upgrade that in a... I guess we'll take that off, actually. Alright, so lobber, empower, and constitution. There we go, because it's going to become harder and harder to actually recruit these guys. You go ahead and get your weapons back. What? Also what? Did you just steal his equipment? Damn. Like, I've heard of somebody saying that you know that you're already committed when she's stealing your hoodie, but she basically just straight up stole his armor and everything, like, the second they met. So, stuff's getting serious. Alright, let's see. Fast. That. Now, despite the fact that in a casual run, I would typically prefer to go run a little bit more defensive on all of this. Also, I guess we get some Obriths for doing that. Here, we need to craft some new equipment. You, sir, I guess get yourself a...
You sure?
Sure.
Just give the word.
Get yourself a Brigandine, get yourself a new helmet.
What do you say?
Alright, there we go. Despite the fact that I would typically prefer to run it defensive, we're just going to go do it this way. Alright.
Good day.
Alright, we are going the completely wrong direction here. My bad. My bad. We'll go the right way in a moment. Where are we on revives? Got 3 revives to spare. For the next few fights, that's actually kind of okay. Though I will be switching one of my archers to wind. Alright, so they're all back. Let's go ahead and have Sarah switch over to wind. And I will go ahead and give them a little bit of juice. There we go. They are going to be very helpful in a moment. You similarly get a little bit of juice at this point. And the nice thing is that boosting up a couple of characters, again, just kind of funnels that experience to everybody else, meaning that everybody kind of benefits from this. Okay, next is you. So, how he knew she was a keeper? Fair enough. Alright. I think we're past the point that Fairy will necessarily help us that much, so we'll go ahead and specifically just put the next ones on Gildas. Alright, not quite enough, but it'll have to do. Alright. So, La Raza. Shoot. Well, it's fine. We do still have a water archer. So the thing about this map, you gotta claim territory as quickly as possible. Yet another reason why Super Chicken is amazing. So, obviously they're going to have some claim of everything because of the lava dragons and such, but the more that you can claim the center area and get them breached as quickly as possible, the better. I'm going to try to get the archers in position, but no guarantees that they'll be able to shoot much of anything. This is purely bird time right now. La Raza himself is exceptionally weak, defensively speaking, but don't exactly want to chance it. So we're going to try to spread everybody out as much as possible. Birds are going to fly over. Everybody else is just going to try to kind of filter through as best they can. Alright, Chicken's going to get a little bit of a boost here. As I expect they're going to need the help. And that's hopefully all that we end up having to spend on this particular map. The Sherry map I expect to basically be free, and then after that it's off to the Northern Invasion. Now, we're going to go ahead and tell the priest that we're going to do whatever we want, so the Chariot does not show up during that fight. Actually, no, we probably should... No, we should never show up during the fight. Alright. With any luck, the White Knights will be able to go round. Chickens come home to roost. Yeah, on a volcano, apparently. You'd think everybody would have suffocated immediately, but yet, here we are. I mean, this guy hits like a truck, that's for sure, but that doesn't necessarily count for very much. Especially if you can get some units charmed and out into the back rows there. So he's not quite breached yet, so we're only going to do planks for the moment. Archers have a little bit of a better shot at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and boost the water archer up right now. With any luck, they'll be able to get in a position. Again, it kind of just comes down to how everything sort of pans out here. Very little to know so far. But thankfully, they will burn through whatever items that they have to heal with pretty much immediately. So just kind of peck them a few times. They'll waste their healing items because they're very overprotective, and then you're pretty much good to go. Poison that guy because he's got a lot of health. Hopefully he doesn't get blocked too hard going this direction. We actually have this entire area claimed at the front here. This does not happen very often. Is it worth using one of these? Almost. It's definitely worth considering, but I'm not going to do it just yet. If you're wondering why they're doing ones, by the way, it is because of that weaken status. Weaken on a archer just basically nullifies them outright. Yeah, definitely should have made that chicken a water. It's not really doing us any favors right now. But there we go. Now we're finally in position. We get the breach off. Right. Got one archer partially ready to go. Just gonna waste a turn here. Hopefully go forward. Hopefully with the chicken behind him, La Raza decides to go towards the center, and that's usually where we can set up a kill zone. And yeah, part of the reason that those Divine Charms were saved for the White Knights is so that they would be able to do something like this here. Also, that breach is affecting him at the moment. It's tempting, but not doing it. Unfortunate, but still workable, because Canopus can still get over there and get the chicken back up on his feet. Unfortunately, every one of these little mishaps makes us lose a little bit more money. Which is, unfortunately, something that we kind of need for stuff. Right, so this ninja's going to go ahead and go around the side. Again, still using more items than I'd like right now, but he'll sort of be the backup plan at this point. Right. Forget the other plan, we're going to go for the 362 here. Yeah, one of the very few cases where I kind of wish I had Siege on Gildus right now. A little bit of extra damage on him. Nothing too insane just yet. Now this might be the one right here if we can't quite reach him. One more tile forward and she can. Yeah, this map's tricky. Like, it's one of these ones where if just a couple of those dragons move to just the right spot, you are completely free. But any other time, not so much. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and use it at this point, because it's just going to end the fight right now. A little bit of goodies. We can sell that Damask Sword, as we're not going to have the means to upgrade it ever. Okay. And this is what we had that Wind Archer for. This one you don't even need to breach. Sherry is usually pretty darn flimsy. It's just a matter of getting close. So she'll run away as soon as she's damaged. She is one of those ones that's kind of specially programmed. But it really does not take much for her to be completely cooked here. So one way I've occasionally had some success here is to put a couple of units forward, so like, sorry, put them a couple tiles forward. It's like, let's say you have your kind of a archer's approach, taking one or two tiles and then taking a quick turn and then immediately following up with another one. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of inconsistent enough that you might as well just take the full movement, because otherwise you'd end up a little bit further behind, which might put you out of range, might kind of cascade things backwards. Alright. So everyone else needs to be able to keep their distance here. Keep going forward. Good. That might be exactly what we needed. Does that cause the archer to go a little bit faster, which should put her into position here. There. I don't suppose you want to natural crit this by chance? Yeah, she'll retreat at this point. Probably end up hitting somebody reasonably hard. Okay, she decided not to move. That's certainly not normal. At least not every time normal. Oh no, they silenced the chicken. The cock cannot speak. Right. I mean, poison silence, yeah, that's a little bit more threatening. I suppose you can hit there, not so much. Okay, we're gonna focus fire on you. Give them something, something else to heal. In general, we want to spread around a little bit of extra damage here to slow them down somewhat. And as soon as we can hit her normally, then we're off to the races a little bit. Like anything at all to spread a little bit of chaos. Hi there, JS. Well, currently on almost hour 8 of this particular shindig, where we're trying to do this thing all fast like. So far so good. So far so keeping on. Definitely on the slightly more tired side at the moment, but you'd kind of expect these things. Alright, silence please. Did not get the silence thing. But we do get the poison, so... Yeah, you can be poisoned. Okay, that's something. That might actually put her down into full kill range. Probably should have even gone for the the breach there. But trying to conserve resources a little bit. Well, we'll be good here. Starting to break through a little bit here. They do have a cleric coming up, but I'm assuming they'll probably end up going for the ninja, possibly, or I guess with poison. We'll see. One way or another, as soon as this fight's done, gonna be stepping away for a quick break, though. They went for the major. Good. That's only 129. That is fantastic for us here. Go ahead and boost up Gildas so that hopefully you just can get in there and close in and get this done. Actually, this is a little bit dangerous because if Gildas gets knocked off the cliff here, then we have a little bit of an issue of the he would be dead variety. I say as they just, like, launch every friggin' thing in the arsenal at him. Alright. Come on, finish off Sherry. So you had a getting Sherry to retreat without killing her? I mean, basically whatever works at this point. I'm not really particularly fussed on getting her recruited. Right now, I just want to see this fight over with. Right. And hopefully... yeah, hopefully nothing too crazy happens here, because Canopus should be able to finish her off. Later, Sherry.
Have you?
Alright, so we're just going to go for the dialogue route on Cashua here. So she will not show up for the fight, which should save us a little bit of trouble in dealing with AoEs and such at that point. Okay.
Take a look.
Man, that is some absolutely pitiful income that we got there. I mean, that's something at least, but still barely enough to actually keep up. Basic heals are going to be enough. Blessing Stones can afford to get 2. Can afford to get 2 meads and a small handful of shots. Alright, Northern Invasion time. Go to Benesson Way. I'm sure they have new items in stock, and right now we're not going to be stocking them. Alright, I gotta take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
They're on Bakram's soil, but they won't get far. This is our land. If I fall this day defending it, I leave no regrets.
Alrighty, sorry for the silence there for a minute. Needed to snack up on more of the wife's delicious sourdough goodies. Anyway, so let's go ahead and continue on here. So let's see. Hang on, I need to turn my phone on to actually read that message properly. Hold on. So for anyone that is just joining, there is a weird something or other that is wrong with my OBS, in which for some reason it's cutting off part of the chat. So yeah, I kind of gotta look over at the phone. Give me just a moment on that one. Let's see. Witcher Dagger, when you sword would recommend for 2 hits Lord build. Honestly, it just depends on where you are in the game. Personally, there's nothing wrong with, like, if you gotta go for a double hitter, just go Dragonfang Lombardia. Dragonfang main hand, offhand Lombardia, you're always going to counter with poison, and essentially, here, can we mind control this guy? No. You get the counter with a poison dagger, you can hit with both weapons. Honestly, by that point, I would just say maybe don't necessarily go for the double hit. Like, it depends entirely on what you're trying to do with it. Like, if you're talking direct damage, finishers will almost always outpace it by a pretty wide margin. Usually, if you're going for, like, double debuffs, like, let's say ninjas can potentially hit with 3 debuffs at one time, in their case, it's going to be a bit more worth it, in which case, like, go for, like, Dirk and Muzo or something like that. But if you're going for Lord, like, at that point, just go for all the stuff the ninja can't use. So, like, let's say, again, like Lombardia, Dragonfang or something like that. Let's see, 159 over there, that's decent. Did I forget to give her... Yes, I sure did. I forgot to actually give her a weapon. That's definitely good times right there. Let's see. Okay, first round I'm smoking all your videos. Don't know half the weapons are in your tier list. Well, glad to help in whatever way I can. It's definitely a fairly big game, but once you once you get used to it, it's not as intimidating as it seems. And yeah, it's definitely a bit of a late night today. Trying to get this entire run done within one sitting. I mean, basically that is the entire point of this whole thing, because I never have enough time to do one of these in one sitting. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. We got 2 castles and Hanging Gardens to go. And frankly, I completely forgot the order of the shortcuts through Hanging Gardens, so we're just kind of gonna wing it. I mean, this whole thing has just been winging it this whole time, so that's hardly anything new. But should be doing a decent bit better than last time. It's basically going to come down to how many casualties we see in Hanging Gardens. Alright, let's see. A few grenades here and there to try and break through a little bit. Try to spread a few debuffs around so that their healing goes elsewhere. We just need to get that dude breached, and then we're basically good. So gotta get that breach going. Let's see, his Dark Blade's good to go, so that should be this cleric done. Or at least close to done. Don't see if there's any archers ready for follow-up. We'll just assume no. Get this guy gone. That'll be our first problem out of the way, and then from there we can go ahead and focus on breaches. Should be a little bit easier from there on out. Probably just go ahead and use 1 heal for safety right now. Now, I'm not necessarily as concerned with the Dark Knight's castle. I think once we get past this point, like once we get past the next castle here, once we get Branton, like that's really kind of the big hurdle here. If you're wondering why I'm having her go around cudgeling stuff, it is strictly for weapon training. Same thing for the archers. I would just like them to get a little bit of extra training as we carry along. theme of launching Siege on Jurassic Park. So we're gonna try to put a few units to sleep. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's see, where's Denim at these days? Yeah, he's way in the back. Not exactly ideal. Alright, so we'll get Olivia up, kind of park her off to the side. Hopefully that'll drain away some of their attacks off to the side, get us a little bit closer to Alessandro. Because that's kind of our issue right now. We just got to get close to the guy, and we're good. Just a stun, no poison. Alright, well, fair enough, I suppose. Now you go for the breach. Kind of block him in. And then hopefully after this point, Peugeot will be easy enough that we can hopefully restock on items, maybe. The problem is that we're running very short on items, and decided to stick to that whole no using cheap stuff rule, so... Anyway, here we are. Right. Can we poison this guy? Yes. Thankfully, we are back in the era of poisonable bosses. Let's see. He's got one fizz up. He's got his breath. That should be nice and solid. Good, 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 good. Like, that chicken is really coming into his own. That was without even an advantage. Slightly out of range there, unfortunately. Yeah, this is around the point that we really need more of those lobber bombs going. So I'm gonna have to see what I can sell after this. Partially beneficial. And this actually might well finish him off. So we got a fizz up here, we got a tremendous in the bank, and he is breached, so that should be a nice happy 187. Not quite finishing him off. Other archer might be able to do the job. Even if she's not quite up to the task, Poison should be able to do the rest. If necessary. Actually, this should be able to finish him off right now. We don't even have to wait for the Poison. Okay, just barely not. This will be able to finish him off. There we go. So we got some XP charms, can probably spread some of those around the party, because we're at 32, are we at 32 right now? Okay, we are at 32. Lambus is going to be Peugeot, I want to say he's ice. In which case we'll go fire. Right, get you up to 30. So we're going to need your help doing some stuff. Gonna get you up a little bit. Right, it's something. Anyway. Go ahead and sell what we can sell. That is barely frickin' anything. Get rid of those. Nothing new there. Wizard hats sell for a lot. That's good. This is really when we need to start stocking conflagration shots like nobody's business. especially for you. You're our newest kind of stuff flinger here. So you get one of these, and then you get 3 of these. The idea behind the conflagration shot throwers, we're just going to call them shot throwers, is that they end up hopefully getting close and exploding things. So, kind of obvious, but whatever. Alright. Now, please drop good equipment. Okay, he's wind, so... should have gone ice. Oh well. It's fine, we have counters to that. Start building up a little MP by throwing rocks. Those guys are going to be a gigantic pain in the neck to get through. Peugeot himself is not really much of a defensive powerhouse, so once we get him breached, we'll be able to make a little bit more progress. We're out of plumes. I gotta remember that for the next shop visit. Alright, so that's 1 guaranteed wart dart and 1 guaranteed stun. Those will be relevant in a moment. Alright, not really the one that I was expecting to get this card, but it's fine. Nothing wrong with poison and stun. But we do have 1 guaranteed wart dart here. Unfortunately, he's in no position to use. That's kind of annoying. Alright, so next we're going to do the centipede method here. So this is kind of when you just slink units by one at a time, kind of creating a little bit of a corridor to sneak through, like where our archer's gone right now. And hopefully with enough velocity shifts we can just kind of push through this whole thing without worrying too much. Continuing on our previous strategy of just causing as much chaos as possible. Perfect. Couldn't even tell you how many parries that is now. Mr. Peugeot, are you poisonable? No, but you also don't have poison applied right now. I think he's also still poisonable. Because many bosses at this point just get poisonable again. I guess it's just the Galgastani that are poison immune. It's kind of weirdly specific. I wonder what the story is with that. Maybe they're just so toxic that they can't possibly be toxic any further. Seeing I was like 15 minutes searching for Dragon Fang, don't have the recipe, never did POTD. No, it's from Lightning Temple. Okie dokie. Thankfully, they're all going for eases instead of trying to play safety with Peugeot. Right. Yes, you got him powers. It's all well impressive. Have to repeat the Shire. What Shire? Shrine? I mean, you should just get it on your first time through. So that's dude guy gone. Second healer should be next. And then we should be all set. Actually, for that matter, she's currently silenced, so we really don't even necessarily have to worry that much about that. Man, this cleric is having a pretty darn bad day right now. Sorry, lady. So his Heart Crusher's ready to go. Beautiful. Completely don't mind him going for one of those. So next order of business is just this Ice Blast. Thankfully, again, he is still training his sword skills while doing this stuff. Could be better, but it's fine. I don't like that Denim doesn't have his Papillon reel yet. I mean, he can't technically get Papillon reel yet, but you know what I mean. Alright, so now we got a Siege Bow. Now, them suckers are very good.
Good day.
Can go ahead and upgrade that right now. Granted, we're slightly too broke to do that.
You sure?
And now a few conflagration shots. Which we can afford one of, but it's something. Alright, you switch your heal 2 for a heal 3, because you're mostly going to be using Conserve MP anyway. Switch that for Conserve MP. Actually, just switch this for Conserve MP at this point. There we go.
Take a look.
2 meads. I know that we needed more plumes. So relatively cheap by comparison. Some files. Get rid of some overripe fruits. Get rid of some anti-curse juice. Let's get a few more items. I needed to upgrade something else, and I'm completely brain farting on what at the moment. What the hell was I upgrading? Alright, whatever. I'll remember later. Let's go ahead and continue on. Go ahead and upgrade your longbow to a siege bow, and we'll swap her out for Earth at this point, because he is going to be running a lot of lightning, and this is also when we can attempt to recruit the Dark Griffin. Hi there, Noyety. See, I mean, I did Elemental Temples, but I don't have Dragon Fang, I have Dragon Claw. Dude, you're not being annoying, chill out, it's fine. So, Dragon Fang is just from the Dagger book. Like, it's not... technically speaking, it is an item, but it's like, it's not a material. It's just a dagger from the Dagger book. I'm pretty sure it's from Lightning Temple. You also have, another version of that that's going to be in Palace of the Dead. So first thing that we definitely got to do before anything else is deal with all of these griffins, because we need to get Andorus getting close, at which point, once he gets around the middle, we can do the same old thing that we've been doing. Problem is just kind of getting him to that position. Alright. None of his stuff's loaded just yet. Yeah, it would be pretty cool to get the Dark Griffin, though. Not necessarily sure that I would employ it in the party, but it would be a really good extra. Oh, that couldn't have turned out any better. Okay, so. Gonna take a whack, take a return whack. He does not have his tame skill. Or subdue, rather. Shame. Alright, well, that's gonna need a little bit of tweaking. But that's fine. Come on, Andorus, just get a little bit closer. We've got puppies to show you. Alright. So clerics need to go, obviously. If they can stop parrying stuff, that would be amazing. But it's just apparently one of those very parry-heavy kind of days. Slash 2 days that this run has been going on at this point. Perfect. Okay, he's gonna go that way. Kind of a weird choice, but I'll take it. And yeah, as soon as his regular clerics are done, then he'll be vulnerable, and you get the idea. Not exactly anything terribly complicated there. Right. Take our first guaranteed one right there. Let's see, these ones... Still no poison. It would have been very convenient to have poison on these. I would like to have at least one of them as a little bit of a just kind of sacrificial unit to throw around. Just anything extra at this point would be very nice. Like with Lodician units, while they don't have too many units that are capable of being kind of persuaded, I do see the occasional very useful thing in there. Certainly not saying no to that, though. Dang it, just got jumped by another friggin' stink bug. Why are these things so dumb? Like, why does stink bugs even exist? They are the most pointless friggin' thing on this planet. Like, what is your purpose? To just sort of show up, hit stuff, and die? Alright, not the best use of a bomb there, but at least it kind of wears down that little side there slightly. Also, I just noticed I had Chartain go and take a shot over there without actually going and attempting to recruit as a griffin. Darn it. Alright. What? Oops, okay, I just completely blanked and accidentally hit the wrong button there. Way to go. Way to go. I was trying to go breach that guy and did not succeed in doing so. Alright, there we go. There's his third round. He's finally approaching and getting close. Gotta clear out everything else and should be solid. Now that little bit of damage, they might go out of their way to try and heal. I'm hoping they won't. And once again, that's 7% parry. That thing just never seems to stop, does it? Although I suppose those charm darts are doing a pretty solid job too. go. She is 1 poison tick away from dead. Bit of happy 340 action over there. Come on, please recruit this guy. I mean, 15%. We've had worse succeed, but not exactly ideal given the circumstances. But she will go ahead and finish off her own cleric, so that's beautiful. Any units that we can finish off, especially right here, are going to be quite valuable, seeing as we kind of need a little bit of that money action in the coffers. And the Bakram are generally the richest, so hopefully they'll drop money like a dang pinata here. Okay, almost done though. Getting towards the tail end at this point. This is looking reasonably workable right now. It's kind of hoping that would keep him from flying away, but that's fine. Right, cool. So they get a lot of turns. It would be cool if we had some of those too. One of these days, you know? Shot 10. How would you like to maybe do that? A little bit of that grenade action going on. Go. You move around here-ish. There's Mr. Gildasad. He's all the way... So we got some revives here and there. Probably should revive her, actually. And then probably follow-up turn, maybe go for a bit of a BOS or something. As in her case... See, probably still nothing even with the breach. Yeah, that figures. Okay, maybe should stop doing that with the archers, but oh well. Okay, we gotta stumble. See, finally got to watch your live. It's been well. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry that it's been a little bit of you know, more marathon-y kind of thing here today. Again, this was sort of a one-off. We'll, you know, promise to do this at some point kind of thing. See, this isn't even one of the harder fights. Just one that always ends up being long. Yeah, and like we're getting him little by little. It's just one of those ones that happens to be a little more on the time-consuming side. We should be, hopefully, wrapping up relatively soonish, though. Is right here, she's got a Fizz card, that's why I'm reviving her at the moment. Because we get a Fizz, we can go ahead and combine that with her shots. That ups it to a 244. Should be seeing some more breath moves, hopefully upping that even further. And then at that point, basically any attack just finishes them off. Hopefully we can get somebody over to where that cleric is, for example, right now. There we go. So that's Andorus' healing gone. Then hopefully any basic attack just kind of does him in at this point. We do have a lot of units down, but there's going to be a lot of fights that go like this. So, for example, we'll go pick up this int card. Go ahead and up Canopus at this point. Who should then be able to do a little bit of walking forward and healing. And or shanking this guy, depending on kind of what the situation calls for. Yeah, 102. Kind of feel like he probably would be better off just waiting for his points to charge. I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'm just going to regret not taking that 102 right now. We'll see, we'll see. Get Denim up at this point, or get Charton up at this point. Just kind of take this guy out right now. As much as I wanted to get the Dark Griffin, we're just not doing that right now. These guys are flying around, absolutely tearing everyone a new one. Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and speed up Gildas. Should have stepped away to do the breath move there. And or gone and revived somebody, but it's alright. Because we're very close to getting this done. Literally pretty much any attack here will get this done. Unfortunately, any items that he picks up are just deleted, so that sucks. Alright, that's pretty good though. Mr. Chartain. Go ahead and get yourself up off the ground. Not going to do very much damage to that guy, but... Well, the way's open at this point for Dude Guy to make it by, so... I'm going to have him take a heal at this point. Going to try to keep this lane open. Alright, this kind of seems to be working. So if Merton can just get into position here, which he can, this should be checkmate right here. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Alright, Barnisha time. So for this first one, we just sit back, let them come to us. This one's a bit on the slower side. Second part of Tar Castle is a bit easier. So second part of Tar Castle, you can just sit by, let him come to you. In this case, I mean, we're basically doing the same thing, except, you know, in a hole. Why Coffee Potato? It's kind of a nickname my wife gave me as a joke a while ago. That at the time was always working from home and always had a cup of coffee on my desk. So you know, basically the joke was every time she would leave for work, she basically would just say, "Have fun being a coffee potato." So, you know, one of them kind of deals. So when it came time to come up with a name for the channel, just ended up sticking to that. Alright, so for this one, poison is definitely going to be our friend. Thing with this map is that they have very, very limited healing, and as soon as that's gone, everything else just kind of dies to poison. They've got a lot of casters that our archers are going to take care of, and really, aside from that, it's mostly a battle of attrition. So Tar Castle in general has a tendency to be one of the major kind of like slow down road bumps. So those guys take care of those ones. We get in and deal with the healers at some point. Kind of just try to go in as we can here. Like for example, taking this fizz up on Gilda's probably worth it, because you can end up doing some pretty solid numbers there. But we'll need to do a decent bit of menuing once this is done. Trying to think right now that of like as we kind of carve our way through here, one of the issues that we're going to run into is, so when it comes to Barbas, we can basically go hog wild with absolutely bombarding the guy with shots. I think for this part we're gonna have to play this one a little bit safer than some of the previous ones, just so we don't burn through our supplies as much. So we're going to have the White Knights take most of the forward fights here. And then we run into situations like this. Alright. Let's kind of put him right there. Well, we don't necessarily have to worry about their healing too much, because for the most part we can just overwhelm it. We really need Sarah going and doing some business here. Because bear in mind, the pretty decent numbers she's already hitting are with a elemental disadvantage. So if we can get that up a little bit, we should be a lot better. But for the most part, got to focus on overwhelming a little bit here. Let's see. See, holy moly, almost 9 hours straight. Are you planning to finish the game in one sitting? That is the plan, yes. Because I did promise at some point that I would try a full-blown speedrun, and was always told that that I wouldn't, wouldn't finish it. And figured I had sort of one opportunity. I had kind of several back-to-back days, of which there was one moment where there was enough time to actually do this thing. So, yeah, figured might as well give it a shot. Kind of see how it goes. Well, we're pretty darn close at this point. So there's only kind of 3 areas left. So there's Tar Castle, which we're almost done here. After that we got Fancy Castle, which is essentially 4 fights long. And then after that, we're just off to Hanging Gardens, and that's the end of the game. Alright, so that'll be our guaranteed charm off of that one there. But yeah, we gotta be a little bit limited on resources for this first fight, just because I know for Barbas we're gonna be okay with just a handful of throwables. But when it comes to Tardy 1, it might be a tad more difficult. We'll see. Alright. Let's take the kill at this point. So far, so good. And she's going to continue bonking her new husband with her stick. Because, yeah, she needs to keep her weapons training up. Just slow and steady. Trying to use as many spells and such as possible, as many debuffs as possible. This this should be very doable. Thankfully, this map is a hell of a lot smoother than it was in PSP. Like, this map was inexplicably one of the biggest choke points in PSP for some reason. Like, there was just this gigantic ramp up in difficulty for no apparent reason. Because immediately after, it just dropped right off. Like in PSP there, this fight was just a point where many people straight up quit the game, and then the two fights right after, just no challenge whatsoever. But again, just PSP stuff, I guess. And if this guy could stop parrying like 4 arrows in a row, that'd be great. Cool. Alright. Probably gonna have to bring our Beast Tamer back to get more Eagle Eyes going. Alright. So that's looking pretty okay. There we go. One more down. So far, so good. Just need a little bit of poison action on this guy. Dandy. Right there, one reclusive cleric here. I was kind of hoping that would knock him off the cliff. But that's fine. That's fine. We heal, retreat, we heal, retreat. It's fully doable. But yeah, main two after this, we just kind of abuse the AI. Like Barbas, I've already explained several times, but when it comes to Tardy, it's very similar. You just kind of sit back long enough and they'll come to you. Let's go ahead and heal up the White Knights a little bit, and we should be set. Damn. Alright. Well, that's kind of an item we can't really spare right now, but I guess we're gonna have to. Beautiful. I love the charm darts. Right. So you're just getting home from work. Nice catch. Live stream. What's the biggest challenge in the run thus far? So far it's honestly been pretty darn smooth. I would say... Let's see. I'd say probably pretty early on, there was, I guess technically we had Vance that was given some minor issues. But that was, again, fairly minor. Like, not really much worth mentioning there. Trying to remember which one it was that actually gave issues. There was one. There's completely brain farting on it because of how long this this whole thing's been going on. Attempting not to brain fart. Please restart at earliest inconvenience. Alright. If you could go ahead and poison that guy, that'd be great. Is your thing... No, it is poisoned. It does have a poison spear, it just doesn't feel like poisoning very much. So far, so steady. Not entirely sure why I'm going after the items here in particular, when we kind of end up getting everything anyway. Actually, that's the nice part about this castle. It's almost a reprieve of sorts. Because after this, I can sell all the junk that we get from killing off all these dudes to then kind of refill the coffers, completely restock before morn, use any and all orbs that were acquired along the way to go deal with him. That's basically where we're going to save all the biggest explosions for, and then after that, once we get to Hanging Gardens, most of that is just going to be shots and such. Should be anyway. Just put this dude to sleep. nice little sleep triggers there. I need to bring that chicken back at some point. But he's trying to finish his job of hunting down this cleric. Unfortunately, we've got that one, I'm assuming they're knight or something variant that's getting a bit close. Hopefully the Wart Dart ends up triggering again. We can just kind of get that guy out of our business. Come on. Go away. Ah. Alright, worth a shot. But on the plus side, at least he is still going to be weak to this stuff, so there we go. Yeah, it feels like a knight variant of some description. Alright, let's see here what we got. Can't imagine getting a chapter 4 in one sitting, let alone without using cheat engine to double speed. I'm in the habit of using 2 or 3 times speed with cheat engine. Don't actually use cheats, since I'm in vanilla every time I play, but the speed up is so nice. I can understand that. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Also, should probably have been employing my Terror Knights up to this point. Those would be helping an absolute ton here. And yeah, it's gotten to the point where you can kind of see the game jittering every now and then. So hopefully it does actually manage to make it by the end on its own. Or make it to the end, rather. Because that's kind of starting to get a little bit concerning at this point. Perfect. Finally got that poison. Merciless chicken continues to chicken. So we're going to try to dark weight this guy so that hopefully he can't really move from where he is. Kind of reduce their threat a little bit. Archers are pretty good at doing that here. Alright, their wizard's back. It's just some basic firestorms. We can definitely deal with that. But Canopus is looking a little bit worse for wear. Tell you what. Let's bully this guy. Come back. Get a little bit of healing done. Kind of continue on with letting the White Knights handle most of this. Another one bites the dust. Another one down. Free dex card on Murden. Never going to say no to that. Let's see what Mr. Chartain can possibly do here. Oof, that's definitely worth it. Yeah, those grenades with those fizz-ups are just amazing. Like, that's why we end up employing so many shots at this point, because if you get any fizz-ups on them, they just keep adding and adding and adding in some bizarre manner that doesn't really make sense until they're eventually just two-shotting things, and that is pretty darn nifty. Would really like that guy to finally get his finisher, though, because that blowgun finisher is very, very solid. He just has to actually unlock it first. Let's see, in-game speed-ups are nice enough, as you learn to appreciate when you go back to Knight of Lotus. Yeah, that is very, very true. Knight of Lotus ain't quick. I was really hoping for a crit there. Let's see, any tips for first incursions into Palace of the Dead? Just use clerics. Don't overlook your clerics. Make sure to... let's see. Make sure to stock up on holy waters before going in there. Make sure that to keep lobbers around, and just don't rush. Just kind of take your time, sort of get a feel for everything, because it's a lot of enemies that you're not really potentially used to yet. Also occurs to me that that's probably a very stupid move. Yep, sure was. I don't even know how many times I've gotten Veronica killed at this point in the exact same way. At some point you'd think the lesson would stick, but I stubbornly refuse to learn it. Alright. Just a little bit of cleanup left now. So exercise is king, very nice. Yeah, very true. See, they're very nice. Was super satisfied with the in-game. Fast forward, I started my second playthrough. Yeah, fast forward's good. It is a good and useful thing, from what I've heard. Personally, I only end up using that stuff for One Vision because the PSP version is pretty darn slow, and it just kind of feels very nice to go to this speed, the sort of official speed after being used to that, you know. Go up on this way. Heal to yourself a little bit. They really have no shot versus the White Knights at this point. But everyone else is kind of starting to get knocked down a little bit. I'm hoping we can still wrap this up without needing to use any additional heals. But I guess time will tell on that one. We got 3 turns to figure that mess out. That one's probably just dead to poison. This one's just very petrified. Alright, so we're gonna have some of our archers go after that Hawkman up top. What's your deal? Yeah, archer, we can do some counter archer. That's fine. Poison's probably finishing those off before too long. You just train your war darts. Even if he doesn't end up landing the charm, it at least gets us somewhere. However, she can come very close to finishing off that guy. Instead, here, we'll let poison finish the job. Let poison finish the job there too. Go ahead and re-up this poison to let it finish the job here. That's 3 that should be dead to poison in practically no time. Let's see. You get Firebolt. Still got those ones in the middle to worry about, but I'm not quite sure how much we need to be worrying about that. Probably re-up poison on this guy just to be absolutely certain that the job gets done. Maybe leave this cleric behind at the moment, because his beak can't quite peck through it, but there we go. This guy should be dead to poison now. Gilda should be in a good position to almost finish off this guy. You should be in a good position to finish off this guy. There we go. So that just leaves the cleric and that one bird on the right. Whatever the hell he is. Archer, apparently. Good to know. Good enough. I think poison will mostly do the job here. We might not need to use any more blessings. Because them suckers are expensive. Skill level up. Where's he at this point? 9. He's almost got his ice finisher. 1 dead. That one's got 2 ticks to go until he's gone. No major threat. Yeah, sorry for being a little bit quiet at this part. I'm trying not to lose any units to just kind of timing in general. Alright, so I know he's definitely got at least 1 poison tick. He is perfectly fine. We got another Ice Blast. That's him dealt with. Suddenly, cards absolutely everywhere. Okay, and now we're off to Tar Castle 2. Let's see, never underestimate the power of poison, stun, and silence. Yes, that too. Poison everything. Just absolutely poison everything. So this guy's Earth. Our whole air setup should be great here. Let's see, first run through Reborn POTD, I made the mistake of going through at Union 36 and pretty much poisoned 98% of my damage by the time I reached low floors. Earlier floors were pretty normal. Yeah, and you can also... That's part of it, but honestly, those 4 levels are not going to make much of a difference. You're always going to be at a pretty major disadvantage there, especially as you go on and on and on. But really, the main thing to remember is that, yeah, poison is very good down there. On top of that, just anything like a breach, weaken, whatever else will very effectively shut things down. See, just finished my first run in POTD and getting ready to finish Pang Gardens and start never did Coda before. Kind of lost at this point. You just kind of do every dungeon back to back. And now there's plot, kind of. And then you do some time paradoxes. And then you fight a bunch of bosses and stuff, and it's just kind of throwing stuff at you to give you additional challenges to fight. Nothing too fancy. Alright, so at this point, we just hang back, wait for Barbas to come to us. If there's any units that happen to get by nearby where a Beast Tamer is, we'll just go ahead and kind of send them back with the Wart Darts. And then after 3 rounds, Barbas decides to charge forward, and as has been the norm at this point, he comes forward, we close him off from the back, we breach, and then we beat the buffuckery out of the guy, and that's about it. Then we just sort of move on to the next thing. POTD and post-game is fun? Yes, exactly. You get more and more tools. He's good stuff. Again, there's always this big focus on levels. They're really not that big of a deal. So you're trying to get Dark Priest on Palace of the Dead. You actually can get Dark Priest in Chapter 4. Just basically get the regular Priest, and then you go bring regular Priest over to one of the castle fights. Like, if you're in post-game already, just go to Farumpa Wildwood, take the path immediately to your right, and then just kill the Priest on the second map that way. They'll end up dropping that Priest mark. And yeah, then you put that on Kashua, take her over to, I think it's Bernicia, on the left gate, and you'll have yourself a heretic, or rather a Dark Priest. So far, so decent. Sort of keep pecking away at this moment. This guy is starting to get close. We'll go ahead and send them back to Return to Sender, as it will. So we're going to move the White Knights up a little bit, and then they're going to immediately pull back. Pretty much just going to collect some additional cards before anybody really gets too close, because we really only want Barbas to filter through. Everybody else is just going to get taken out as they come along. Alright, it's a bonus objective, so it'll say at the start of the battle, first map of Heim, there we go, Heim, that's what it was. I need to go with Priest. Yeah, so Can't Beat Princess has to switch over to Priest, in order to get Dark Priest. It's kind of an interesting random sort of objective that's over there. If you happen to have a Priest mark, you might already have it if you've been through Palace of the Dead. If not, just try again. I think it's a relatively common drop from that one cleric there. Alright, one at a time, one at a time. Yeah, this part is especially easy with the knights here. We're just going to go ahead and pick up this card over here in order to make this guy a little bit stronger, so that hopefully whenever Mr. Barbas gets close, we can just kind of annihilate him, and that's about it. Right, everybody else can stay put for the time being. These guys are going to be more than enough. There we go, we get the breach, we get the... Get the breach, get the stun, all that kind of thing. Sorry, brain is definitely feeling a tad cooked, but we're so close to the end now. Alright, and then I'm probably never ever attempting this again, ever. Still probably would have not done it if I hadn't slept exceptionally well yesterday. Alright, that'll do decently. You need to go ahead and take a little bit of a heal and take a step backwards. We re-up that blow dart, so that's something. Right, fear definitely doesn't really do us any favors at the moment. Alright, what can we do with this? Are you winning? Yeah, I guess so. Bummer. I was kind of hoping one of them would get petrified, but hopefully we'll have Barbas kind of marching his way over pretty soon. Alright, if you don't mind me pulling the stream over for a second, you can check out the level 36 Steadfast if you don't believe me. I believe it. There's ways. Alright. Put this dude to sleep. Slightest tap should hopefully take them out of the fight at this point. And then after that, again, all we need is Barbas getting close if he ever decides to get his ass over here. But unfortunately, they feel like wasting our resources over and over and over. Thankfully, this gas supply just sort of seems to keep getting easier with every new round, though, so that's something. Anyway, grenade, go boom. Probably shouldn't be hitting my own guy, but whatever, it's fine. That one dude got taken out before they got a chance to heal, and now finally Barbas is running forward. Now where everyone can pull back and just kind of let them come to us. Actually, one thing we do need to do here is get that chicken into safety. Alright. You go here, chicken to safety. Well, they do have a healer up there, courtesy of a couple of decently hard-hitting moves. It should be too much of an issue. Should be very finisher ready as soon as our finishers decide to be ready. Poisonify, get a little bit of breach action, please. Gonna dark weight this guy, so hopefully they can't escape. Or lady, rather. Currently we got Turbo Chicken. I don't know if Breach will last long enough at this point, if we go and use it. It might. Honestly, I don't know. Is it worth the risk? I don't think so, because if we go ahead and risk it, that kind of puts us in a bit of a precarious position. Because if we risk it, we might lose the chicken, and also Barbas might stay up there, so... Go, do a little bit of grog. Nice 547. Let's see. Sleep, maybe? Beautiful. Okay, one step closer. Also, I know there's some comments that I missed. Just give me one sec. Get into it. Also, finally, Ice Finisher. It's about dang time. Alright, Reborn are only transferable, I think, 2 or 3 classes that don't get it naturally, and only the first rank 2. Oh, okay. So you enjoyed the unique classes in Triangle, couldn't used to shorter range on archers. I mean, it's a learning curve, but it's doable. But, personally, I just kind of found it a little bit dull after a while how much you could just cheese the absolute hell out of that game. Like, it just kind of didn't really push back, you know?
No, you.
We're going to go ahead and speed up Barbas so that he gets his ass over here, hopefully sometime this week. That mess has taken absolutely ages. Alright, there we go. So Canopus now has 3 ups at this point. He's got his finisher completely ready to go. Barbas should be absolutely toast as soon as he gets close. Thing is getting him breached, which we'll do in a bit of a moment here. And this guy's sleep is about to wear off, so we're going to try to re-up it. Thankfully it did land. That's fine. Our countdown shouldn't last long enough here. Perfect. Right, come on, Barbie. Lord, Barbas, you are so freaking slow. Get over here. Cool. Alright. Anyway, we got most of what we needed, though. Let's go ahead and go this direction. Get some higher vertical tolerance for this thing. appreciate it if he didn't get knocked around right now. I mean, that works, I guess. Kind of knocked him right back in the same direction. Let's see, 2 bombs and a finisher, I think will be enough to finish him. So stun and poison there. Should be able to get dang near one-shotting him here. Oh, perfect. No, this actually could completely one-shot him. Perfect. I keep underestimating how well that move works once you stack it up hard enough. Yeah, then we get Radiant Orb. We'll go ahead and slap that sucker on Denim. So those orbs, their primary purpose is not for right now, but as soon as we get up to 36, as soon as we go deal with Morn, that's when stuff kind of hits the fan. Alright, what are we missing? Blessing Stones. Blessing Stones. I'll give you a new orb. You already have an orb. We'll give another orb to you. You're going to switch over to Hallowing for right now. Which, yes, is a waste of way better gems, but for right now, it's what we've got. Okay, you've already got one. You need one. This fight should be quick. But again, hard to know just yet. See, Unicorn Overlord, clearly Kingdoms feel the game's kind of dry. Man, you gotta start doing more of that roleplay stuff in it then. Build more custom units and just play around with different teams. Unicorn's freaking amazing. Alright, so, plan is a little bit like such. We kind of, once again, hang around the back wall here, wait for Tardy to get close, and as soon as he gets close, I mean, we just kind of bum rush him at the bottom of the stairs. He will outrun the rest of his soldiers, and yeah, that's kind of about that. Unlike a lot of the other bosses, he will just immediately run for you, since he's kind of pissed about the whole Cashwa thing. So all we gotta do is get a few finishers going, which we'll be able to do by the time he gets here. Let's see, that's gonna be Wart Dart ready to go. Come on. Rush down those stairs, Tardy. But yeah, some of his units will stay up there, a couple of them will charge forward. For the most part, they just kind of absolutely bum rush you. If you can get cards, great. Otherwise, just kind of sit put around here. See, now, to my mind, as far as Unicorn goes, it's one of those ones you gotta see more as a journey than a challenge. Like, just a story that you're kind of playing out, you know? It's a little bit like, trying to think of a good comparison here. It's kind of like a lot of open world games. Like, you're not necessarily expecting to run into ridiculously stiff resistance everywhere you go. It's more of just kind of enjoying the journey, and it's got some really fun moments along the way. It's kind of the way I see it anyway. Alright, so now that all the archers are gone, I'm going to go pick up that fizz up on Ladybud over there. So hopefully she'll be able to, well, get this guy cornered pretty easily. It's challenging on hard mode? I mean, even TZ mode is doable eventually. It's just... I think mostly what they're saying is just as soon as you know, found fun builds to play around with, aka people just kind of looked up the guides and like, it's like, oh, how do I make broken build? Oh, wow, oh my god, it's so easy now that I totally figured out how to make this broken build myself. It's been like the experience of about a solid 80% or so of the people I've seen saying that it was too easy. I mean, granted, that's obviously not everyone, but a good number had that particular experience, and it's kind of funny. Alright, Tardy, come on. You just keep on sprinting. Yeah, team building. Exactly. It's just like an ogre battle. Found everything naturally, but hate these. I mean, again, it depends on what difficulty you were going at, too. Those missions, attacking and protecting forts, risking, etc. I mean, that one has them too, though. You're occasionally protecting units. Let's go ahead and take the kind of dragon area as an example, because I have it fresh in my mind, because recently my daughter was going through there. It's like, what exactly are you doing in that situation? Well, your first one that you go in, you've got your... you've got a few kind of assault maps in which you're going and trying to kind of clear various towns. Then from there they start ambushing. A lot of them turn out to be ambushes. Then from there you've got those ones where you've got to protect various kind of like rebel-ish, whatever the hell they are, type of units nearby there. You've got areas where you're more on the defensive. You've got the sandstorm maps. You've got the ones where you've got that like weird bubble thing going on. You've got the ones where you're defending a coliseum. You've got the ones where you're assaulting castles after that point, going up a dang mountain and like going across several different areas, and you've got other armies that are kind of backing you up there. Like, it's got a good amount of variety. It's not just all the maps being flat, you know? Just a little bit more, and we'll be good to go here. Just got to get one more turn out of Tardy. Alright, maybe two more turns out of Tardy. Just got to pull back a little bit here. Alright, come on. It's going well. We're almost done with this castle. Let's say your princess is in another castle, but they're definitely dying in this one. But yeah, we're just going Lord for the finale, because it's just easier. It's going to be technically slightly slower than if a team pulled off everything right, but there's so much that can potentially go wrong with the team strat that we're just going to go be doing it this way, you know? Okay, thank you. We get it. You hate Sarah. Get the idea, dude. But at least they're all focusing on one unit, so that helps us out. Alrighty. Thank you guys. You still hate Sarah. Much appreciated. Right. Come on, Tardy. Any day now. No way in hell are we bothering to go up all them stairs. Quick little check here. Can we reach you? No. It's the waiting for a tardy to get his slow ass down the stairs hour. Good lord, finally! You're gonna start off with your nukes, as you do. Everybody else should be able to absolutely drop on this guy immediately. Except for you, because you can't. Get Sarah up. See, I always turn my Sarah into a knight ASAP, even in PSP, because the female knight portrait is also kind of... Yep. Understandable. Understandable. Got that sort of, kind of majestic vibe around him. There we go. Finally got him breached. Now we leave that other guy down there to go absorb all the healing, because his other healers obviously followed him. Usually, Tardy goes down the stairs a little bit faster. Sometimes if you get BOS on him sooner, he'll end up outrunning everybody even farther, but in this case that didn't quite happen. Again, lots of ifs, whens, maybes, and all of that kind of sumsutchery, so it is what it is. Now, you... How does this look here? Pretty devastating, but not necessarily what we're going for. Alright, if you could get this guy out of the way, please. Thank you kindly. There we go. Now we managed to get close. Got a bit of Dark Blade action going on here. Good. Maybe you can ruinate. Yep, should be able to. Also good. Now we get some grenades in there. Does hit our own guys on top of him, but that's fine. He's still getting hit. That's the important bit here. Got the heretic mark. Yep. Glad to help. Glad you found the thing. Alright. Yeah, not much is going to happen from that one. More conflagration shots, though. Not a bad idea. We get it. You got rapid fire crossbows. Beautiful. Another happy 216. just kind of need one more of dang near anything. We got 4 more actions that are coming up pretty soon here. All of which might be enough to get the job done. Alright, that's gonna do...
We cannot.
Oh my god, he just got... It was just the last 2! The last 2 that he needed to get knocked into. He was just terrified of the chicken.
Another.
Bye. Alright, now that we have correctly chosen AA and become a frickin' lord, is go time. Alright, so now we become 36. Should be all well and solid. Got a sovereign mark, beautiful. Alright, final push. Final push. Alright, so now we get Lord, which also means that we get Conserve MP frickin' Resurrection. Also, I love how we didn't even ask, it just upgraded his shield for him. Okay, so, spells, Resurrection, gimme. So we got that, we got all this other stuff that we probably don't need, maybe. Alright. So we're going to feed him every charm at this point, because we want him to start getting a little bit nutty. And reason for this is obviously we're going solo Lord for later. Once we get to Dorgy, we're switching over to the whole Phalanx shenaniganery. For now, we're going to switch him over to Phalanx, just we're going to keep Meditate instead of... Meditate instead of Mother... Actually, maybe we will go Mother's Mercy. Because he really casts more than anything else. Replace Constitution with... Here, actually, let's switch over to Knight and then switch back real quick. Alright. So that'll give us max rank of Phalanx, or max-ish. We're up 70% for the time being. Conserve MP, and where's Mother's Mercy at? First aid over there. Where in the fudgery is Mother's... Oh, for crap's sake. I know what I did. Because I switched them back in like chapter 1 or something. Right, let's try that again. No, I already switched them back to Cleric earlier. I just did it at the wrong time. I just switched it over before they actually had Mother's Mercy. Like, I literally... One of the first things I did in the run was to go pick up a Cleric mark to not have this issue. But there we go. Now we have Mother's Mercy. Now we have Conserve MP, Phalanx, and Swords. And that's basically going to be his kind of final build here. Alright. Go ahead and get Resurrect. Go ahead and get BOS, go ahead and get his Instill Ice, and then go ahead and... What the hell else did I have on here? Ease, I guess? No, because Mother's Mercy will do that job just fine. Ice Blast, right. So Ice Blast 3, there we go. I don't know why he was switched over to Longbow all of a sudden, but sure, whatever you say, game. Get his heater shield, get his other stuff here. Please stop trying to upgrade, downgrade his pants. Thanks, cool. And alright, we should be all set to go there. Nope, did not mean to go to training. Nope, we're not doing training. I mean, we should, in a practical sense, we definitely probably should, but this is half speedrun, half challenge run at this point. Alright, Spirit Surge. Do we buy a third Spirit Surge? No, because our Spirit Surge user is dead. We will buy some Leaping Monkey. No, that is very expensive. Damn, I did not remember how expensive that was. Alright, so, what can we sell? One Vulgar Dagger, sure. One Longbow, sure. Those rings will be pretty useful. Sorry for the relative slowness all of a sudden. Alright, some Blessing Stones, and then how bad are we on meads? Very low. Gotta win 4 fights all of a sudden. Get rid of Ice Blast 2, get rid of Heal 2. And I guess that's seriously all we're working with. Actually, I just noticed I did not end up picking up any more shots. That's also something we're going to need. Alright, no more Jules the Avatar for the time being. No more Dread Knight Marks. No more Mendleaf +2s. No more Grogs. 9+1s we're okay with. We're definitely kind of cutting it close here. Right. We don't have many more, but we got some more. And we do still need to upgrade one more longbow into a siege bow, but I don't really have that option right now. I should have gone the other direction. What the hell am I doing going here? Screw it. We're in it now. So yeah, the other map is way easier than this guy. So basically what this all comes down to is just the same as before. Get Stanoska up close and do the usual. The problem is he really, really, really doesn't like moving, so that's an issue. So instead it's going to come down to flying whoever we can over there, getting the White Knights in, and just killing them that way. Gonna surround everyone and go from there. Worried if you had the Cockatrice map and Hang Gardens, Heim is probably going to be so bad. Heim is mostly going to be handled with items. So orbs, shots, all that kind of thing. As far as Hanging Gardens, I'm going to try to avoid that particular shortcut. We'll see what happens. At least on the plus side here, there's next to no recovery for these guys. And yeah, if you avoid attacking these octopi, usually they aren't as much of a problem. Then they don't. It takes them a couple rounds extra to build up their MP. As long as you get the guy running forward, you're set. Unfortunately, right from the get-go, yeah, you kind of need a few rounds to finish him off. Come on, White Knights, you got this. Just gotta turbo their way forward. Just run, run, run until they get him. Strengthen up. Although I guess, true, we do have these guys. Do the old charm dart thing. They never seem to miss. See, if you're an auto, you get that anyway, or you need to pick it up. Pick what up? Oh, beautiful. So you might still be what we're going to get here. Oh, let's see. Also speedrun, but Latimer's VA at Heim Inner Courtyard. True, true. We gotta get that one. Now, I'm pretty sure they have absolutely zero recovery here, so I'm gonna go for the poison here, and assume that they absolutely can't do anything about it. And also assume that, hopefully, we should be able to completely run this guy over with only the White Knights. Because I would really, 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 really like to save some items here, because we're getting very stretched thin, you know? Alright. Also, hi there, Yasumak. Run faster. Yeah, sorry if I missed any messages. Just trying to kind of still stay focused at this point. Run ain't short. Okay. Good to go. Come on, get the breach. Okay, didn't get the insta-breach. Whatever, it'll have to be decent enough. Can you get a shot off on this guy? No. Seeing lots of people from other countries in the community. Yeah, it's fairly normal. The only reason I haven't responded yet is I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything here. Alright, Dan kind of needed that to roll. Oh shoot, he's got evade beast. Oh, okay. That figures. That figures. Really, or repel beast, sorry. Definitely should have figured that by this point. Why the hell is Murden's turn taking so dang long? I've been waiting for him to act for absolutely ages by now. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and throw the meat on him, because it's getting a little sketchy. I was was really hoping that first attack would get the job done. It hasn't quite done so. And half the team can't even make it over there. That's why this map kind of sucks. Like, this is probably one of my least favorite maps in the entire game. For that exact reason. Alright, now Saria's got an advantage. I'm hoping she can just get in there and stab him, and we're done here. Yep. That's that. No parry. We're good. Moving on. Alright, got some levels, but not many. We got Steadfast on Gildas. These guys need their Steadfast, probably more than Paralysis Blade. Because this will get them killed later. Like, granted, right now, there's other priorities, but that will be a thing. Should have just gone for Aurum. Okay. This one's relatively simple. It's the one where you gotta just smush the guy. Let's see. So you think so I can just let auto and only look for not dead? Do you have a Discord channel? Yeah, it's on the main channel page at the top there. There's a link to the Discord, and also, actually, there's another link. Okay, I just noticed I forgot to update the Twitter thing to Blue Sky. Just ignore that. I keep forgetting that that's even a thing. Frankly, I don't use either of them, but one of them's way less fashy than the other. Alright. So you repeat floors of Palace of the Dead 100 times? No. So, Palace of the Dead, if you go and take all of the kind of quickest routes through, I think it's like 30 maps in total. And then once you get the shortcuts, you can make it dramatically shorter. Alright, so, by the way, the hope, and I'm hoping that this ends up happening quick enough, is that we can let that Latimer line play while taking another short break here. Sounds hard, kind of. $30 maps. I mean, the total is 115. If you want absolutely every item in there, you're going to want to do all of them. Yeah. Back in PSP, you used to have to repeat all of them twice. Now, in this version, you can use your shortcuts. So we get aggressive, so that Hanzo decides to go charge his way forward. Or actually, no, that is Hanzo, not Mercure. I was going to say it's the other guy for a second, but no, it isn't. Alright, so get a little bit of poison action going. That should start melting away the chicken. Or waste a turn using ease, that works too. So this guy's got 2 healers. However, again, not a particularly bulky unit, so we just kind of rush him down. And in fact, in Denim's case, we're actually going to go for the magic nuking option. Going to go ahead and speed up our chicken. Hopefully he can pick up that card that's right nearby. Actually, no. That card can go on Mr. Canopus. So far, so decent, though. We're still multiple levels behind. Pretty reasonably significantly behind as of the moment. we could technically go into training, but it's not really going to make as much of a big deal as just going in and breaching and doing what we usually do. Typical breach and clear type of stuff. Alright. Especially if we can get this guy somewhere around the middle there. We can potentially get him separated away from his clerics. Hopefully the chicken can go and petrify the clerics, which just kind of leaves him completely exposed. So that's the hope here. Perfect. Okay. So he's already coming out of hiding there. And we've already got all our people going really quickly up them stairs. So easiest way to do this, just don't bother fighting anybody else. Just walk right in, surround him, and kind of go to town. Heal if needed. Obviously there's a lot of stuff around. But for the most part, just kind of get close and start walloping. See, search another question about the shaman. Search for like 2 hours. What does the unique shaman passive do? It lets you see the weather. So you see, like right here, top right, it shows element. Basically, it would tell you how much of that element is there. It's pretty much completely worthless. It's supposed to be related to a system called Prevailing Element, which tells you, roughly speaking, the sort of additional benefits certain elements are getting at any given time. So just elements getting a sort of bonus as time goes on. Now, it kind of sort of works-ish, but you're never realistically going to care that much about that mechanic. Like, it's kind of a nothing burger of a thing. It's cool to see the readout in numbers, but it's not really anything particularly special. Alright, let's go about there, get that Dark Blade going. Shink. There we go. Probably should have gone Lightning to get that Ice element off the attack, but it's fine. If we can get... shoot, we just got barricaded. Not much left, though. Amount on the map, such a minor thing, it's not even worth metagaming. Yeah, it's a surprisingly nothing mechanic. Like, you genuinely would have to go out of your way to figure out some way to use it whatsoever. Like, even when you're specifically looking for it, you probably won't find much. Shoot. Needed to be a finisher. What am I doing? Making mistakes. Making the same mistakes. No longer making the same mistakes, but hopefully it's, Right. Alright, that's that. Mind's eye this, you filthy casual. Alright. Yeah, even when you have a weapon doing additional damage, like the thing that it affects is like the very, very final bonus part of the calculation apparently, so like you have to be severely winning that fight already to even notice. Alright, sell some of those. I love how we've gotten to the point that there's just like not even any class marks to sell anymore. I think we might be kind of going into this one kind of lean. Alright. Alright, we're doing Heim at, like, minimum stocks here.
These are
Yeah. Okay, okay. Alright, so this is the final zone before we get into Palace of the Dead. Or not Palace of the Dead, what the hell am I saying? Hanging Gardens. Dude, I cannot do Palace of the Dead right now. Already running, I was running on fumes like 2 hours ago. So yeah, this map is extremely scrappy. So she ends up getting close. A few rounds in, you kind of just got to rush down and get her away from her dragons. If you can manage to get close, get her away from those dragons, you can start making some progress. Usually, you want to pick up some auto cards on Denim by this point. Again, just kind of flying by the seat of our pants right now, though. So not quite there yet. Now, if we can get a little bit of velocity shift going, that'd be awesome. See, really wish the boss had special lines if you brought Yunin or Oshon. Yeah, it does really seem like she should. So this is like... We really don't have very many spare resources to spend on much of anything outside of directly fighting the boss here. And unfortunately, this particular one is going to be pretty highly resistant to most of the stuff that we're doing. So I'm just going to kind of rush in as best we can. Get in there, get aggressive. Start doing some damage so that she ends up feeling threatened and starts attacking. When she starts doing that, same old. Breach, isolate, bombard with shock grenades. Again, we have only 6 to complete this entire area, so we're gonna have to kind of play that by ear. The next area, though, that guy's gonna take at least 4 on his own, so we don't have very many to spare towards that particular angle, but we'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and get you to this physical card. Alright, so nice happy cleric hunters doing their thing. Yeah, all we gotta do is get that breach on her. As you saw right there, due to Earth Archer, who has once again been absolutely paying dividends. If we just get a breach on her, a tremendous breach should do about 400. Unfortunately, that is not a poison arrow. Also, another kind of quiet thing that makes this area a bit more defensible. If you notice the little kind of edges, you can't push units back as well here. See, for Dark Priest, which one do you choose? It's the one to the left, I believe. The one that's like a big open courtyard with a staircase on the right side. Right, next order of business, you need to get this one breached. as long as we're behind, she should hopefully get aggressive and start charging forward. That'll do. Very impressive Floodlash there due to elemental advantage. And we need to see a little bit of speed up here on this Earth Archer. If she can get a Fizz up or something, that'd be fantastic here. For the most part, we have a lane mostly cleared. Alright, Cleric's gone. You just know immediately, one of the comments immediately after this, this thing ends up going up, like, why are you talking all tired? Are you tired or something? Yes. Me, big sleepy. Would like big nap. This was terrible idea. Alright. Alright, he's going to stay in position to nuke as soon as possible. Go. Stop heal spamming her, please. We can actually get poison on her. He can get close to do Dark Blade soonish. We got Fizz up on this conflagration shot, though. Do we even want to do that, though? This guy's turn's coming up soon. Take our guaranteed charm there. Take this tremendous shot. Getting very close. Alright, screw it. At least one conflagration shot here. Unfortunate. Poison will do some of its job. I think they're probably out of healing at this point, because they mostly have throwable items. Turbo Archer should almost be done whenever... Yeah, her turn's coming up in like 6 actions, more or less. If she acts and they don't heal, then that's it.
His Emily.
Yeah, great. Keep moving. Alright, that should be checkmate right here. Probably should have gone for Giga Tempest so that we could kill off that other tamer, maybe get some items. Let's see, 100% achievements in one sitting? God, no. Never gonna happen. Like, this is, again, about the extent that this is ever gonna go, because if it was not for how the schedule played out, today in particular, never on Earth would it have happened. Alright. Then we go to Heim. We got Latimer's line here. Make sure everyone's still got stocks. Alright, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Enemies of Heim! Your march ends here!
Alright, back to it. Whew. Hopefully that's the last pause. Hopefully we can just finally get this done. Now, as far as that whole idea of a perfect run or whatever else, maybe someday, I mean, again, it's more of a time thing. It's not really, like, clearly there's plenty of willingness, it's just a matter of time. Like, this alone, just sitting down doing one full speed run, like, been 2 years of absolutely no opportunity, and this is the one time that it was possible to do something like this, you know? So yeah. Figured I might as well. You just have to reload every time something bad happens. I mean, I guess. I mean, it would basically be this, just more annoying. Though, that particular, as far as no end caps or whatever else, like, look, realistically what that would come down to is just doing a solo run. Like, just sitting down and doing a marathon solo run throughout the entire thing, it's certainly not impossible. It's very, very doable. A bit annoying, sure, but very doable. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Alright, so strategy for this area is pretty simple. You just kind of want to kind of keep one side distracted off to the left, and then you want to get Mr. Latimer over there on the stairs. You got to cut him off on the stairs as soon as he gets close, because he does this thing where he runs forward and then he runs away, and if he runs away, you're not getting him back. So, he's one of the toughest things that you're going to fight over the course of this particular thing. Let's see, his wind, so we're going to want some ice there. But yeah, we're going to go for a breach, go for the grenades, you know, the usual shtick. If we can find any cards to boost him up, wonderful. But we're probably going to run into issues there. Like, there's one Damascus crossbow. Wait, 100% items? God, no. Like, right now, I'm just drinking Sprite to stay alive. I don't think we're doing 100% items at any point. I mean, even on my main files, I never bothered getting 100% items, because it's just like, why? You got the ones you wanted. You know the other stuff's out there. If you're going to talk about it, you talk about it, but realistically, there's very little point. So you can cheese in caps when undead, but it takes much longer. I mean, honestly, again, just do solo. It's so much easier to control where everybody's going. It's so much easier to just control everything about the fight. Alright, so right now, the main one that I want to get some fizz-ups on is going to be Olivia. If I can get those to her, that'd be awesome. Currently, there's only one available. Currently, she is able to reach it. So we're going to have White Knights go down the center, kind of pretend that to be the main line of attack here. If we get Olivia those items, that will be ideal. She is our Grenadier, after all. Alright. Try to shut off any spells coming from this one, so they try to get in close. Says Kashima's death, as long as the storyline not part of the team, it shouldn't count on you, right? I mean, no, it still counts against you, because she, you know, we didn't exactly talk her down particularly well. Though that was on purpose. There's a pretty decent chance this will probably end up being a bad ending, but we also had no casualties, actually, up to this point, now that I think about it. So it might be an okay ending. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Good in power. Don't suppose by any chance you want to be recruited? No. We are probably going to be retiring recruit shortly after all this stuff, though. And yes, we are still running longbows from back in Chapter 1. I can already hear the one guy that does the same comment every time, like, it's not funny, stop laughing. No, I chuckle. It's what I do. I'm sorry, I'm a chuckler. Okay. Alright, Alright, actually, no. Ideal... You go here. Petrify this dude, so he's not a problem. That's a real shame. The hidden cutscene with the Fusiliers, yeah, we're not doing... I mean, we could have, but we're not. Like, we're already past the point of being able to do that. Because for that, you gotta save Kashua, but then you also gotta kill her off on the way home. Right, Ninja's going to be very key to this whole thing, so as soon as Latimer gets close, Chicken swings around, hopefully with a dash, blocks them off. Poison gets around his, his armor situation. Phalanx, he's going to be basically invulnerable to attacks for a huge chunk of the time, especially if he gets any autos, which, you know, he'll have. Now, we're going to have to shut those off, obviously. We got another fizz up for Olivia. Those two are not moving anywhere. Fantastic. They're good and blocked off. Let's see. These can hopefully get shut down a little bit. Decent enough. Come on, Latimer. Hang on. Olivia can get to that one, right? Yeah. Shouldn't have any other units that are capable of going there. In fact, actually, before you go, take a guaranteed dart. We probably could have used that elsewhere, but I want to at least have it available here right now. Actually, she is poisoned, isn't she? That was kind of stupid now that I think about it. Whatever. Ice Blast 3 on you. If they do have any healing, it should be redirected here. Charton. Shoot there. Alright. But yeah, Latimer likes his ninja entourage. So that now is the moment. If we get dash on our chicken, we're golden. If we don't, it's a little more complicated, but still doable. Please, oh please, give me dash chicken. Okay, broaden force, yada yada, we get it. Dash chicken? Dash chicken! Hell yeah, dash chicken. Alright, perfect. So now that we've door-dashed our chicken right to the door, I should have breached him there, but screw it. Got excited and just pecked him instead. Right, one physical up on you. Now is when we start bombarding. So yeah, we're up to 334 on these conflagration shots right now. That'll get him a good bit of the way. So yeah, we just kind of speed her up at this point and just bombard the ever-befuckery out of this guy, and we're good. Also, by the way, if I'm missing a ton of comments, I apologize. Just trying to wrap it up at this point. Brain is beyond on fizzles. So there's also niche cases like Sistina Battle where you recruited one Sea Rat and then you recruited Bayan. Yeah, and you gotta do those ones where it's like you specifically, let's say, recruited her, then killed off Bayan and the other guy, and I'm assuming it's partially what you're trying to say there. And yeah, you get the Kashua chewing her out for being depressed scene. Kashua, ever the great person. We should feel bad that she got deleted from the story. Okay. Mr. Dude, can you make this shot? Damn, just slightly short. Alright. You stay right there, because we need you to act quickly. Yes, good morning, Izzy. Oh, hold on. Whoops. I don't know how that came through on recording exactly, but I just smacked my mouse on accident, and it caused all the windows to go funky for a second. Alright, first order of business. Actually, don't even do that. Get our bombardier over here, all quick and fast like. Because she's going to be key to this whole thing. So, with Latimer, if you do not get him down quickly, you're not going to. Any moments that he doesn't have Phalanx, you kind of gotta take advantage of those. Alright, so we should have a... Okay, that's not great. We should have a finisher available from him. We should have a few bombards available from other people. Good, good, good. Alright. Conserve items, conserve items. There we go. Get them breached. And you stay exactly where you are. We got our 50. Delete this man. Beautiful. Okay, that's surprisingly kind of impotent right now, actually. I was gonna say that's probably pretty good with the advantage, but frankly his armor still just completely eats that. You and your parries. Like, yeah, Vladimir is the hard nut to crack. One of the hardest, in fact. There we go. 330, whatever. Now somebody needs to finally go up and finish him off. Is that going to be you, Shartain? Can you make that happen? No, with that you can't. Can you with this? Perfect. Beautiful. The Turks were onto something. The secret was grenades. So you love the version of the scene where you go with nobody and Sarah makes a good catfight? Yep. And again, previous problem from before. Some of the text is cut off. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright. So this is probably going to be the hardest fight of the entire thing. Howling Stone, replace this with Cataract Orb, replace probably this Arion Plume with a Gloom Orb. No, actually replace this with that previous Howling Stone. Do you have an orb? No, replace this with that then. Alright, so this is what all the orbs are saved for. So all the orbs are specifically saved for exactly right here, because this guy's fight is a little bit bullshit. Timer cut off the digit. Shoot. There we go. That should fix it. Right, so this one can play out a lot of ways, as all of them can. The ideal case here is that the orbs are used to break through all of those Terranites, which then allows us to cut through straight down the middle to get to Branton with grenades and bows. Hopefully the chicken can accomplish their usual breach mission, and then we should be good. Use the blow dart cell trick? No. That was specifically not allowed for this one. Every time I've ever done this, it's without the blow dart trick. We did a bit more of an expensive strategy this time around, using more throwing meads rather than Volges and Zvais. But so far so good. We're still kind of skirting the line, but we're making it. Olivia onto that item, that'd be good. Alright. So yeah, this guy loves nuking with long-range Draconics, and summons and such. So, yeah, this is why we went for Lord and did Resurrect and stuff like that. But this is also a way that we can potentially cheese the fight as well. Because every time a unit gets taken out, they can kind of inch in a little bit forward. can't reach any of those guys right now. We can probably put one of these guys to sleep and then get taken out in a moment. There we go. Nice and asleep. And then from here, we should be able to lobber bomb him. There we go. He doesn't really have a ton of health. That's one of those happy benefits here. But getting in close is definitely difficult. You target this one. Any kind of health that we can get off everybody else will kind of help with keeping those clerics off. Unfortunately, he's got quite a few of them, you know, being a friggin' religious leader and all. Alright. Counteract orb, right there. So that'll damage and poison. Now Canopus can fly in, drop another orb. Gloom orb this time for fear. And that fear will get rid of a lot of the power from that attack. Alright. And from here, another Radiant, which should see possibly 2 or 3 kills, as well as Branton very heavily damaged. Alright, Fusiliers will do their thing. This is why we saved them for this moment. Sunfield Scorpion Spear might be the best. It is definitely up there. Just barely shy of finishing it off. Hopefully poison will end up taking away that last cleric. If it doesn't, we have a problem. But hopefully it will. Because you really want all of his clerics gone before you do anything. But the chicken should be able to finish it off if poison doesn't. Though what I'm planning to do is run the chicken up. We use the chicken to re-raise Canopus, and then use him to finish off the cleric if, again, poison doesn't do the job. Alright, I guess that's what we're doing. How long it is? Alright, there we go. No parry. And this guy is still breached, but he basically will just go full offense. So he won't... he'll either heal or he'll go full offense. It's one or the other. He can't do both. So that tends to be very beneficial in this case. One more lobber bomb right there. It's one of them gone, the other one almost gone. At which point we can get our ninja back up, because this longbow needs to become a siege bow, and we can't really afford to do so yet. At which point the ninja, hopefully... okay, he doesn't get his poison. Bummer. Alright, you just stay put for the time being, then. Alright, Olivia, come on, give me a bit more lobber action. We'll see if we can maybe blow dart these dudes a little bit. I think that was our guaranteed charm dart. One more Fusilier down. He's only got 2 archers as Terror Knights, and we're just about done here. Right, good. Conserve MP. looking good. I mean, I'm pretty sure we basically got this in the bag at this point. Yeah, Livia's all good to go. He's got his Envenom going. What's our melt? Hang on.
Wait, how will you...
Alrighty, and I'm back. So, this one should be relatively quickish. You know, not exactly the hardest nut in the bunch, so to speak. Though if they stop parrying, that'd be great. So yeah, just a few more to go now. Just a few more. And we can kind of just go all completely nutty on some of the maps anyway, when it comes to these right here. Mostly they're here to speed up the process. We can freely burn through the rest of them. The final map is... Well, okay, we need to save at least a handful of them for the end, but final map is, for the most part, just entirely going to be Lord Solo, so yeah, neat. Okay. But yeah, gotta try to at least conserve resources a little bit here. Now, also, we gotta make sure to get somebody over there to the top left, because there's a door over there. That'll get one of the shortcuts. We're gonna try to limit it to only using, like, one shot or so. Actually, maybe even just completely taking them off for a while, because I do want to save them for Endorus. We'll kind of see how that all ends up playing out. Now, in an ideal state, we would have been able to afford a hell of a lot more, so yeah, we're definitely running on fumes here. But it'll be decent. Exactly one decent. My sleep surprise, probably muscle through it to the end, but I ain't as surprised as it can be. Yeah, I'm struggling here, but doing my best. Doing my best. Realistically, for most of this, we're just gonna let the White Knights kind of carry the last of it here. Also, what stutter? I haven't heard of any stutter. What are you talking about? I mean, thankfully, like, both Denim and the White Knights are certainly carrying things at this point. Everyone else is just sort of along for the ride. Canopus to some extent as well, but he's definitely not exactly as much of a absolute monster as he once was. Although... that one's not necessarily much of a threat. It'd be very, very cozy, though, if we could get this guy mind-controlled. Or lady, rather. Okay, there we go. Picked it up. And I think from now on, we're probably just going to use Olivia for finishers primarily. Save some of those shots for the end, because I think I only have like 20 of them. Possibly even less. Not fully paying attention to that particular one. It's awesome to see everyone still going strong. Just came from a Fell Seal run. Well, welcome from that. Also, does anybody think it's easier to farm the Apocrypha before or after clearing the Hang Gardens? You do once before to get it unlocked, and then afterwards you can go back with all of the levels uncapped. So, like, you go through it once. It clears off most of the areas. You clear the version 2 of the temple once, and then after that you can just kind of steamroll the thing. Generally the easiest way to do it. Alright, everyone fears critical chicken. Actually, I think we might even be reinstating the previously lost cleric before this. Maybe even swap over Olivia for a little bit. Just have a little bit more kind of consistent sustainability there. Now, I completely don't remember the quickest route through Hanging Gardens, so I'm just going to, once again, kind of wing it. So far, it's been working, so we're just going to keep doing that. Also, should probably stick something... Well, actually, not this. Hold on. I should probably go ahead and stick a possibly a staff in his offhand here for a little bit. But we'll see. Let's get a little bit more range on that resurrection. Okay, so as far as the temples, the only time that it really matters is the first time. So first time through, it's a little bit harder. But there's two different versions, and that's where folks sometimes get confused, because you kind of got to clear the first one, and then when you go back a second time, there's a second version, and then once you clear both versions, that's when you can just kind of go in and completely steamroll the thing for all it's worth. It's the easiest way, generally, to get some of the items, like, you know, talons or whatever. Okay, almost done, attempting not to pass out. Not like literally passing out, just generally slightly on the tired end of things. Alright, so that wasn't the tile. I don't remember the exact tile. It's one of these ones. Maybe it's that one to the far left. We'll see. Ah, the joys of Giga Tempest. And he's gonna have another one next round. Beautiful. Perfect. There's the pressure whirl I was looking for. So pressure whirl is kind of when she can sort of operate using her finishers as a primary weapon, finally. Let's see. Beautiful. And Cyclone Saber. See, only... Yeah, the far left is the door, apparently. Sounds good to me. Yeah, it's always weird, because like the shortcuts in Hanging Gardens are just freaking weird. Sometimes you want to do them, other times you want to completely skip them, and it's kind of hard to remember which one's which, even all these years later. Can't even tell you how many times I've gone through all this stuff at this point, and I still honestly don't know how much time any of them in particular saves. Like, if you find yourself in the Phoenix map, bummer. Any time you might have saved up to that point is gone now. Close to the end? Yeah, exactly. And extremely hungry, so I can't wait till breakfast. Got my eggs all ready to go. And wife kind of gave me a sort of celebratory omelet type of thing. All right. More Giga Tempest. Tempest them giggly. Right. You go here. Three Giga Trigger spamming Petrify. I mean, it's not necessarily like that part is surprisingly doable with just a Dragoon or something, or even just a few of the shutdown finishers from the bows. But like, actually no, even the guaranteed Wart Dart thing would actually probably make that a probably beneficial map, because we do have a lot of advantages there. Bummer. All right. Would have liked that to be a triple shot, because that would have finished him. But it's fine. We'll go to the damn door. We'll go ahead and finish them off or whatever. Alright, so I think it's right here, right? Yes. Alright, so that's one of the shortcuts opened. Get a bonus objective for finding a secret door. Snazzy. If you go down to Terms of Victory, there's two different doors that you can open up here. And that is one of them. I believe the other ones are just these kind of front doors. So even though Canopus is down, not really too big of an issue right now. We'll just kind of get him up later. So I have to remember which door goes where in Hanging Gardens, because you could go from floor 1 to Andoris. Yeah, that's the other part of it for sure. It's like, why would you remember? Because you only ever need it once in a playthrough, and then you go, like, 15 days worth of playtime later. It's like, dude, I don't know where any of this fucking goes. But isn't that the most Tactics Ogre experience? I don't know why I need any of this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Alright. Anybody remember if the right door is just these two doors on the right, or if there's even another hidden door somewhere? Because I feel like there's one somewhere up top there. Like around here-ish or something? Like here or whatever? Dude, I'm just still kind of smiling at this dang ninja. He's just done such a good job. There's total nobody ninja over here, just carrying the resistance on his back. Just keeping up with the big leagues. First map is a little slow, the other maps go a little faster. And hopefully, once we're done here, we're done for a little bit. Actually, no, it's that tile up top, isn't it? Alright, well, we don't need to attack it any further. Anyway, we'll see if this door does it. We'll see if the other door does it. I don't think any of these do, though. That's just sort of the normal way forward. That's not it, and poison will take at any second now, and then the fight will be done, so kind of whatever there. Alright, whatever. We're missing out on agility charms, God forbid. How will we possibly survive without those agility charms? Right, plenty of goodies, got some rings. Extra experience would have been good, but screw it. We're alright. Alright. Yeah, Burden Stairs is probably the way to go. Chicken and one Canopus. There we go. Very stacked team right here. Yeah, we've got, like, nothing for items. Oh, man, it is looking dire. Like, 5 revives left. Denim over here ready to just carry the entire team on his back. See any plans doing any battle games? What? Hold on, let me see what it's cutting off here. Oh, any battle games or FFT? I mean, I've done FFT before. Would hardly be anything new. Ogre Battle? Yeah, we're going to do plenty of Ogre Battle. We've covered it before, we'll cover it some more. Alright, so this one's a little bit shorter. Looks like just going to be doing one at a time. No problem. Easy peasy, one at a time. I think there's a door up there, kind of like top right where the Velocity Shift logo was just now. So I'm going to go ahead and send the chicken up there next. Super chickens, a little bit of a minor problem. I think we'll be alright in the long term, though. And there's a secret door for you. I think there might be another one kind of up at the top there. Murden Stab, and that one's toast. And we only have 5 units left. Alright, done deal. Technically, we probably could have just let him die to poison, but I don't really want to risk it. We already petrified one guy. Go. One free petrification right there. Thankfully he's got an advantage over this one. And one velocity shift there, one heal over here. Alright, I think they've got this pretty well safely covered. Actually, just go ahead and ground this guy, I think. hopefully if he's grounded, we can just have a chicken war. Have you caffeinated yourself enough for this endeavor? God, I hope so. Almost done here. It's crazy that the sun's already coming up. Alright, beautiful. So they're nice and petrified. Big ol' happy Giga Tempest right here. I feel like a lot of the Lodicians were made water elements around this point, specifically just to let Giga Tempest absolutely whoop their ass. Anybody else ever wonder? It seems like so many of them love to group up in big X shapes and just get thoroughly annihilated by it. But that's just a theory. A depressing chess theory. Chicken's going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage for a bit of a second here. That's fine. We've got more healing and more Giga Tempests coming up pretty soon here. Got a velocity shift. Got a big old lightning strike on a breach. I'm sorry, your existence is no. Real shame. Should have picked a different element there. Let's see. Just keep on pecking that one, I guess. So far, so decent. As long as he doesn't get, like, petrified and knocked off a cliff, we're good. So I'll just fly back otherwise. Looks like this is a spear guy. No, I think it is actually a spear guy this time. So far, every time I've said that, it's like, oh, it's XYZ guy, and it ended up being a girl, and it's, like, mildly awkward in the most non-consequential way possible. Let's see, is PM generation worth an additional attack for HP damage? Huh? MP generation, you mean? I mean, yeah. Depends on what you're doing with them. Like, in that case, they've got a pretty cheap move. They might as well, you know? Very nice happy breach. I think from here we'll just go full boulder mode. Please just knock this one out. Oh, wait, right. Got Mind's Eye or something. Or not. I don't know. Anyway, you want to take a nap? Cool, thanks. But yeah, no. So again, it just kind of depends on where you're attacking as to whether or not it'll really be worth it. Oh, Repel Beast. That's what's going on with that one. Now I know. Now if we go over here, go for one of these. Shame, didn't get thrown off a ledge. Though I kind of also sort of don't really want them to get thrown off ledges, because I also really want their stuff, so... So yeah, one of these is going to drop summons along the way, and that'll be the easiest way for us to handle the final boss, in the kind of cheesiest, most lame manner possible. Nice happy charm. Yeah, I feel like Vartan's big advantage that I probably didn't cover as much as maybe it should have been in the Know Your Unit episode is the fact that the extra mine that they get for casting stats and such does actually help with their debuffs landing more often. So it's kind of one of those quiet benefits, you know, sort of helpful. Let's see. You need to get poisoned or something. Are you hoping to get dropped to choose the final boss? Just summons, basically. Because, yeah, you can get summons from a bunch of places over here. Now, you don't necessarily need them. There's still ways to go kind of without it. But it's useful. Also, this is one of those useful use cases for Cherry Run Day. Kind of hit somebody they otherwise can't hit. But yeah, main reason for summons is just they have just enough normal kind of attack power there that if you do the full kind of cheesy strat towards the end, I mean, you kind of just win. Kind of just sit there with Mother's Mercy, Phalanx First Aid, and then your summons there. You can skip having a weapon skill entirely. Definitely not the only way to handle it, just a way to handle it. Right. Scythe Wind on you. Trying my dangest to try and not use a revive over here. Oh, for crap's sake! This chicken is a dick. Alright, Gildas, you want to just go ahead and kill this guy? Saber. Can barely hit from there. Perfect. Because, yeah, I forget which path through Hanging Gardens allows you to skip Undead Hell, but that is the most annoying one. And also, now that I think about it, possibly one that I don't even have an answer for. So, we'll find out, shall we? There's Halcyon Days. Alright. Let's get our archers back in. Who the hell was my team? Get Saria back in. Get my ninja back in. Hopefully that's decent. Could have been really bad for a moment. It was close. I mean, we had ways to bring him back. I would have just gone for Resurrection otherwise. But yeah, Halcyon is the Holy Dragon map. Again, one of the ones that is a gigantic pain in the neck. Back in PSP, a little bit easier this time around. We'll see how this plays out, though. Yeah, really our main issue is just lack of money going into this place. I guess technically speaking, at any point we could have just gone to one map of Farampa and just had enough to easily deal with the rest of it, but, you know, just didn't end up doing that, so we're fine. And yes, technically we are still running a longbow from back in Chapter 1, but that's fine. No biggie. I also completely forgot the main unit that I wanted to bring here, which was my Beast Tamer. Oh well. As before, we'll have the White Knights kind of lead the charge here. Do a few smaller maps. At some point we got to deal with Undead Hell. Figure out some way to exercise things without having an exorcism. And, yeah. then maybe we'll be good. I don't know if we got another Radiant Orb at some point, but if we do, that'd be helpful. That'd be one way to handle it. Right. My hope here is by moving this chicken up top, they'll maybe get distracted and go the wrong way. Breach? No breach. Right, just sit still for the moment. Beautiful. So we got a breach there. I can start just kind of launching poison everywhere with this guy. Alright. Shouldn't be a problem. I think this map's gonna be relatively fine. The question is, are there any shortcuts to skip Undead Hell? I remember there being a way to skip Undead Hell. Just... I don't know if it's here or not. Does anybody by any chance know off the top of their head? So Undead Hell, the one that I'm talking about there, it's the one with like a necromancer up top and then just a shitload of zombies everywhere. And it's the one that probably takes the longest of POTD by far. And again, one of these skipped it. Does anybody know which map skips it? Beautiful. Thank you, crit cards. You are very cozy. So I wasn't paying full attention to what map you're looking to skip. Undead Hell. Because I remember there being a skip somewhere. Some kind of door someplace. Maybe it was right here. This kind of looks sketchy. 'Cause yeah, the Undead map absolutely sucks. Poison, get a little bit of cyclone action maybe. It's kind of weird how the one that's breached is taking dramatically less here, but it's fine. Cold Stars or Cold the Stars, I think, is which one it is, because Ivory Stare is fun. Okay, we should be back. Sorry about that. I was trying to fix a sound that was happening behind my Steam Deck here, and accidentally messed with the cord. That was dumb. All right. Because, yeah, for the undead map, the main issue that we've got right now is I remember it being something like 3, 8, 12, 15 or something that was the shortest route. But A, completely don't know for sure, and B, well, don't exactly see it here. Beautiful. Alright, so if Canopus goes down, I'm actually kind of okay with that. I'm going to give him a small heal. Actually, no. I won't be able to give him a small heal. From here we can. That way, he'll tank one more hit of whatever the hell's coming, and we can just immediately resurrect him as soon as we get our Conserve MP going. Sharp and Coast Stairs is 15. So I remember there being a way to skip that. Do you happen to know what it is off the top of your head, and or on top of Google's head? Okie dokie, almost lost Saria there. Which, granted, we will see casualties going through this place. I'll be shocked if we get through this entire run and somehow wind up with no casualties. Because that actually would be the first speedrun I've ever done that did not have casualties. Okay. Sounding of the something, the Seek Door, its Eben should skip. Which one is sounding? Sounding Hours, Eben Stair, Twixt Eben Red. Okay. I mean, I forget which one this one is. We might have missed it already. Or maybe this is it. I honestly have no idea. But either way... Let's see, can't remember the names of the maps. Yeah, I can remember only a very small handful, if they have some sort of relevance to something or other. And right now I'm just trying to conserve items as much as possible. We might have a copy of Exorcism. Actually, kind of think that I never really got rid of my clerics from the start, so they might have a copy of Exorcism still. See, that's what I see. Don't know where you're on right now. Not a, not a goddamn clue. No, from what I'm aware of, I just call this one the White Dragon map. I just know them by what stuff you run into there. Like, I know there's Triple Chicken, there's White Dragon, there's Cockatrice Hell, there's Undead Hell. And Undead Hell is the one I'm trying to leave. That one's apparently 15. And I remember the first couple of shortcuts, but I don't remember if this is the right collection of shortcuts right now. Because this is usually when I completely mess up and go the wrong direction. certainly not doing any favors by not bringing more heavy hitters here. Like, we've got an okay number of them. But getting close to this unit here is proving a little bit troublesome. Though, that being said, now we get a resurrection, now we get our canopus back. Hopefully he crits this one, and that's the end of that. Go, crit for Gildas 2. Okay, maybe not quite enough of a crit, but it's something. We've got a doorway over here that's probably going to lead to something. And usually if you go under the terms of victory, it'll tell you if there's a hidden thing somewhere. So, not in this place. Oh, these last few maps are so freaking tedious, though. So very close to done, yet it feels a million miles away. Also, shoot, I need to go get Saria up. Totally forgot that she's just laying over there. Rude. Just plain rude. Cue the resurrection spam. Come on, give me the poison. Steel stance is good. Poison would be better. Turn his auto skills up a little bit. Explore 10th. Yeah, that, I don't know. We'll know between maps, I suppose. And I know one of them's got like a door in some weird, sketchy bottom corner or something. See, stairs, the one with the weird, sketchy back door. You have to jump behind you from the start point. Okay, gotcha. I think I know where that one is. Much appreciated. appreciated. Oh, for goodness sake, these... Really? You gonna parry right now? Probably should have just used her to go attack that one guy over there. This ninja and two dragons nonsense. They are almost dead, but they are always forever almost dead, and then just never not actually dead. Or, you know what I'm trying to say. These frickin' dragons. I hate them so much. Alright. Let's go ahead and Vile Wound this one. This one can just hopefully be done and over with. Alright. I don't want to keep using Blessing Stones, but, like, we gotta start getting somewhere, dude. Here, fastify this guy. Is yeah, the one with the sketchy door then that goes behind you, that's triple chicken if I recall. Finally poison, okay. Poison this asshole. One gone. Hopefully Denim just gets him back on his feet immediately. Conserve MP, that is exactly what we need. Why a lot of bow users? Because they've been very, very consistently useful up to this point. There we go. Done and dusted. But yeah, burst, I mean, they're part of the whole burst strategy up to this point. Alright, experience charms. Definitely going to take those at this point, because we'll need all of those on Denim later. Holy crap, that actually is possibly the... No, that's Undead Hell right there. Ah, fuck it. Oh wait, Sounding of the Hours, right. This is the one with the sketchy drop door. Okay, Chicken will handle that one. We'll let Veronique set this one out. Surya, I think, needs to go... Shoot, we sold our Dragoon marks. Never mind. Think. What do we want to do here? Screw it, we ball. Alright, we got triple chicken, unfortunately. Beast Tamer! I forgot the Beast Tamer! Ah, that would have been perfect for this. Okay, sketchy doors over there on the right, then. I think it's the farthest one down there. Alright, we deal with the chickens one at a time, let them come to us, everybody else will be their own separate fight. Everyone needs to stay away from the corner. Right. Getting better fireballs on you is going to be worth it. We probably use up our breach items here. Top right, but that of the pillar, yeah. Alright. Zipper, Joel the Avatar. Start using plumes here as well, because this one's probably going to be the hardest. And Doris is not so bad as long as we have items, and we have a good number of those. White Knights are pretty freaking grossly busted, so we've got means. Giga Chicken Roar, yeah, this is definitely the nightmare chicken scenario. Nope. Hang on, where did you say? Suck it! Alright. That's what I'd like to see. 234. Yeah, poison would definitely do more here. Right now we're just going to go raw numbers on this guy. Oh, did we get gnome? I actually completely missed that if we did. If so, that's perfect. Top right of the left side of that pillar? Okay, I think I see what you're talking about. First things first, we deal with the damn clucks. And once the clucks have been bucked, so we move on to the next thing. Primarily, we need our shot lobbers from here on out. The bow users have done their job. We still have like 5 or 6 maps after this. Somewhere about here, isn't it? Or is that the one that's in the water? Now that I think about it, it's gonna be like... Here, stop doing that? Okay, it's gonna be right here, isn't it? Stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Water almost highest part of the map? Oh. Oh, here? This one? God, I can never remember where these stupid doors are. Alright. I'll resurrect in a moment. Poison this guy. Poison the other guy. Nope, top right. Ah, well. We'll get there eventually. These chickens can't have health forever. Especially when we should be about to potentially kind of checkmate with this chicken right here. Please double petrify. Oh, beautiful. Right. Left side of the little building up top. Okay. We'll look around there in a moment. Right. Chicken hell is almost dealt with. Sappy breach. Should be able to cyclone. Alright, need to keep this guy from entering right now. So that's one chicken almost dead. Stop gnoming me! Not about that nomenclature. Excellent. Alright, you stay where you are. The one chicken that I need to die of poison is currently not taking their poison, which is kind of frustrating. So unfortunately, they did get the Petro nuke off after bringing all that nonsense. Okay. Anyway, this is still workable. Come on, Charm. Good. So that's a lot of aggro off at this point. Just keep re-upping poison versus this guy. It's going to do way the hell more than we can do to it normally. Excellent. Okay, so kind of top left of the little building area is what, this? Or that, it's going to be that tile up top. Whatever, we'll get to it. Right now the situation is managed. Not managed well, but managed. The okayest managing you've ever seen. Skipping the side quest? No. You just heal yourself for the time being, get a resistance card. Jeez, freaking chickens, man. Alright. We're more than halfway done with these chickens, though. Alright, 10 poison ticks till death for that one. Hey, it's a lane. Apparently he's in the wrong game. Alright, this. Oh, finally. There it is. Okay. There's the door we needed. So that should skip straight to Endorus. Then it's Undead, then Last Stand, then Twins, and yeah, then after that, just last two boss fights, and we're done here. Alright, final stretch. Final stretch. Perfect. Okay. Don't get stunned now. He's got Mother's Mercy, so hopefully he'll be fine. Beautiful. Perfect crit right there. Alright. He just stays where he is. I should have picked up the crit before doing that too. Oh well. Poison will finish him off. Canopus is currently down, but he's not on any severe bleed out counter. Chickens are almost dealt with. I know they're about to die of poison, but just make sure that they don't move. At this point, we need to be denying moves as much as possible. And hopefully this is the one that gets us the Earth Summon there. Specifically this guy. Or gal. No, guy. Maybe it was a girl? I don't know. It's still running in Venom. 4 ticks from death for that guy. Hi, there's Mac. Presumably, so the something enough love. Yeah. This was basically his Pimp Palace, more or less. Alright. Apparently, since skills are going to be a bit iffy here, I'm just going to go straight to this. I know I'm not explaining things terribly well, but like I said, brain's cooked. It's kind of down to the wire right now. Alright, 1 poison tick and he's gone. Got the shard that we needed. Got his crit here. Awesome. Alright. Chicken Hell is managed. Yeah, that Charmed Knight is definitely doing some work. There's Mother's Mercy, there's Conserve MP, there's another auto card, perfect. He's gonna combo those two together. I'm not exactly sure exactly what that Charmed Knight's been up to, but they've been putting in work all the same. Now that their job is done, it's time for them to go. Personally trained by Barbas. We just particularly get a war crimes. Our probably losing time by resurrecting her, but just want her back up on her feet. Okay. And after this is all said and done, I will not hear a damn word about how archers are useless. Don't forget about Tamer or Dragoon. Yep. We've had some of those. I mean, we completely whiffed on the Dragoon part, but... Anyway. Alright, there's the Ebon Stair. And then that gets us to the next part there. Alright. Did we get summons yet? No, so we're probably going to be running Brynhilder. Alright. You are getting replaced with my Beast Tamer. Sarah, take a minute. Saria, take a minute. Right, so, here's the thing. This is why we brought the Beast Tamer along. Probably should have brought the Archer along as well. I'm gonna have to go take another quick break, but... Alright, we'll do with what we got. Actually, I probably should have brought the Archers, because Leaden and a Shield Bash is all we really need here. Okay, we've got that available, actually. Alright, give me 1 sec.